The girl looked up into his violet eyes after curtsying, a rather unsteady one, he noted. His first thoughts could be summed up into a single word: red. Her eyes were blood red, like the cherries in the groves that filled his gardens. They were an odd color, like a mix between the bright red skins and the juice of the cherries when he crushed the fruit between his fingers. Her hair, on the other hand, was the color of burning embers left behind from a great fire, a deep reddish and orange. Though phoenixes were a long-gone species, it seemed as if she was its great eternal fire. They were known to have risen after violently exploding into a great ball of fire, and that's what she looked like. Perhaps a great ball of fire. Later that day, Adept wandered about the great palaces of Pencos. He entered a very large hall that echoed with his footsteps. He'd escaped his mother's tight grasp earlier in the day, as she was far too busy to notice him slip away. She was worried over his father's health. But King Rio merely had a cold, and so it was nothing to fret over, and yet his mother still did. So she seemed preoccupied. There was no need for him to stay. Perhaps that was love, though, thought Adept, as he traversed furthermore. His eyes wandered upward, following the pillars to the tall painted ceilings. Intricate little crests and symbols for each of the great noble houses of Pencos swam around the edges. A sun and a crescent moon danced in the center. It reminded him slightly of the girl, princess, rather. Her physical appearance was very warm, like that of the sun, and yet her eyes had been dark, like the unlit part of the moon. Her eyes were an oozing red that burned into his memory. Her stare after her greeting was rather confusing. Perhaps it was hate, or envy. Whatever it was, she seemed rather displeased. Suddenly, it was not only his feet that echoed in the room. A scarlet wisp ran by into the far corner and behind a large pillar. For a second, Adept had thought he had hallucinated the red phantom. But indeed, he had not. He tiptoed quietly, hoping not to scare whatever or whoever it was. Adept then peered around the stone pillar, and sitting on the ground was the Princess of Fire herself. Her knees were against her chest, and she seemed rather pitiful and small for her age. Princess? A small eep came from her. Prince Adept, I apologize. I did not mean to spy on you. Adept crouched down to her level, still mostly behind the pillar. I never said you did. I'm sorry for scaring you. You didn't, she replied. Then why did you make that sound? Adept laughed. His laugh was light and sweet and clear. Seia then scooted around the curve of the pillar, finally making eye contact with him once more. She stared at him. He was bright, like the sun, warm and bronze, like sand between the toes on a sunny day, like heat that came from a pot of warm food. I don't recall making such a sound, Seia said begrudgingly. Perhaps it was all in my mind then, Adept replied. Adept studied her further. Her dress scooped low, showing off her collarbones. They pressed against her skin and were a bit displeasing to the eyes. It made Adept a little sick to see how little she had to her. Adept screwed up his face slightly. You know, you're rather... But Adept couldn't finish his sentence. Seia quickly covered her chest with her arms, knowing exactly why he was making that face. Her arms were also thin and pale. If she weren't so human, she might be mistaken for an undead. Oh, I know. I look utterly disgusting, don't I? You would do well with concealing your feelings. A little, at the very least, Seia mumbled. Adept looked down in guilt. He didn't realize that, even without any words, he could manage to hurt another person. No, you don't. In fact, you look like a great ball of fire, he reassured. What does that even mean? Seia asked. Adept wasn't exactly sure what to say to make the poor girl feel better, but he sure did try. Like your hair and your eyes, they look like the sun. Seia didn't seem sure of his reply. I would say you look more like the sun. I saw you earlier with my brother, Leo. You seemed quite radiant there. I wish I could be the same. But I appreciate the sentiment. Well, why couldn't you? You are already radiant in physicality, in some ways, right? Seia let out a dry laugh. I simply cannot. It is nice of you to be so optimistic of me. You hardly know me. There are many things I am lacking. I suppose, as you have seen. Adept tilted his head. To think a girl could be so pessimistic. Well, I don't need to know you. I still believe you can do whatever you want, as long as you try. And how can I try to be as radiant as you? Seia said. Adept was rather stumped. It was true. He had no idea why Seia didn't believe herself to be radiant, or to even have the potential for it. How was he even radiant himself? Adept then jumped to his feet. I know. Come along. He stretched out his hands towards Seia, pulling her to her feet. First things first is obtaining energy. In order to do that, you must first give your body energy. Seia stopped in her tracks. Do you mean food or sleep? Adept stared back at her. A meal would be good, wouldn't it? To boost yourself? Seia shook her head. But I cannot. Mother says I cannot. Adept furrowed his brows in confusion. What? What do you mean? I already ate my meal of the day. Adept was baffled. For a girl of 13, it seemed astonishing that she could even survive on a single meal. Consider it a gift from the visiting dignitaries. It is a custom to share food when we visit a neighbor's home in my kingdom. Adept extended his hand once more. Seia looked at it warily, but eventually placed her delicate fingers onto his. Can a single meal truly make that much of a difference? Seia asked, holding on tightly to his bronzed hands. A single meal can make a world of difference, Adept replied triumphantly.
You pathetic little thing. It seems I have neglected you for far too long. Were you truly going to die to that small thing, for that useless piece of flesh? A friend, you say? One that would rip you to ribbons? Is that so? Seems like I have my work cut out for me. There. Calm yourself. Does it hurt, little one? Do you feel it? Good. Good. Don't you see? This is what the living does to you. These feelings of yours, they make you weak. Shush. Shush. Whatever I said before means nothing. I was wrong. And you were the best of friends, were you not? You and that thing over there. Look at how far that friendship got you. Oh, my baby. My sweet, sweet child. Stop crying. How silly of you. Look at me. Wipe that filth from your face. Open your eyes. Oh, you remind me so much of myself. Those pretty little lips, and the shape of your face. If only you had my eyes, and not these disgusting red ones. And your hair, too. It is a filthy color. You are so naive. Don't you wish to be powerful? No, another one. You don't wish to have any power whatsoever, to beat your siblings into the ground. You really love him, don't you? That child, Livius, the one that abandoned you here, with me. Did you not hear? He'll be off to the academy soon. Seems he's had enough of me, and enough of you. But that child was useless to my plans. It is you that will be fruitful, my daughter. But only if you will give yourself to me. All of your love and devotion. I'll have to try harder this time around, so I don't create another disappointment. My child, don't you see? This is all for you, so you will become strong. The world is cruel. You've seen it here yourself. When forced into a corner, even when you tried to help, she'd rather kill you than listen. And look at all that blood pouring out of you. Oh, are you feeling faint, little Seia? Pull yourself together. This is nothing. This is nothing but a lesson. A harsher one, I'll admit. But still a lesson. Just like all those other times. You will be healed soon enough. But remember this pain. Keep it tucked away, deep in your heart. You were easily betrayed by someone you thought you knew so well. All those pretty promises are lies. Do not lend your heart to anyone. When you tell someone your fears, allow yourself to be vulnerable, they will take advantage of you. Trust me. It is true. I have gone through it before. They'll toss you out, and you will be abandoned. Do not repeat those same mistakes. These servants, they are no friends of yours. Do not mistake their kindness for anything else other than their attempts to appease their masters. Now take a look at her body. Look at her. That is the body of a monster. A blind and greedy piece of flesh and blood. If I hadn't stepped in, she would have dug her claws into your neck fully, and you would have been the same as her. Another mistake I have made. You cannot be weak. I will not allow you to be weak. Seia, my sweet, sweet, pathetic child. This is all for you. You will be a good girl, won't you? You will listen to Mother. This pain, your tears, your loss, everything is for you. And you love me, don't you? You love your dear mother. It would make me sad if you didn't. Good. Good. That is a good girl. Now, I understand I have hurt you before, both you and your brother. But your brother was stupid. He couldn't be strong. But look at you. You're still here and breathing. And I favor you. Despite every test I've given you, all the punishments I've dealt. Understand that I do it because I want the best for you. For us. You want to make your mother proud, don't you? I have many more lessons to teach you, so be prepared. I will mold you into the perfect little vessel soon enough. Now, clean yourself up and see to it that your neck is healed. If we wait too long, it'll end up just like your hands. And we wouldn't want too many scars on you now, do we? Her? I'll have her mother clean this room up. I shall assign you a new maid. She has a sister, I believe. Serena, perhaps? Well, do clean yourself up. I hate messes. And come to my room in the evening. Your due punishment. Tainted. Had I always been so easily stirred? So panicked? Dark and stuffy. The air was stifling. I knew. It was so dark. The color. It was dark. It was dark. It was dark. Why me? At least I was safe. For the time being. As long as no one heard my strained breathing and cries. I shook uncontrollably. I looked down at my bloody hand and I started to scratch and I banged my head against the cupboard. Once and twice and again and again. When I was done, I lay on the cold floor, clutching my skirts. I wrapped the long, billowing fabric around me to cover myself, to give myself warmth, like a blanket of sorts, to hide. I had used my magic to barricade myself,
to create a barrier around me, one that blocked out sound and light, so that I could be alone in the darkness. Perhaps the mating had stirred me so badly it did not help. I was tired, but I was too afraid to sleep, to close my eyes, for I knew the nightmares would come again, perhaps even worse. Should I have held it in? The rage and anger? Should I have tolerated it? No. Yes? But why? No, I shouldn't have. I didn't. I didn't allow them to disrespect me. And so they paid the consequences. Albeit small. It felt good to hurt them, to save myself. And I would do it again. I hoped I wouldn't have to do it again, to go through that. Images flashed through my mind. Unsavory, frightening, bloody. It was the second time. I prayed, never again. Never again.
Moonlight flooded my room. The fire had been roaring for a long while, fighting with the cold that seeped under the cracks. Pain and exhaustion made my eyes grow weary. Grooves in the floor from my pacing. Ragged and heavy breathing, not of my own. Anxiety, anger, relief, and confusion. Too many emotions to process all at once. But I had to. I looked over at the body in my bed, small and fragile. A familiar face I had learned to love and to embrace. Another mistake of mine. To find comfort in others, to give my heart to someone. She was fast asleep, although with a high fever. Her arms were bruised and bloodied in my stead, though my own wounds had been split open. If I had not returned in time, perhaps she would have been dead. Made another example of human fragility. My dear friend, my servant, loyal and bright, I could not lose someone else again. I could no longer sit still. My love for my mother had always been conflicting. I held out hope and gave her more and more chances, but she took none. And I continued, walking in her shadow, on her path of cruelty. I was the perfect puppet, the beacon of Targathon's power. The evil and hatred that seeped into my veins eventually became normal. The searing pain of guilt did not plague me through the night. Of course, it was always there, the deep, drowning sorrow, the regret and anger, the longing to be loved and accepted. But resentment always fought it. I needed to let go. After the latest incidents, I could not bear it any longer. 7 years of anguish and scars. This would be the last inflicted on me by her. I would need to use everything to my advantage. Everything I had learned from her to grasp at power, to destroy her. I needed to escape, to save my friends, family, and kingdom. But most of all, I wanted to save myself. I couldn't bear it anymore. I couldn't. So, I would fight her. I would destroy her. The person I loved and cared for the most. She was right. Giving my heart to her was a mistake. One I didn't necessarily regret. I just felt disappointed.
Oh, calm down. It's me. Yes, I'm back again. Well, lucky you. I happen to have my rejects from yesterday's little experiment. I tried a new recipe, but I need a little more practice. So I thought you could have it. Oh no, I would never feed my son something like this. He only gets the perfect ones. It looks terrible, but everything I make looks this way at first. You know as well as I that it wouldn't be poisoned. It just looks bad, but the flavor is all right. I promise. Oh, just try it, you baby. See? You never believe me, and every time you are proven wrong. No. No news. Another month goes by and still nothing. He is not. I don't believe it. It's not as if you saw him disappear. If there is no body, I can have hope. I just know he isn't dead. I can just feel it. Perhaps all this hope will be fruitless, but it is better than giving up all hope already. Besides, with all this hope, I have little room to grieve or be angry anymore. Well, I could very well hate you, wish you dropped dead, poison you myself. But it wasn't as if you did the deed yourself. I admit, it is rather silly that we can even hold a conversation without being at each other's throats. That I even bother to speak with you with such respect. I don't know why I do. I mean, why do you even listen to me ramble on? Not like you could do very much to block the sound of my voice, but still. I am an enemy after all. Right? Well, I am no threat to you, and you are no threat to me. Trust. It will not be me who brings you to your end, friend. As much as I could hate you, I really only feel pity. After all, it was your stepmother that cornered you too. And now you're here. It is lonely, is it not? Being trapped here all alone, never knowing when your demise might come to you, just waiting for your actions to catch up to you. Though, I don't think it was entirely your fault. Maybe I would have been driven mad too, had I been in your position. At least we are at the end of it now. Though my husband is seemingly gone, and my people are hurting, it is done. We are all done. There are other things to attend to figure out. And one cannot become better or progress by standing still in the spot they've always been in. My life is very changed now, and all I care for is my son. He is my life. He is who I live for now. All the anger and worry cannot consume me, lest it distract me from what is important. Perhaps I have the patience of a saint, now that I am a mother. Oh, well, you should have seen me in my younger years. I was impulsive as you seem to be. But I have no more time today to indulge you in a story. You have quite the few visitors today, it seems. Who? Well, I'm not sure. I don't care too much about these politics. Though, what I am sure of is that you'll be having much change go on in the next few months. Do not lose yourself, Adept. Though I'm sure you will. I shall see you another time, hopefully with slightly better looking pastries.
Oh, brother. I apologize I could not attend the meeting. I was busy in Clarus again. Indeed, I've just returned. The church is quite busy. There's much more work to be done to distribute relief. I've talked to a few members of the clergy and I don't know. In the next month, we might be able to distribute, well, to provide aid for at least 50% of the population, but we're unsure. Oh, you look rather distressed. Sit. Tea? What is it? What about Adept? What will the Elder Council do to him if we turn him over? He'll be what? No, you can't be serious. They can't kill him. He's the legitimate heir. The only one alive that we know of. The guilt has been cleared off his name and back. The Elder Council is insane. You know what they're getting at by asking for such a thing. The opportunity is perfect to reform Clarus into an oligarchy. They've always been up to no good. You remember the meetings during the Council of Astrea. Hell, Lord Falco was the one who put forth those claims for Attican land. They have nothing to offer. They have no cards to play. Pencos won this war fair and square without their assistance. They think they can suddenly betray their brethren to ask for such a ridiculous thing? They're fools. But it is your decision to make, Leo. Me? Well, it is a difficult one to make. Right now the people are hurting. All of us. The Elder Council cannot be trusted. Penko's wishes for peace among the three. We have bigger problems than silly infighting between the regions. Morena's will must be executed. As for Adept, I do not wish to kill him. He is legitimized within the laws of Clarus. He is a valuable asset to us. But we cannot keep him in the dungeons forever. He's useless that way. But if we can raise his popularity, show that he can be a competent and compassionate king, perhaps we can reunite the two regions once more. Indeed. He is too far arrogant. We cannot trust that he will be able to do this on his own. Leo, I have been thinking on this, and I have received some guidance. And so I have an idea. It will practically ruin Miro and Despina's plans. Everything they went through. Destroyed. Marry me to him. To Adept. Thank you for bringing him here to my room. Has he been cleaned up yet? All right. Just place him on the floor in front of me. I wouldn't want to get the couch dirty, would I? Leave me and the prince alone for a little while. I'd like to have a little talk with him. No need. I don't require your presence any further. Leave me and the prince alone for a little while. I'd like to have a talk with my fiancé. A little privacy with him, if you will. I'll call for you two later. Otherwise, you're dismissed till further notice. Have a good day, Annalise, Erica. Let me get a good look at you. I was wondering how you look nowadays. Not too bad, I suppose. Maybe you're even a little cute. So, you're the dumb little prince, Yes, you. Who else would there be? I don't see any other princes in this room that are as daft as you. Oh, don't be so angry, Mr. Vorso. That grimace you have doesn't suit your face at all. Or, perhaps it does. I can't make up my mind. You just look so cute and pathetic. You really should just stay sitting where you are. All right. I don't like you fidgeting around like that. You know, it really just looks like you're trying to get up. Not as if you could, anyway. Don't tell me. You expected to be treated like you were before. Oh, you're a funny one, you know that. You're still quite arrogant for a captured animal. I don't care if you're the crown prince of Clarus. Oh, or should I say, the former crown prince? Regardless, your name nor your title mean a thing to me. This isn't your realm any longer. You have no authority here. Oh, reminds me. You probably know who I am already, but I really should be introducing myself anyway, since it is a formality. I am the second Princess Seia Haima Vetrovi of the imperial household of Alasia, daughter of Emperor Neo and the former Queen Despina. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Take care to remember that, won't you? Such a perplexed look you have on your pretty little face. Perhaps I'm simply so breathtaking you can't look away. As if. I'm not Saint Straya. Maybe that's really a glare. Don't look at me like that. I should be the only one making that expression. You're pathetic. Your little war took the lives of countless men and women on both sides. The floor is a suitable place for you to be, after all you've done to our realm. I do hope that your country and freedom were worth waging such a useless war. No. I'm being far too harsh. It wasn't your fault after all. You were manipulated. You idiot. I hope you at least understand that by now. All fueled by love. What a fool you are. No wonder negotiations didn't work out. At least you didn't actually kill Leo then and there. Or else, who knows what we would have done to your kingdom. You're an idiot, and you made detrimental decisions, but I suppose at least all of this landed me a new pet to play with. You truly are a lucky little cat. I guess they do have 9 lives. We could have done away with you. But the head of the Church of Morena was adamant on keeping you alive, you know. Not that Leo would ever hang your body from the gates. He has hope and faith in people to change, just like those at the church. I'm sure there was something else to it, but alas, we don't know why the church ever does what it does. Anyway, a peaceful marriage between kingdoms seemed best for Morena, and as such, here we are, my husband-to-be. We have had peace between the 3 regions for so long. Why mess it up now? Marrying into the family, and the consequent subjugation through marriage was much easier and cleaner. It will be easier to calm any remaining infighting between our races. The fact that you were just a puppet in all of this was very lucky for you. Your people do not hate you completely, at the least. All the blame goes to your stepmother and the half-siblings. But regardless, it is understood that one of your main goals was to protect the Vorso. Do understand that they were never in danger of humans in the first place. But this marriage will calm any fears left over. Either way, we would have no reason to attack your people. Not that you might believe us. You still hold feelings of animosity, it seems. It's quite the dark red. Dear brother, our future emperor was benevolent enough to spare your insignificant little life, though perhaps you are less lucky to be engaged to me. But do be grateful you continue to keep your luxurious little life. Be happy, won't you? You're going to be a difficult one, aren't you? Don't look away from me. Look at me. I said, look at me. Good. That's more like it. Nice and docile. Although, you being frustrated is just as equally adorable. I could just squeeze your little cheeks right now, but you seem rather repulsed by my presence alone. Apologies, my dearest prince. I'm not as sweet as my sisters. But I suppose this is just part of your karma. Even if you were manipulated, it was your greedy desires that got us here, that led you to be taken a fool by Queen Miro, all for Theana's hand. How silly. Our empire had maintained peace between the borders for far too long to let a pathetic crown prince ruin it. Your agenda, your selfish desires that you allowed to plague your kingdom drove the people to fear. It drove your people to fight. And for what? Nothing. A danger that wasn't even present. You know, my siblings were on the front lines, fighting for the safety of our people, the people we promised to protect, including the Vorso that live within our borders. And where were you? Afraid of actually digging your claws in and seeing the people around you die. You sat in your stupid little castle in Reizoa on your plush throne. At least that ruined Miro's plans. Your cowardice. You went too far and didn't want to face the consequences. Your people were fighting for you and your false cause. The Vorso were all fighting for you because they believed in your silly agenda. all in Miro's agenda. The least you could have done was to lead them yourself. Perhaps you should have just let Princess Seia go. I mean, did you have to pursue her to such degree when she was already taken? It was always a fair game between you and Livius. He did not manipulate her in any way. Although my brother is a bit flighty at times, he seems to be a much better choice than you. Seia did not need your rescuing, as you called it. She made her choice. It just wasn't you. Too bad that sweet little princess fell for our prince instead. Huh. I'm truly surprised, though, how much of a fool you really are. To think, I admired you a little back in the day. When I had met you, you seemed so strong and courageous to me. I wonder where that boy went, because clearly he isn't here any longer. 5 years wasted, and for what? A woman who wouldn't have loved you anyway. Don't keep chasing your prey if you've lost it to a bigger predator. Just go find a different prey. It's simple. Guess not simple enough, though. Also, maybe take the time to think before being so stupidly impulsive. You really could have lost your life. Poor planning, and Queen Miro, she... Never mind. No. We'll talk later about the other matters of the war. Alas, now that you're here, please do be sure to cast away whatever remaining feelings you may have for Princess Seia. And reminder, you're not entitled to her merely because of your own feelings. You poor, poor fool in love. Anyway, always keep in mind that this is merely a slap on the wrist compared to what could have befallen you and your people. This is your punishment for sending thousands of people to war just because of your petty personal feelings. Being mine, that's your punishment. I hope it's not too terrible already. Oh, what a cute little expression you have on your face. Anger, despair. Oh, what is it? Tell me. I can't really tell based on the colors, but they are quite murky, aren't they? Don't fight back. With a snap of my fingers, you'll be a tad more than singed. Though it certainly would be a waste to scar that face of yours. The royal family is blessed with power stronger than many others. We may merely be humans to you, but do not forget that we were blessed by the gods that created this land. I may not wield as much strength as Leo, but I will hurt you if you act recklessly and put anyone else in danger. So, please, refrain from doing such actions. Won't you? Just for everyone's sake? What? Would you rather be thrown back down to that damp and dirty cell again? Would you really like that instead? Or would you rather be a good and obedient little prince and stay in a clean and pretty room like this? Something rather familiar and comfortable, I presume? That's right. Very good. You're such a cute little pet. Oops. I guess you don't like that nickname very much. All angry and frustrated. You shouldn't take my kindness for granted. Truthfully, I'm being a lot more merciful than I should be, really. I could just shove your face into the marble tiles and grind the back of your head in with my heels. But that wouldn't be very nice now, would it? So, I'll play nice for your sake. I mean,
What kind of princess would I be? You are my dear fiancé now, after all. My cute and foolish little prince. Ah, yes, yes. I know you must be very unhappy with the cards you've been dealt. Blah, blah. I don't care. This marriage doesn't only affect you. But look, at least the silver lining is that you still get a pretty princess even after all of this. Though I might not be the one you wanted. It's too bad. I said look at me. Especially when I'm speaking to you. Do not be mistaken, though, my cute little pet. Even though you will become my future husband, you'll be listening to me, and not the other way around. This isn't Clarus. Got it? Very good. It is my duty, though, to marry for the better of the Empire, as my mother once put it. In fact, well, never mind. That is old news. Anyway, you're very lucky that this was even an option for you. I have little qualms about an arranged marriage. I never really cared much, since my mother said who I married did not matter. It only mattered what they could bring to the table. I'll fulfill my duties as a wife, and that's all, I suppose. I guess. So, just be happy, won't you? You have no choices anymore. Truly, choices are rather bothersome. But you will be a good husband, won't you? Even if you don't love me, you have to put up the act. It's better for both our lands. Are you starting to regret falling to your desires? Is that a tear? Oh, aren't you such a cutie? Don't cry, my darling. I don't want any of your disgusting tears on my floor. It's far too late to undo what you did. Live with the consequences. Don't run from your responsibilities. You've earned them, fair and square. Your precious little kingdom has been absorbed into mine. Don't worry, though. We'll take good care of your people. Better than you ever would have alone. And even with help, you brought your people to ruin. Don't worry. I'll take good care of you too, my dear fiancé. Oh, don't look at me like that. Not usually like this. I'm a proper princess after all. I'll be a proper wife too. So don't worry your small little brain. Don't go and start thinking too much. It might just turn to mush. Why do you seem so disgusted by me? Indeed. So, you've heard of my mother, Queen Despina. Or should I say former? Perhaps. I am her daughter after all. Wouldn't it make sense that I'd be like this, being under her teachings? Seems like I've taken on a few habits, I suppose, but don't worry. I'm different from her. I'll never be like her. But I do treat people who harm my own as trash. Oh, but don't worry. I only dare treat you like this behind closed doors. Appearances are very important, as my mother used to tell me. Only within our chambers will I ever speak so harshly to you. Outside, you'll perhaps get a little bit of scolding, but not much more. Ah, yes, ours. You didn't know? You'll be residing in the room next to mine. We have a door between the two of us, so ours. Well, it makes it easier for me to come and go as I please. But don't think you can use the door to come in and just kill me at night. All right? I know you Vorso are strong and all, but that's why the church gave you that little collar of yours after all. Anyway, it'll be much easier to keep an eye on you Don't complain. Remember, you could go back down to the cells at any point if I wished it. Very good. I'm glad you're so understanding. The more you start acting like this, the quicker you'll be treated as you'd like to be. Well, maybe. Luckily for you, I'm a very patient woman. Be grateful for this golden opportunity. Be happy you get any of this, you brat. No, I'm not always this condescending, I swear. I'm much nicer than you think. What? Can't trust me? I suppose that's for the best, isn't it? You don't have much choice in the matter either way. You're such a softie. I'm not even being that mean. Blah, blah, blah. Enough. I don't want to hear your babbling over matters you have no control over. Speak only when you're told to. What did I just say? You're lucky you have such a pretty little voice. Save it for later, though, won't you? What is it now? Right. Do your knees hurt kneeling like that? Sorry. Just go and sit down on the couch. Yes, just sit, facing me. It's fine, even if you get a little dirt on it. More comfortable? Good. See? I'm not all that bad, am I? As long as you listen to me well, you'll be treated well. An owner should be kind to her pet, should she not? Don't make that face. You really must start working on those facial expressions. If you're seen grimacing like that, well, the other nobles will only continue to hold their grudges. Seeing that the Prince of Clarus himself is not very presentable. Your appearance will be very important. An enemy prince being forcibly wed to the second princess. What a sight to behold. I know. You're still unhappy. I know. It's the least you deserve, for everything. Never mind. Shall we speak on what the next few months will look like for you? What? Did you think you'd stay captive inside these rooms? You'll be attending to your own activities, as well as joining mine. I expect you to adapt and grow while you are here. I understand that this is a very unfamiliar place, as you've only been here once before this. So, the next few months will be used to establish your place in court, quelling the fears of your people, and learning about the customs of our empire. You'll be freed from any physical restraints, but the collar will stay on for the time being. So don't try anything. Reizoa is quite far away after all. You'll make daily appearances with me for afternoon tea, so long as I don't have work to do. You will also join me for dinner. Breakfast. Well, I wake up quite early for my own duties, and so we'll be having separate breakfasts. You can choose to either dine downstairs or simply in your room. You'll have to be taught the correct procedures and custom of our empire. You'll be assigned a tutor soon. Or perhaps I can teach you myself. I, unfortunately, wouldn't have much time, and I don't know if I could deal with such an incompetent student either. In the near future, you'll be in a meeting. Well, rather, observing a meeting with Leo and some remaining elders of your kingdom. Oh, yes. We are still searching for them. Your mother seems to have run off with both Theron and Anissa. She's a coward, too. I heard she immediately turned tail as soon as our troops were 15 miles out from Reizoa.
Leaving you all alone. I suppose she never really loves you either, did she?
That's too bad, but that's the reality of things, isn't it?
I'm quite curious about where they could have gone, though. When we find them, I'll be sure to alert you. I am aware that you are fond of your little sister, if no one else. I pray that Anissa will return safely, and if she does, that she will be pardoned. She is just an innocent child, after all. But that is the steep price of war, isn't it? Do not worry too much. We are looking into it, all right? In more light news, Aera's official engagement ceremony is coming up soon. There will be a ball afterward. You'll make your first public appearance with me there. Livius and Princess Sienna will be there. So, behave yourself. Let's see. What else? Of course. We'll be spending lots and lots of time getting to know one another. Every evening, you'll report to my room. I do hope that there's more to you than being just a trashy, idiotic, and entitled prince. Well, we'll be merely conversing about our day, dabbling in some fun hobbies, or perhaps, during our times together during the evening, you'd rather be doing something else. Perhaps if you're good enough, I'll even let you embrace me. And perhaps more if you'd like. Sorry. I'm a bit of a tease, aren't I? Once you do get to know me better, though, don't fall for me too quickly now. Though a pet should love its owner, shouldn't it? Perhaps I'll stop calling you that. But for now, it stays, pet. This is going to be lots and lots of fun. My foolish little prince. Me? A villainess? Well, you sure do have funny little nicknames for me, don't you, pet? Has anyone ever told you that you were annoying? We'll fix that for you. My actions are merely dictated by my disgust toward your actions in the war. You even tried to kill Leo. Let's hope that there's more to you than just a useless little worm in love. Perhaps you'll learn to see that there's more to me than a villainess, as you had called me. People are complex, after all. It's really a good thing that you're cute when you're angry. I like seeing you heave your chest in anger like that. It's adorable, truly. Just be patient. I'm really not all that bad. You'll see. And if you are truly a decent person, I'll treat you less like trash. Remember, though, you're under my control now. Hold still. What? Is this too close to you? Am I really that repulsive? You truly do have pretty eyes. The mark of a cosy, too. Anyway, let me show you to your room. You take a bath and clean up. We have a set of clothes for you from the Empire. Your old clothes will be cleaned and given back to you. We will not force you to wear clothes that are uncomfortable to you, unless we are in the public eye. Then you will dress accordingly. After you are all clean, you'll have a meal and come to my chambers in the evening. Do you understand all that I've told you? Very good. And one more thing. Look at me. You're all mine. Got that? But aside all feelings for that little princess, your eyes should always be trained on me. Do understand that I'm quite the greedy princess. I don't like it when my possessions are being distracted by anyone or anything else. You'll listen to me well. Yes. Good. Let's hope you don't do anything dumb to end up in that dirty cell again. I do hope you can tolerate me for the time being. Let's hope I don't push too many of your buttons. Or maybe I just will, because it's fun. Let's go, my foolish little pet. We have lots to learn about one another now, don't we? And also, welcome to Penco's, my prince. It seems as if I fell asleep for a little while. This cannot do. It's already quite dark, isn't it? The daylight seems to pass me so quickly. I cannot make heads or tails of it. It's so silly how the days just fly on by like nothing. How long have I been asleep for? Judging by the looks of it, not very long, I suppose. I guess the wind must have woken me. I am a light sleeper after all. I am simply too absorbed in all of this. Perhaps I should take a vacation as Aera advised me to. But the work, it never ends. How many days has it even been since I last closed my eyes for a full and proper rest? I'll need my full attention if I'm to properly look through these documents. The days just blend together now. What else is there even to view? How many more endless nights of combing through these damn documents must I go through? They only serve to spiral me further and further. I'm just so exhausted. And I cannot fathom any of this. How much more will I find and uncover? Even in your absence, you did not fail to leave behind a trail for me to pick up and burn. Was it not enough for you, for your actions to haunt me after all these years? Damn Targathons. This whole family is cursed. How long have they been doing these sorts of things? Behind everyone's back? How far will they continue to drag my family into their messes? What was Mother even doing? What drove her to such lengths, to such insanity? I've yet to even understand it all. These records make little sense. Why were all these people involved for so long? House Clark, House Ladle, House Morvoto, and even House Neridicus. The list only goes on. Why even hide her from us? Miro, you contempt witch, and Theron as well. Whatever. Fine, so be it. I'll fix this. I suppose I must schedule a visit with grandfather soon, and to meet with Mara as well.
Sleep. It overwhelms me, and yet here I am, with too many thoughts and too little comfort to lull me to sleep. Maybe he will bring me a little peace, though. I suppose. The aftermath has yet to even reach its peak. Oh, Erica? Is that you? Should you not be heading to bed now? You've got to visit your little sister tomorrow, don't you? I didn't put her in that school just so you could miss her performance. Did you need to borrow a dress? Give me a moment. I see. I completely forgot about your existence for a moment. Silly me. I am not quite used to having someone around. Having company, I suppose, is the right way to put it. I guess having a pet is somewhat company, isn't it? But good job. You figured out how to use a door. Very, very smart of you. I'm so proud of you, my darling little pet. Well, don't just stand there in the doorway gawking at me. Don't be shy. I don't bite. At least not yet, anyway. Be sure to close the door behind you, all right? I wouldn't want a draft getting in. Come, sit. No need to throw a fit. You won't be sitting on the floor anymore. We've had enough of that this afternoon, didn't we? Here. Closer. Closer. Good boy. I'm surprised you even decided to join me tonight, my fiancé. I wouldn't have thought that after such a rough introduction, you'd come running immediately. Well, good, I suppose. I'm glad that you're here. We have much to talk about tonight, and, well, I don't have much to do. Let's get to know one another a little better. Have a drink if you're so inclined to. Don't go knocking over the glasses. Only if you want to. I'm not trying to poison you. It's a bit useless and torturous if you ask me. So, how have you adjusted so far? Have Erica and Annalise treated you well? I can't suppose they wouldn't have. They're the best and most trustworthy maids in the palace, as I've learned over the years. Good. I'm glad they were gentle with you. They've forgiven you somewhat, it seems. Anyway, it is best that you are adjusted into this place quickly. You still have that cute grimace on your silly little face. I said it before, didn't I? That I'd take good care of you. I wasn't joking. You may be a fool who holds little understanding as to how this world works. But still, we are not so cruel as to harm you. I said I don't bite. Yes. Unless I have to. I will cut you down. And then you will know true cruelty. I am my mother's daughter, after all. We are not the same, but I was taught by her for many years. I know when to be cruel, unlike her. If you don't bite, I don't either. Understood? That's a good boy. I only let you into my vicinity anyway, since I can easily take you down. And no, that's not a challenge. But Maybe we can try sometime. Perhaps we can practice with one another someday, when I can trust you a little more. I've heard that you're very strong after all. Where? Well, obviously, the training area. I suppose you haven't had much of a proper tour of the surroundings. We'll have you walk the grounds with me, perhaps in a few days, or whenever you feel up to it. Which reminds me, you've cleaned up quite well. Your old clothes will be mended and returned to you later if you wish to wear them casually. Hopefully until then, the attire of Penkos, or, well, Seia specifically, isn't too uncomfortable for you in the meantime. I've seen much of your fashions, and read up on them. It shouldn't be too horribly different. The weather here changes very often, however, and therefore isn't as lightweight as your clothing. We can incorporate elements into your tailored clothes later for the ball that's scheduled in the next few weeks. Ah, yes. Have I failed to mention this? I must be rather forgetful as of late. Well, perhaps you remember him, or heard of him. But the Plecteri Knight, he has made a miraculous return. My dear sister Aera is to marry him, and a ball will be thrown in their honor. You will attend the ceremony, as well as the ball with me. But you will stay on your best behavior. I know you'll get a little rowdy when you see your precious little Thienna with her loving husband Livius. Please, get over yourself already. You keep trying to deny it. All to make yourself feel better. Did you ever truly read the letter she sent you? Or were you just, I don't know, deluding yourself into believing she had feelings for you? She never loved you romantically. She never did. She loved you as a friend. You were someone who needed help, and she was there for you. She didn't belong to you. Thienna is her own person, with her own feelings. And she fell in love with my brother, and not you. Do you understand how happy the both of them are? You've never seen so much light and joy in anyone before. And I won't have you try to ruin it again. Too bad. You didn't own her. I struggle to think where you had any right to impose your feelings upon her in such a way. To feel as if you owned her before you both mutually came to an agreement. Whatever you went through, it does not absolve the evils you took to. You had no right to act in a destructive way, all for your delusions. And look at where you are now. Captured, humiliated. And mine. That's right. You know you're wrong. It's better to accept it now. You can't deny it anymore, all your wrongdoings. Stop trying to make excuses. We've gone over this today, haven't we? You're just a little boy who can't adapt. You're scared. You don't know what to do other than to run, or to try to kill. But there's no point in struggling anymore. In being angry and defiant. You're here now. You will learn to adapt. You will learn to grow, and then thrive. No more being the husk of a man you once were. But it's fine. I suppose an afternoon and a bit of talking from me this evening can't change much in your attitude. It is not as if I expected anything else. You're ripped away from your home, locked up for ages, only to have a single stomach-churning, sickening option left. Me. It's really funny, you know, how we managed to end up like this with one another. The gods sure do have interesting plans. Well, you see, I really do think we're the perfect match. We're so similar after all, you and me. Though, I suppose on slightly altering paths. I suppose you wouldn't know any of this since you were left in the dark for most of the time. Well, for starters, our lovers, so to speak. Yours, an unrequited one. Mine, unwanted. You were greedy for Liana and wanted more and more, till you drove her far, far away, losing her companionship altogether. Now, she's married to my dear brother, who loves and respects her, while I was silly enough, engaged to your idiotic half-brother Theron. It was a secret. It wasn't even my choice, nor was it his. It was a political one, made between my mother and your stepmother. I had only met him once. If everything had gone their way, well, you still wouldn't have been crown prince of your kingdom. You know, it was quite the plot our mothers had to get rid of you, to place me on the throne of Clarus with Theron as their king. I still don't understand why, but it was too much for me. Theron. He was too much for me. They were all far too much. So I put a stop to it. I stopped being a sheep. I took control of myself and my actions. And I sought my mother. Before things were far too late. I was raised to take care of my people. But everything that she planned, that they planned, it was just utter destruction for both Pencos and Clarus, so I had her deposed. While you, on the other hand, you knew something was wrong, didn't you? And you kept going, despite every bone in your body screaming to stop the war. You couldn't. You were too late. Perhaps Miro's voice echoing in your skull was far too much. You were blinded by fear, want, bloodlust. So, here we are, together, engaged, without both our mothers breathing down our backs. Isn't it wonderful? No, I'd say that too. It's rather sad how we're both here now, manipulated by our mothers, only to end up alone together. You probably wanted love more than anything else. Queen Miro. Despite all the belittling, you wanted her approval so badly, you kept going. You wanted Liana's love so badly, because there was no one else. Well, for me, I loved her too. But it's complicated, as all stories go. Growing up, I sometimes wondered what it would be like crushing her underneath my feet. How it would feel to finally get rid of her. But there was guilt. Because I know she wasn't like this before. Queen Despina of House Targathon. In every report I could ever find, that I could ever scrounge up, before she became a different person, she was known as the meek princess of House Targathon. Meek! I remember her being as such, too. She was sweet and kind. She was very quiet and liked to read us books in the afternoon and in the evening as we drifted off to sleep. She would take us to the gardens to play, and we learned to only admire the flowers and not to pick them, so they could thrive properly. She even carried us both on her small back when we were both sick to the doctor's room, even though we were far, far too heavy for her. She used to braid these beautiful little crowns into my hair and tie them off with the prettiest of ribbons. But then she changed. Everything changed. It was like a fog that had rolled into the palace and never gone away. It was overnight, like someone had taken her soul and replaced her with a cruel and twisted creature who only yearned to destroy the happiness we all once had. So, I feel guilty. Even now, years after, because I loved her. And my heart still holds a tiny bit of that love still. Our blood bonds us together. Even if I so desperately want to exist on my own. I followed her every rule, dealt with every cruel punishment, all so that I could make her proud. But I could no longer bear the weight. Every step I took in her shadow only cast me deeper and deeper into insanity. My brother, Livius, could clearly see it. Livius had escaped early on, clinging on to Leo, basically. He defied her. He broke free. And he could see me, seething with pain, anger, and despair. Just gray, black and red, he said. I could no longer bear with the guilt of what I had been doing. I could not bear with the treatment upon me or any of my other siblings, let alone the nation I was born and raised in. You know, I once thought that he was stupid for running away from it. But he was so brave, and I was the coward and the fool who decided to stay because I believed our blood bond made it all right. You probably thought what you did was fine. All that for love and approval. See, I promised myself to never fall into such depravity again. I have no regrets. And you will do the same. You will no longer be weak, and I'll make sure of it. What? I'm sure you've heard me say it enough times. Should I say it again? You don't like the word Pathetic. Well, that's what you are. You are weak and pathetic. It is clear to everyone around you, which made you the perfect little puppet. The willingness to do anything to please your family, to seek acceptance and love. And you were still so arrogant, so much so, they turned your confidence against you. Those feelings? Oh, I understand them well. I've explained it as such. I was weak once too. Mild-mannered, wishful and full of silly little hopes that got flushed down the drain. The world changed underneath my feet, and I was swept away before I found my footing. Unlike you, my foolish prince. You have been in my shoes, and I have been in yours. We have been living in very similar circumstances. You, however, ripped away from your reality like a bandage, and I fought from the inside out, clawing my way to freedom. I made up my mind when I was given the choice to. I would be the victor. I would carve my own way. I would not be my mother's pawn, and here I am today, without her influence. I no longer have to cower in fear underneath her. And you are free. Free from your own mother now, the regent. She manipulated you and used all of you. And so, from this day forward, you will learn and you will grow. You will use the resources given to you to reclaim your kingdom and win the trust of your people. Do you understand what a mess you made? How your people suffer now from the war? It is well known that your mother was the true cause of it all, but you seem weak to them, to play into her hands so easily. But you are not a pawn. You are to be king, rightful heir of Clan Felidae, House Morvoto, and Kingdom of Clarus, the prime leader. Do you understand me yet? Where I'm coming from? So, you better be a good little kitten and listen to me, because I am the only one you have now. I am your only ally, and you're probably sick of hearing that after being tricked, but it's true. But you will gain allies apart from me, only if you listen and act rightfully. You cannot be foolish and let them take your crown away from you. You will show them how good you can be as king once more. Oh, look at you. You seem so confused. It's rather endearing to see you looking so lost. How unlike you. But remember your options, my fiancé. You can either take my hand and learn from your mistakes, or you can stay rooted in your frivolous and foolish ways like before. It is all up to you. There you go again, acting all haughty, puffing up your chest like you're big and scary. Good thing I like big and scary then, isn't it? There you go, being silly again. Yes, you are a prince, and in the hierarchy, I suppose I would be below you. But like I said, it is your choice to listen to me. I'm giving you another chance, and you want to reject it? Because I'm slightly lower on the ladder. My pet, you must understand that you were born into that position, and as was I. You are a prince, the crown prince. You are more privileged than you know or understand. These powers, this title, and your wealth, it was passed down, not earned. Generation to generation. We are all merely creatures of Morena, with a responsibility that was bestowed upon us by the gods to take care of our people. If your arrogance and your inability to understand what I'm trying to do prevent you from taking my hand, so be it. I'm really trying, to make this all better and to fix this. I know you're still trying to run away from it, to elude yourself into thinking that I'm simply some villainess, out for revenge, for trying to kill Leo, or for whatever silly reasons you may be thinking of right now, like jealousy, perhaps. I want us to be at peace, for the people of Clarus and Penkos to thrive once more. Look, what I said before this afternoon, I truly did admire you way back when. I knew you grew up in a difficult household, and yet you shined so brightly. You were so confident and full of life. This isn't love, and this isn't jealousy speaking. It's none of that. After witnessing everything that has happened these past few years, I can no longer bear to see you drag yourself deeper and deeper. You can do better, and you will do better, so long as you can truly listen to what the voices around you are saying. Strengthening Clarus is what I need. It's what you need, and most of all, it's what your people need. Clarus is in my hands now. It is under my control. But I am without the deep knowledge of your culture, habits, politics, or anything else. I need you as much as you need me. You will not have any hands in the politics of Clarus until you prove, rightfully so, that you can. Come closer to me. Yes. Now. Closer. Good. I'm cold, and you are so warm. We can enrich each other's lives, very much so, my pet. But only if you choose the right choices. I don't wish for you to be useless and to cower in the corner of your room. But understand that I'm not trying to fix you or change you. I just want to see your true potential come to fruition. Unbridled by people who care nothing for you. And well, I do care for you. You belong to me now, my pet. You are one of my people. All you have to do is heed my words and stop doing the foolish things like you used to. Now, here comes your first set of choices, my fiancé. You can stay here with me if you wish it. You can leave and go back to your chambers. Or you can try and leave the palace and kill me in the process. It would be a shame, after all we've spoken about tonight. But I suppose that means I didn't quite tame you yet, did I? But I suppose it would be your choice to take another life. So I'll take in your warmth for a little longer, till you make up your mind, my crown prince. The choice is all yours. Good boy.
Ah, so you finally arrive. Good. Oh? What's with that look on your face? Are you surprised to see me? It has been a little while, hasn't it, my prince? Well, that is true. I apologize for not alerting you sooner about my absence. It was a rather urgent matter. I hope you didn't miss me too much. I'm sure dinners were quite lonely. There you go again. Well, I suppose you needed a bit of a break from me then, didn't you? No, it's only been a week or so. Ah. I had some business to attend to in Clarus. Are you interested in what's been happening in that kingdom of yours? Well, I would say it wasn't anything serious to ease you, but I'm not here to sugarcoat things. Nor am I here to hide things from you in regards to your country. I would have told you what was happening, but I had no time and I had to leave. So, tell me, what do you think was so urgent? As you suspect, it was about the Elder Council of Clarus. As you clearly know, they are the head leaders of your clans. And I don't think you would find it surprising that they are vying for power in your family's absence. With Miro's betrayal of the country, they finally stomped down on that branch of the Felidae clan. Indeed, since they have fallen in the ranks, it has made your reinstatement a little more difficult. I knew they wouldn't sit still, but they did start moving quicker than I thought. It is the Aves clan. Indeed, Lord Falco, yes. He is somewhat of a distant uncle of yours by marriage. The old geezer is very adamant about taking you down. I've looked through a number of records, and it seems that he's upset that his own daughter, Aera Radamnos, was passed up by your father. His claim to leadership in the council was practically ruined. And it only got worse when your mother, a random commoner from the Saravide clan, had the crown prince, of all people. He's been quite the thorn in my side. Alright. Well, I left because we found out, due to certain trade restrictions from clans, areas of Clarus are starving. They are lacking basic medical supplies and food. Suspiciously, rations that have been sent out have gone missing. I'm not sure. While I was on my tour there, I picked up on some rumors. Apparently, many of the people are blaming Penkos. Lord Valco must have spread some ridiculous rumor. Perhaps his plans are to make the people angry again, to support their proposed oligarchy, or false ruler that they wish to install. I spent the week directly supervising deliveries until I could see that it was stable again. I've increased the amount of troops to prevent any rogue clans from continuing their plans. I didn't think they would sit still, no. But to think they'd really kill their own people again just to rule. However, it will be difficult to do any of that, as long as you are under our custody. And although I know you hate it, do be grateful. You would have been long dead if you were not here. My dear prince, I know you look at me with much scorn. But I did what I had to do. The Outer Council, they sold you out completely. They wanted to have you killed, hung from the gates. And I'm not exactly sure what it was. But I could not let you die. I held out hope, I suppose. A bit silly of me, really. But you are the true descendant of the god Atlas. That little golden gem of yours is proof. Along with those beautiful violet eyes, you are the image of Clarus royalty. Any attempts to thrust a random person into power without proof of any divinity will be difficult. The people of Clarus hold faith close to their hearts. Trust me. Soon enough, though, I will put a stop to their schemes, once and for all. But be wary of your surroundings. If you're out of the picture, it will be much easier to take power. Yes. You are the only one alive as far as we know. Well, actually, that is another bit of news. During my time there, I received... well, we found Prince Theron. He was in a hidden hallway. He perished by his own hand. He was found on the ground with who we believe is Lady Brina of House Ladle. She also disappeared during the war, and, well, I know you did not have a good relationship with him, but I do apologize. I see. No. It has nearly been a year, and we still cannot find your stepmother and sister. No, we have not called off the search quite yet, so I do pray that your sister is alive, and I hope we will find them by year's end. I know that this is a lot to take in, and I am
sorry. I really am. Nevertheless, I came here not to only tell you that, but to also tutor you today. No, Prince Ides will not be here. He was whisked away by Vesper for some business. I would have hired a substitute for you, but I decided, since we are a mere month away from the ball, it would be better for me to do it. Oh, are you disappointed? Well, I'm sure it is a well-deserved break for my uncle. Well, perhaps not. Vesper does not make it easy for him. But let's see. In the notes he passed on to me, it says you're a bit hesitant to cooperate, and that you are tardy every single day. No. I never expected you to be a star student or anything like that. To me, the fact that you're even trying is good enough. I'm quite pleased with you, honestly. You are quite far into your history lessons now. Good. It's a favorite subject of mine. There are many things to be learned from past actions, although sometimes it seems we repeat them, regardless because of our own carelessness. We cannot help it when we are used to such things for so long. I do hope that you find it interesting, though. Today, however, I will be going over key information you will need for the ball. Oh, not that face again. I'm sure you detest the idea of going, but you will go. There is about a month left, and it is about time that you make a real public appearance. You must try and make amends with the nobles and with my family. You have been recuperating for many months now. I believe that you can manage to do a little bit of work. No. You can't be bothered to. You are so turbulent. One minute, I feel like I'm finally getting somewhere, and the next, nothing. Let's say I allow you to do absolutely everything you want. I won't look after you. What will you do? Attempt to raise another revolution in which no one in their right mind would support? Perhaps you'd truly be happy to forfeit your kingdom to me entirely. Or, worse, the damned Elder Council that wanted you flayed in the first place. Settle down for once. I have given you many freedoms that you would not have been afforded had I not placed my life down for yours. I did not want you to die. How many times must I say that? You boast that you would rather rot down in the cells, wasting away your life like a good-for-nothing, when you have the power and the bloodline for change. I know you are no buffoon. You did not accept your stepmother's claim to war for nothing. Perhaps Sienna was part of it, yes. But it was just the final straw, was it not? But more so, you wish to protect your kingdom and the people from the perceived threat of us humans. If one of your armies had led an attack on a village in Pencos, no doubt I could simply stand still and watch idly. So what good would you be down in the cells? You say that because you are too cowardly to face the truth and accept what has happened. To accept where you are now. Besides, I know you're still fighting. Your violet eyes have yet to dull at all. You eavesdrop. You even steal my documents from time to time. Like during that first night. You've never been good at placing them back correctly. I know you wish to know more. That you thirst for knowledge and truth as well. Oh, I knew, my prince, I knew all along. But I am not angry that you did. Instead, I am rather glad I'd rather have someone who still has a fighting spirit, rather than someone who's completely given up on themselves. But even so, I need you to listen to me from time to time. I know it is unpleasant to be with me, but bear with it. If you behave well during this lesson, from now on I will allow you to review the documents regarding your country and mine together. You'll need to understand its current state, after all, if you are to rebuild and strengthen it. Hence, why you're also taking many history lessons. Every small moving part has contributed to the state of Morena today. Although, you must have noticed from the previous documents you have stolen from me that there are parts yet to be completely understood, and how they play a role in the current status of the living lands. This lesson today, especially, will prove useful to you when you meet nobles and other important figures at Princess Aera's engagement celebration. It will be key to gaining trust within Pencos. I will do all I can to support you, but I do not control your mind nor your actions. But I hope that you will heed my words and use my lessons to your benefit. But if you choose to act foolishly and ruin everyone's day, I will take the brunt of it. Clearly, I did not do enough, and they will see through that. You are silly. You would not be punished. No, nothing of the sort. You've yet to, anyhow, other than being confined to the palace grounds. I would just be disappointed, is all. But it is not like it would matter to you, right? I didn't expect we'd even get so far as to have pleasant conversations every now and then. You've done well. Regardless, you know. I'm happy that we managed to get here. You know, I hate that our first real conversation was so awful. I didn't know how to go about it any other way. Had things been different, in another world maybe, it would have been nice. But that isn't the world we live in now, is it? No. It is nothing, my prince. So, will you cooperate with me and continue this lesson? Please. Good. I'm glad. Let us move on then. Now, this is a crucial event to attend. All of the Imperial family members will likely be there, as well as family members from each of the houses. The ball begins at 9 p.m., and can last until the morning hours at times. It is really an exhausting activity, isn't it? Thank goodness I am not the hostess. I could not stand there at the door greeting people for hours. There will be 12 dances in total. However, you will only be obligated to dance to one with me. If you intend on dancing with other ladies, you require an introduction from another acquaintance. But do not dance more than once with others. It would be a slight to me if so. Yes, in Pencos, if you dance twice or more even, it means that you are interested in them. Well, we are engaged. It only makes sense not to. If you do not dance with me at all, though, perhaps that would be worse. I would like it if you could also come round with me and greet a few guests. It will be a good way to be introduced. Otherwise, I'm sure you would be sulking in a corner or making a ruckus somewhere else. Likely, my brothers and sisters will be walking around the ballrooms, and eventually you must speak to them as well. I've spoken to Livius and Theana beforehand, and, well, they are willing to speak with you briefly. So,
use this chance wisely. Now, on to the houses. As you've learned in your history lessons, there are 6 major houses within Penkos. And those are? Correct. Alasia, Citus, Ladle, Targathon, Iron, and Okegan. The Imperial household's blood stems from House Alasia. Currently, we are tied to Ladle, Citus, and Targathon through marriages. The former Empress hailed from Citus, and now Crown Prince Leo has inherited that blood. My own mother was from Targathon, as you know. I would say that Ladle is our current strongest ally. Princess Aera is married to Grand Duke Anium. Indeed, the Plecteri Knight, a formidable force in the battlefield, was he not? No? Meanwhile, Princess Minea is married to Lord Rosius Aranome. He is someone who helped me in my endeavor to take down my mother. He is a renowned strategist. Ladle and Citus will be the easiest to converse with. From House Citus, if you can, you will speak to Duke Grease. He was the father of the former Empress. His position, however, will be passed on to General Dante Hull, but getting a good relationship going with Duke Grease will be beneficial. Well, you are practically already family with Anium and Rosius of House Ladle, but speaking to Lady Mara will do you good. She is a brilliant woman, and can help sort out any issues you have. Although, I would say that forming friendships with House Iron and Okegan will be even more important. Though their power has waned over the past few decades, they have been historically strong and rich houses. My grandmother, Empress Mother Regina, and Queen Mother Aisha were from those houses. I would suggest you speak to Duchess Asteria of House Iron and her son, Lord Adel. They are people of innovation and brilliance. For Okegan, Duke Jasper is someone good to talk to. He's a kind man and an idealist. Seeing a changed you will revive his spirits. He would be more than willing to lend money to rebuild for the betterment of the living. His daughter, Lady Cornelia, is married to Lord Adel. Easy connections indeed. Though, on to the topic of my own family. Our relationship is strained, to say the least. Targathon is known for being hostile. We are one of the families that supported the rule of Manium, the tyrant, in the old days. We were given mercy by Empress Aera. There seemed to be hope with the first Duchess, Carmilla Targathon. But it all fell apart centuries later. Now we are known as rather cruel people. It is not untrue. It is a vicious cycle. We were raised in unthinkable ways. Luckily, my brother escaped from that, and so I would say that Targathon will be the most difficult to form a relationship with. I am at odds with the next Duke, Lord Adder. He is impulsive, and at times rather unsightly. Perhaps you could get along with him, but I'd rather you not be influenced again by bad people. His sister, Countess Sophia, will also be in attendance. I would like you to talk to her, if you can. She does not have much sway within the household, but the connection is there, and she is a good friend. Are you even writing this down? Whatever. It is fine. You will be with me anyway, for the most part, so I doubt you would need to remember. But just in case, if I am away greeting someone else or attending to some business,
make sure to make your way around and speak to people. Not everyone is so hostile, and some more than others. Many months have passed, and people are healing, more forgiving. That does remind me, another group you might want to think about is the Church of Morena. If you see Saint Seia there, you might want to thank her. She has been a great help to your wounded as well as ours. Are you tired yet? Well, there's only a little more, and then we can break until your next lesson. You will be required to learn a few dances in preparation for the ball itself. The waltz, quadrille, or polka. There are a good number of variations for each, and it would be good to know the basics of each one. I know your dance culture is much different to our own. Indeed, I have observed it before. Although many of your festivals have been cancelled, a few towns continue to hold them. It is a morale boost, and a way to get the community together, is it not? As I toured through your kingdom, I became rather enamored with it. Oh. Well, of course you will see them someday. You will return home to experience it, for sure. Soon. I know that promises might seem like nothing to you, especially when they're coming from your captor of all things. But I do promise that after all of this, when things are finally set in place, you will come home again. It just isn't quite that time yet. I'm trying my best. I hope you understand that. Even if it makes you frustrated and upset. I see that your heart is still filled with animosity for me, and I could not blame you. It is not easy. I could never expect it to be. I do not think that we could ever be friends either. You can only see me as horrid after all, since that is all you know. It makes sense. I still have lingering sentiments that you are good deep down, and that you can be better, that your actions do not completely define you. I know my words mean nothing to you. But for Princess Aera's engagement celebration, please try. For yourself. Show them that you are a sociable person, that you are more than your mistakes if you wish to accept them. I think that this lesson is over now, though. You did a very good job. Huh? No, I'll give you another day of break from me at dinner. I'll have my meal in my study. I still have quite a bit of work to do. Rest and recuperate. Remember those names and which houses will be key to your political revival. And your dance lessons will begin shortly. I think you will be needing them, my pet. You seem quite clumsy, don't you know? Well, I suppose we'll see then. You'll have to impress me. I do hope your hatred of me does not interfere with your ability to dance. Well then, I'll see you sometime later. Yes, Erica? Right. He's ready then. Good. Lemon. There you are, my pet. You look just splendid. Very cute indeed.
I could just eat you up. Come in and sit for a while. Erica, you may leave. I have a few things to discuss with you before we head to the ballroom. You seem to be anxious by the look of things. I wouldn't have thought you'd even care. Well, you needn't be there for too long. A few hours will do. Just enough to dance and converse with others. The ball might last till the morning hours, but many people tend to rest around 2 or 3 a.m. after supper is served. So, less people will be around, and you are welcome to sleep. Now, on to what I wanted to speak about. May you come closer? I would like to take a better look at you. Your clothes match mine very well. You are the image of royalty. Good. Very good. But there is something ill-fitting, it seems. Hold still, and close your eyes for a moment. I hope it doesn't tickle you too much. It will only be a few moments. There. And now, you look perfect. Oh? Well, I removed that collar of yours. There is no longer a need to have it. Why do you look at me like that? I suppose you would be surprised. Did you think I would never take it off? It wouldn't have been forever, my prince. It was simply a precaution. I needed to make sure that you couldn't hurt anyone. You know it well, how deep your anger ran. I likely made it worse in some ways, especially within those first few weeks. But as I have spent more time with you, I feel as if we've come to at least tolerate one another. We bicker and quarrel still, yes. Perhaps it is silly to put even an ounce of trust in this relationship, but I am. Because I feel we will get nowhere if not. Indeed, you could harm me now, or run away and never come back. But I have a sliver of hope you would not. You know what I can offer you, what I can do to help. You are the crown prince of Clarus, once a powerful man who held a kingdom in the palm of his hand. I know I said that once, perhaps twice even, but there is more to you than a simple, idiotic, entitled brat. You are cunning in some ways I did not expect. I too was blinded by anger, but your future was ruined by your mother and my own. Both of us were manipulated, seeking some way to satisfy what we were lacking. Our countries were hurt by them, and we were too. I just wish to fix this mess. Perhaps we can never be friends or lovers, but I will support you if nothing else. I am your ally, and I hope that you could be mine. More than anything, I want to stabilize our countries and to bring peace back again. Tonight, you can start real progress, getting your foot in the door,
gaining support from our nobles, creating long and trusting relationships for the betterment of your kingdom. But that is up to you. Whether you trust me and the people of my empire to help yours. You still hold much pain, anger, and resentment. But if you want to perhaps share my vision for a better future, then take my hand. I have done all I can to try and persuade you. I understand. It is fine. You may leave if you truly wish it. Are you truly willing to try? I am glad. Good. It is a bit of relief. A little bit more progress between you and me. You are clearly still hesitant. I know. In fact, I'm sure you will still fight with me, and I won't hesitate to fight back. I won't hold back. But there must be a mutual trust between the two of us. Perhaps more time will help to mend this. But we'll talk more on it later. If you still wish to remain here, that is. However, we must hurry to the celebration. I do not like to be late. Thankfully, the ballroom was not too far away. I am well aware that it would not matter what time I arrive, but it makes me rather nervous. Well, I've never enjoyed being late, and if I show up halfway through and have my name announced, all eyes would be drawn toward me, and I'd really rather not. So, what do you think of the arrangements? You haven't been to many of our balls, have you? Indeed. There are many roses about. It is my sister's signature flower. It is well picked for her engagement celebration. Well, according to rumors, while the Plecteri Knight guarded Princess Aera, he would bring her a bouquet of fresh roses every day to give her some comfort while she was hidden away in her room from ailments. It is sweet, is it not? It is also true. I've asked her about it once. But I've never been to a Clarn ball. How does it differ? Oh, interesting. I suppose you must have more entertainment about them. We tend to have a few musicians, perhaps a singer, but that all depends on the host. Do your balls tend to last for ungodly hours? Well, I suppose there's that in common. Huh? Oh, my brothers and sisters are likely still getting ready. Lord knows when Aera will arrive. She's always late. She likes to make a statement. Leo's wife is always in the tower, and is busy with work. But I do hope to see her tonight. She's always a good chat. A bit particular, but fun. Minea might come with Visayas and their 2 children, but likely she'll turn in for the night very quickly. Livius and Vienna, they should be here, but I'm not sure. If she is well enough, she will be. If not, Livius will quickly make an appearance and then leave to care for her. But we shall see, my prince. Till then, you need not worry. Simply stick by my side, and we will survive tonight's festivities. Well, if you'd like to try, anyhow. And If you're ever in need of any food, there is a room to the other side filled with treats. If you remember from your lessons, what should you not do? Good. No food in the ballroom. And later in the night, if you do wish to dance with others, remember, not more than once. Got it? Good. Well, I suppose that's settled then. We'll make the rounds and see who we can talk to. But first, my favorite activity. Let us be wallflowers and observe. Let's see. Over there. Do you see that gentleman with the red hair? That is Duke Parias of Targathon. My uncle. We will avoid him if we can, but likely he will want to speak with me on matters of my mother. Next to him is Lord Ader, my foolish cousin, and unfortunately the next leader of House Targathon. It brings me no joy to see a netwit rule over such an important position. If anything, it should have been Ophia. No, I suppose he has mellowed out some since he got married last year. No, truthfully, his wife is rather atrocious as well. Thankfully, she's not here, as to avoid Minea. But that is a lengthy story. Perhaps another time. Now, let's see. Who else? That woman over there? That is Lady Taylor Idia of Okeegan. She is a talented mage under Headmistress Cinna. She is quite well versed in the history of Clarus, actually. Archmage Vesper and Headmistress Cinna won't be here, but they have sent their regards. It seems they have a prior engagement that takes precedent. Oh, someone of note we must speak to. Come along. Good evening, Duke Reese. May the mountains hold strong and the people stay cunning. I do hope you are well, grandfather. Yes, that is good to hear. We are well as well, and are most happy with the engagement of Princess Aera. Thank you for your support of their marriage in the absence of our father. Let me introduce you. This is my fiancé, Crown Prince Adept Morvoto of Clarus. No doubt you've heard of our engagement. Indeed, he is much more refined than those rumors make him out to be. I found it surprising myself. But how is Citus faring? Your water facilities are due for renovation, I think. I'll contact Etchi and see what we can do. Yes. If you would allow it, I would love to come and discuss a few things with you and my fiancé. Clarus is in dire need of pure water, and as you know, sickness and death will only persist if it cannot be cleaned properly. No, it has not been enough, and so I hope with the kindness in your heart, will you assist, Adept? I see then. We shall discuss it more. I will send you a letter. I do hope you enjoy the rest of the ball. I'll write to you again, grandfather. So, how was that? Not too bad, right? Thankfully, he's a kind old man who loves us all. I have quite a bit of sway with him. You are correct, my prince. He is not my grandfather by blood, but when we were little, he loved us all regardless. Although our relations changed when my mother turned into the evil being she was, he still held hope. And when I discovered my mother's hidden ledgers and was able to uncover the truth of Minea's birth, Duke Reese was eternally grateful. He is a good old man. He's quite lonely.
His wife died soon after his daughter did. Then Empress Aera died, and he only had his 2 grandchildren. But I hope that wasn't too exhausting. Do you want to run away yet? So there's a chance then. Well, I do hope we can greet a few more people before you start causing a mess. You're saying you won't? Well, I will perhaps have some confidence in you then. You've done well tonight so far. Although I must say you are still a bit awkward. Well, I suppose it is difficult to speak in a refined manner when all we do is spout insults at one another, isn't it? Which, I should remind you, please do be kind to Prince Ides. He often complains about your behavior, you know? The stars of the evening are here. They are a beautiful couple, are they not? I'm happy for her. You should have seen her during the war. He was called in to take care of her during the first year of war, when negotiations were still happening. No doubt you remember. Before the battle started. And when he left her, she was in a state. We were yet to be on good terms, but I observed her from time to time. She prayed every day for his return, and she could barely eat for a month, till she realized she was with his child. Yes. Actually, come along. We shall greet them. Do not be too nervous. They are intimidating for sure. But you will be able to navigate it. Sister, brother. Aera, my dear, you look beautiful this evening. I thought you were never going to show up, but I suppose the time you took to get ready proved well. Brother, how do you fare? Good, good. Let me introduce you formally. I suppose you have met before, haven't you? Although perhaps now under much better circumstances. This is my fiancé, Crown Prince Adept Morvoto. Perhaps in a better, more private environment we could have dinner together. It has been too long. Ah, that reminds me. Ophia wished to speak to you about bringing in a few more troops. I am not fully informed on what she wants to speak about, but she will send a letter soon. Oh, but wait. Where's little Arlan? There you are. Come here. Oh, you're getting bigger by the day, aren't you? No, sweetie. It's fine. I have gloves on tonight. It won't hurt. Let me give you a nice big hug. And heavier, it seems. Say hello, Arlan. This is Adept. You might be seeing him around a little more often. You're right. Indeed, he is from Clarus. Oh, Aera, have you seen Livius and Theana around? I was hoping to speak to my brother. Oh, I see. Well, I shall visit you another time. All right, Arlan? Take care of your mother and father. Good. Well then, if you would excuse us, we will go greet them. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Come along then. Oh, are you okay? I know this will be difficult, but it will be a short greeting. And you need to. You know you do. I'm right here. It will be over in no time. Livius, Theana, how are you faring? Good. I am glad it has subsided. Yes, this is, as you both know, indeed, Adept. We both simply wish you a good evening. Deanna and you were both friends once, were you not? You are quite kind, Princess. My prince? Go ahead. I know it is not much, but I hope that you feel the sincerity of his apology, and I too apologize on his behalf. Livius. Stand down. We are in public. Do not ruin this. If Princess Deanna is willing to forgive him, then let it be so. I know what he has done. It is clear as day. But it is rather apparent that he stands here not in an attempt to mock or insult you. He is trying. As silly as it might seem. Do not make a ruckus, Livius. Do you hear me? Adept? My prince, come back. Look at what you've done. He's worked so hard to try and assimilate himself here, and to find forgiveness for his wrongdoings. I must go find him. I trust that you will enjoy the rest of your evening. Where could he have gone? Perhaps it was too soon. I've made a mistake again. I was careless. I knew not everyone would be inviting him into society with open arms. I am a fool. Where could he be? Adept? Perhaps he has really run away now. I could not blame him. Running into someone who might just be his mortal enemy in such a position. Adept? Adept? My prince? That sound. Is that coming from the garden? Oh, oh dear. Are you all right? What is the matter? I did not imagine you would run all the way here of all places. May I sit beside you? I am sorry. That was far too much for you, was it not? I apologize on behalf of my brother as well. Life here in another country after such a war was never going to be easy. I see. So that is why you ran away. Indeed. She was happy. She is. Deanna always has been living here. Facing the reality of it all, it must have shocked you even further. I suppose somewhere in your heart you still doubt her happiness here. But now you see that it's true. And I had told you that from the beginning. It is difficult to swallow the truth, and I know that very well. May I tell you about my mother? Perhaps you can relate in some ways. Mother had always been a kind woman, and soft-spoken. She chose to raise us in a way that was gentle. But when Empress Aera had died, it was like she snapped. She was a completely different person, like a parasite had taken over her body. I loved her with all my heart, even when she beat me. I thought it was her way of showing me her love. Even after I'd been scarred, I was happy. It was like a mark of her motherly love for me, eternal on my body. I latched onto her because I had nothing else. I was isolated from my siblings, and my father slowly deteriorated in mind and body, and so I held on to her. Until I couldn't take it anymore. But it wasn't even the blood that she caused me to bleed that made me realize it. It was when she tried to harm my maids again, in front of my eyes. I had lost one once, and I could not let it happen again. I didn't want to lose Annalise or Erica. Slowly, everything she did, all her actions became disgusting to me. Perhaps I should have realized it sooner, but it was far too late. But I tried. I tried my best to be better. But even so, her lessons are still ingrained in me, no matter how much I try to get rid of them. Perhaps for you, Vienna was a saving grace, a light in the dark. So I understand why you turned out this way. I feel that many of our actions cannot be forgiven, but we can try our best to atone for what we have done, and to work towards something better. I feel an incomprehensible amount of guilt for all that my mother has done, for what I've done. But for you, I only know a little of what your life was like growing up. If you'd like to, would you like to share? You don't need to, of course. Oh. All right, then. I see. Yes. I remember that. She was alive back then, wasn't she? So, then after that is when it all changed for you. What did Queen Miro do to you? Oh. I suppose evil women employed the same sort of tricks. What our mothers did was diabolical. Murdering all those people simply to point the fingers at Pencos to trick you. Over and over and over again. Until you believed it was the truth. Again, I am sorry. I did not expect it to affect you so strongly. I'll make sure to properly reprimand my brother. He has always been rather troublesome. Perhaps a bit like yourself. I have no doubt his animosity will remain for the rest of time. He is a stressed and rude fellow. No doubt he chose to take advantage of his powers again. You've been anxious the entire night, and he clearly saw that as an opportunity to hurt you. Little siblings are so annoying. Well, that's true, but I'm the older twin. Do you? That is true. You do love Princess Anissa, don't you? As little children, they are sweet, a little troublesome, but lovely. You're quite friendly with Arlan back there. I did not take you as a family man. Oh. I want a few children of my own, too. A big, happy family. No, I don't seem like that type of woman either, do I? I suppose that you are rather different to how I thought you were. Your actions as a young man have clouded my judgment, obviously. But when I met you as a child, I just thought you were brilliant. Well, shall I tell you about when I first saw you? You were maybe 9 or so. I stood behind my mother, nervous, awaiting your arrival to the palace. It was said that the delegation would be of great importance, so I was rather interested. But at the same time, a prince from another kingdom? I had never met any foreigners before, so I was a bit shy. Your carriage arrived, and you jumped out the door in a flash, beaming smile and messy hair. You're practically bouncing around. Your mother, I assume, was there as well, attempting to restrain you. It is a silly little memory. But I remember over the course of the visit, although not being able to have a conversation, you were always so outspoken. You absolutely embodied confidence, something I was not. When you tried to speak to me, I could barely open my mouth to say a word. I do remember you being very friendly with Livius, though, back then. And Leo, too. But I wanted to be like you. To be as confident and bright. It's silly, I know. It has been a very, very long time since then, but the memory of you bursting out that carriage has always stuck with me. Are you feeling any better, by the way? I see. That is good. If I can, and I know it's not as if we are at that level yet, but may I embrace you? It is perhaps too much, but I feel like you need it. All right, then. I am sorry again, but I am here for you. Even if I am a rude and villainous woman. It is rather late, isn't it? I suppose we should just turn in for the night. Oh. Yes, you can hear the music even from here. Indeed, that'll probably go on for a few more hours. Huh? Oh, right. I suppose you are correct. I nearly forgot. We didn't even get to dance. You did owe me one, but it is not important. Well, we could dance here. I suppose we need not be in the view of people. Come here, then. I hope you can remember your dance lessons. And here, and there. And mine here and here. I hope you're not too nervous. Now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There, you got it. You're not too awful. I suppose those lessons paid off somewhat. It's not too bad dancing like this. It does go a little fast, does it not?
His type of waltz goes a bit quick. I think you could easily show up my brother at the very least. He has 2 left feet. Did you know that during dances, it is one of the best times to have a conversation? Well, for those who are courting, anyhow. I do not think I'd personally want to discuss business while twirling about. Oh. I suppose the song was already half done then. Well, despite not being a full dance, I enjoyed that, my prince. Well, there are many songs to go, but I'm sure you're exhausted, aren't you? You want to dance again? I would love to, if you'd gladly take my hand.
He wandered around the palace grounds, on his usual route, and he felt at ease on his stroll. It was now familiar, yet not at all. The brick was gray beneath his feet, the sky blue above his head. His eyes shifted to the trees that lined the walkways and the buzz of the insect in those very trees. It was now summer. Many months had already passed by him. He wondered, for a moment, if he should climb the trees once more for a nap. But likely, he would end up scaring the servants again. The breeze blew past him, cooling his sun-kissed skin that burned like fire. He wondered what would be for lunch. It was a simple thought, a rather regular one, but it also rippled through him. Perhaps he had become too complacent, but at the same time, this sense of routine allowed him to feel all right. His home life had never been so simple. It was turbulent, to say the least. Everything that had happened was too much. It was still too much to fully take in, to accept. He still needed more time to sort out his thoughts. The walks helped him. Perhaps complacency was the problem, but it wasn't the familiarity of his new living space or the wanting of lunch. It was more the lack of change in himself. Stuck in the same cycle of self-hatred, blame, and acceptance of such behavior. Believing that things would never change. That is what led him to this place. He tried not to be bothered by things, to be upset, to yearn for love. But it was difficult not to be. It was nature to want those things. Yet, he wondered what drove him to hate so desperately. Perhaps pure blindness to the complexity of people. Quick to judge and to anger, short-sighted. Hating and self-wallowing felt good. But why? What was the point of it all, he thought? Why did he think any of that would help him? It hadn't done him any good over the course of his life. He was complacent, accepting things as they were. It wasn't too late to change for him. Perhaps questioning himself wasn't so bad. This was but a whisper in the timeline of his life. Too short-sighted. It was not wrong to feel upset or to hate one situation, but rather the lack of change was what was wrong. Not in his routines, but the way he thought, and the way he acted and reacted to others. to himself. Not accepting help was part of the problem. What was free will but a collection of responses to complex situations and circumstances? He may have been in a mess, but it did not have to be that way. There was so much grief. But it was not a sign of strength to continue on with harsh judgments and anger. At least, pointed in the wrong direction. People were weak sometimes, without the help of others. He knew he didn't need to be a puppet. He didn't want to be one. But the thought of taking the hand of someone else, it frightened him. Perhaps it wasn't a sign of weakness, though, as he thought. To forge a path of success, it would require others' helps in times of darkness. It was smart to take advantage of what he had. There was no kingdom without the people or supporters. Just a man on a silly little chair. So he continued on his walk, his belly rumbling once more, wondering what would be for lunch. He strolled near the garden, examining the blooming flowers. And there he saw her, sitting on the ground amongst the leaves.
I never figured that Aera would rat out her own uncle like that. Honestly, what absurd story she had to tell about the Avis clan. It'll surely come in handy for later, but it was entertaining. I'll have to sit you two down eventually, so that you may hear the corruption that is afoot. Adept? Are you listening? Adept. Are you okay? You haven't eaten anything off of your plate. Hey, Adept. Look at me. What's wrong? You don't have to say anything if you don't want to, but I am worried. You know, I've noticed that ever since the ball you've been a bit out of it. Look, Adept, I know you probably don't want to be at dinner with me, but don't you dare raise your voice at me. Sorry, I don't appreciate it when you do that. I know you're angry. You're frustrated, aren't you? I understand it's been very hard to accept it all, hasn't it? These past few months have been turbulent for you, and reflecting upon difficult subjects is never easy. It's uncomfortable. It's heartbreaking. I understand. I do. I really, really do. So, Adept, do you want to talk about it? I think it'll help you and me if we do talk. Okay. Well, what did you want to talk about? What's on your mind? Ah, I see. Right. after Theana forgave you. That must have been hard to swallow, right? You probably hate Livius for taking away what could have been yours, but Adept, I think you need to start thinking about who Theana really was to you. Was she really something to be taken? Is she a prize to be won? Does that sound right? No, it doesn't. I know that, regardless, your mind was in a different place back then. You were desperate. It doesn't justify how you acted, but it does help me. It helps other people, including me, to understand. Theana was her own person with her own feelings. It was her choice to choose someone else. He didn't take her away from you. She belonged to no one in the first place. Unrequited love is difficult. It is painful, and it feels like you've lost something. It's a burning, searing pain, isn't it? But trust that it is something that will pass. It will. It will be a temporary pain. She was not the end-all be-all, even if it felt like that at the time. Even if it feels like that now. Theana simply wasn't the right person, and it was at the wrong time. The right person for you may be out there. A person who also chooses you. Someone who loves you as wholeheartedly as you love them. Someone who picks you every time. I know. I know it sounds silly to say as your fiancé. But I will not prevent you from seeking a love of your own if you wish it. Your heart is your own. I cannot force it to bend to mine. This is a name, after all. And, well, we're not married yet. I will simply support you as an ally from Pencos, as I promised. Nothing more if you wish it. It is no matter to me, Adept. I must sound rather dishonest to you, don't I? Understandably so, but you... well... despite our positions, our current label, the relationship we have, it is just a name. You do not love me. Well, you cannot force someone to love you, no matter how hard you try. And well, there's no use in forcing a relationship, is there? A real one, anyway. Especially if you hate me, right? And, well, it'll make you less miserable finding someone who you love and someone who loves you. Won't it? Me? Well, I'll be okay alone. I have no need for
anyone else in my heart at the moment. Now, do you feel a little bit better after saying what you needed to say? I know my advice and words may be useless to you, but I'll listen. At the very least, if that is enough. Well then, shall we continue our dinner? You need to eat after all. I'll tell you about my
Adept? Is that you? Yes, I just got back this morning. Wait, you don't need to leave. I do want you here, though. I didn't exactly chase you away, did I? You need not be so afraid. It's okay. Just talk to me if you wish. I know it's been a long while since our last conversation, but I've never turned down speaking to you before. Have I? I didn't expect to see you either. I thought you were normally in the library during this hour. Ah, I see. I must have gotten the times mixed up then. Are you on your daily walks around the ground? Oh. Well, I'm glad to see you continue this little habit of yours. Walks always help to clear my mind too. And the breeze is quite pleasing today, is it not? Indeed. It is good to counter the heavy summer air. Well, you are right. My clothes can be rather impractical at times. Your clothes are much more suited to this weather than my own, normally. Seia gets quite the curious weather patterns, but Clarus as a whole seems to be, well, constantly warm all year round, as I've learned. I practically melt through all the layers of my clothes for each of my visits. But I finally decide to do something smart and wear thinner clothes for once. Well, I'm not exactly suited to such heat, unlike you. Though, I suppose you'll be needing to get used to the cold in a few months. They're rather bitterly cold. But the first snow is always quite pretty. Have you ever experienced the winter months here? I see. Well, I'll definitely have to get you fitted for some new winter clothing. Yes, you may keep your own clothes. Like I've always said, wear whatever you want. But I do predict they'll be quite useless for the cold weather. Well, you'll always have new and fresh clothes from Clarus imported in. But do not come running to me if you're absolutely freezing and you've gone and done something silly again with your clothes. Oh, you remember, Adept. Don't go burning them again. If you don't want them, just give them to someone who needs them. But trust me, you'll want to keep the winter clothing. Oh, I know you won't. I'm sure you were reprimanded enough for that. I'm simply reminding you. I'm sure you won't do anything silly like that again. Now, I do enjoy having you block the sun from my face and being my personal shade. But you can sit, you know. You really don't need to keep standing there awkwardly. There's a nice and open spot right next to me. Well, only if you don't mind getting a bit of dirt on your bottom, that is. Well? You seem less tired now. Those awful dark circles aren't as prominent anymore. Well, it was certainly worrying, You seem sick. Well, perhaps not from an illness, but your emotions do tend to influence how you are physically. Well, you weren't very motivated to do anything for a while. Remember? After the ball? You barely slept or ate. And you had rather poor health. I'm happy, though. After our conversation at dinner, you've slowly been draining again and, well, adjusting back into normal life again. Like these walks of yours. I'm glad that you've managed to make it a part of your day. It helps to channel out all that anger and frustration you have. Have you managed to get a little more sleep, though? Well, with time, I suppose you'll be getting more, hopefully. But that's good for now. It's important to try and get a little sleep, at least. It is simpler to say than to do. I know it all too well. Oh, yes, it has been a little while since we were last out here in the gardens, hasn't it? It was raining rather badly that night. A terrible idea to have danced out there, really. But I'm glad that we did. At least you weren't the one that caught the cold. Yes. Your body must be rather strong if you never catch any illnesses then. Well, good for you. Unfortunately, my poor human body isn't as strong as yours. Well, I wasn't down for too badly those weeks. Rather annoying still. Well, I had to get right back into work again. Morena doesn't suddenly shut down because I'm sickly. Although it would be nice if that happened, if everyone could take a little break. Yes. It's not bad at all to talk again after so long. We haven't talked much at all. Not since our dinner. And after that, well, I've been away, and I felt like you needed some time for yourself as well. But I was gone for business as usual, and it's been extremely hectic, to be honest. There is much to do in every single region. We are in the midst of summer harvest, after all. And, well, yield is at a record low in Clarus, but that is to be expected, and we are making do and supplementing from other regions. And the academies have been of great help. Plenty of graduates have been sent out to provide relief to most of the country. Well, I've been plenty busy allocating and preparing the appropriate resources to distribute grain and other food, as well as getting ready for the second harvest coming in a few months. I was also in Morai for a little while, meeting with the Big Five. Oh, well, they're quite the interesting folk. A bit chaotic to work with, since they have such big and different personalities. But without their help, all of this would be impossible to do. We all rely very heavily upon the church. They have given me quite a lot of insight as well. But I was mainly there to discuss the Blight's damage with St. Seia. I had been round personally surveying the various villages in Clarus to see the progress with the damage. I took note of disease, the food shortage, crop damage, displaced villagers, blighted folk as well. All things you can read in the reports. Have you read the latest one? Well, Lathertis Swamp is still quite damaged by the recent blights. And they are having a difficult time recovering, since it was a major battlefront. Atticus has allocated more money toward the restoration of the area, and more mages have been sent by the academies to deal with the damage and to help with the cultivation of farmland. The saint will also be making her rounds to heal those afflicted and to purge the land, though I expect the Plecteri Knight to also join her. It is a bit more than regular students can handle, so the church will come in to take the bulk of work from there. Thankfully, it isn't as active anymore. Yes, Lange has sent a small number of troops to protect the villagers, till St. Seia can make her way there. It has been rather difficult, as you're fully aware now. I hope the various documents have been helpful to you. Indeed. 200 pages worth is a bit to sift through every few days, but there is quite a bit to know. Take your time with them, and don't rush through the details. I've got to look through those very reports every single night, over and over again, just so Vittoria, Lange, and I can properly do our jobs and attend to matters effectively. Delegation is strangely a little harder than you'd expect it to be. Although, that's really only a simple explanation of what I've got to do. You'll see what I mean soon enough when you begin to work on tasks. It is a bit much, but that is why I'm starting you off slow, with smaller tasks. You need to build a foundation of experience first. But you're not alone in this, and there are people to guide you along the way if you need help. You can take your time. There is plenty. Though, you will definitely be begging for a break. It is horribly tiring, but worth it. Well, I am on my break. Hence why I am here. Sitting in the dirt and leaves is my oh so coveted break. It's a special one. I don't often come out here to the gardens anymore. No, it's not a place I frequent, honestly. It's been perhaps half a year or so since my last visit alone. I love the flowers. These. Well, it's a special variety. Only grown in a few places in Morena. It has a certain special meaning. Well, perhaps that can be a lesson for next time. I can teach you the meanings of all the flowers in the gardens. Not to add on to your workload, but it might be a fun little lesson for you to partake in. But, I haven't had much time to simply just sit and be as I am. It is good to do sometimes. The gardens help to calm me when I am troubled. I quite needed the break to just sit out here. It might sound silly, but I come out here just to breathe. It helps to keep the buzzing away. Well, I don't really know how to describe it. It is just a frenzy of thoughts. When it gets too heavy, when it gets too busy and dark, that is when the buzzing happens. I can't concentrate or do anything at all. I just freeze up and shut down, and so I breathe. In addition to little walks. I know, it seems ridiculous, and it is quite silly, but it's a certain type of breathing. And it comes in handy, honestly. When you need to bark out orders or use an uncanny amount of magic. Well, since you don't use our magic, you wouldn't know. But there are quite severe drawbacks to using too much at once. For example, when you use dark magic, just a bit, your brain tends to buzz a little. And when you use an extreme amount, well, the drawback is losing your mind. Going insane. Essentially trapping yourself in your own magic. Well, I've never needed to go to an extreme like that. It's just a function of balance from the god's gifts. So, breathing helps. Do you want to try it? Well, I know you don't have magic. I mean, breathing to help you in general. to calm your emotions when you're nervous or frustrated, you know? It could be very beneficial. Before you kick off, just try it. Whether it works or not, well, you'll just have to see. Just try it. Now, I'm sure you don't often think about it, since our bodies tend to do it for us, but just try and take a deep breath, whatever you think that means. But consciously, think about it. Through your nose, nice and deep. Inhale for 3 seconds, and then exhale through your nose as well. Ready? 1, 2, 3. All right. Now, put a hand on your chest. Trust me, I'm not making you do anything strange. Okay. Again. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. There is a point to all this. You might have noticed that your chest rises and that your shoulders move up. Well, really try and notice it. Okay? Again. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. There. See? You're breathing from your chest. It's a bit shallow and not deep or from your core. Now, what I want you to do instead is breathe from your stomach. I know it might not make any sense, but trust me. Okay, so put a hand on your stomach and the other on your chest. Okay, let me explain. Okay, imagine while you inhale that you're expanding a balloon inside of your stomach. You're filling it up with air that you're breathing in. Inhale through your nose for 3 seconds, and then you're going to deflate the balloon. Push the air out with your muscles gently, and you'll blow the air out your mouth for 3 seconds instead of your nose. And try not to move your shoulders or chest. And, well, you could do this either sitting or lying on the ground, but since you're upright already, let's try it. Through the nose, out the mouth. You're filling a balloon and pushing out a nice and deep breath. Ready? All right then. Inhale. 1, 2, 3. Exhale. 1, 2, 3. See? If you did it right, your chest won't move too much. It might feel a little funny at first, but that's how to take a real deep breath from your core. If you ever feel like things are too busy or too hectic or too stressful, just take a moment to breathe in and out for a minute or two. No, it doesn't need to be long at all. Just 5 minutes is good. Even 1 minute of deep breathing will be beneficial. Just deep from your core. Center yourself and allow yourself to just be. It might not work for you, but sometimes it really does help. Dismiss it if you wish to, but your heart tends to calm itself when you take a quick moment or two. Just for yourself. Where did I learn this from? Well, my mother. She taught me how to breathe. She was always stressed out and anxious about every little thing. And to get herself ready for whatever task was at hand, she'd take a few deep breaths before completing what was before her. So I do it now too. But, there are other techniques if you'd like to try them. I'll write them down for you later. I could leave it by your room. It's no trouble. Yes, though I am rather busy. I don't mind doing this for you. I don't. I promise. If this helps you, I have no problem doing anything at all. Well, I am tired. This new job of mine runs me ragged. Indeed. I am always across the border, dealing with so many ridiculous things that do my head in. But some things are worth it, you know? It has been 2 weeks now, hasn't it? See, I meant to find you in the morning, but I was called away to a meeting with Leo. I figured I could just meet you in the evening or the next day, whenever was possible, really, before I left again. And, well, if you had even wanted to see me. Of course you didn't. Surely. But I'm glad that you caught me here. I haven't been checking in as much as I should have, and I wanted to ask how the past 2 weeks have been. Oh, is that right? Still enjoying your lessons then? I wasn't sure if you'd like it. But I'm glad that you do. Did you study much back then in Reizoa? Ah, is that so? Some of this must be new information then. Well, there is much knowledge to be learned, and hopefully you won't get too bored. You know, Uncle often writes me detailed reports on your results. And he's noticed you're quite the curious student. He does wish you'd spoke more during normal conversations with him, but at least you're trying to be sociable, I think. I'd understand why you wouldn't be, but it's not like that's too much of a problem, especially with him. He isn't the best with his words either, but he tends to over-explain when he's especially interested. I do think having him enter the academy so young did a number on him. Well, he must quite like you then. He enjoys complaining about the silliest things, but he's quite the soft man. Even toward an unruly brat like you. He loves to dote on people with snacks. He acts like a grandfather, but he's only 5 or so years older than I am. I think he must have a whole separate house for various snacks and food, considering how much Lord Vesper cherishes him. Well then, what snacks did he reward you with? Ah, I see. That isn't my favorite, but I hope you enjoyed the treat nonetheless. I don't really like milk sweets anymore, but I enjoyed dark chocolate quite a bit. It's a bit bitter, but better than overly sugary snacks. They give me a headache sometimes. Though I think in part it's because I'm getting older, and my body finds too much sugar disagreeable. Hey, I'm only a year or 2 older than you are, right? Fine. Insult me if you like, but I am not an old hag. I mean, I don't have any wrinkles. Do I?
Oh, stop messing around with me.
Anyway, have you been talking to more people? Apart from me and my uncle? Is that right? How are Erica and Annalise treating you? Good. Good. I was hopeful that they'd managed to warm up to you a little. Not that I had much doubt. They're quite the friendly girls. Oh? I'm glad you've been trying to be more kind to them as of late. I didn't appreciate the attitude you had toward them originally, but I'm sure they were very standoffish as well. Still, though, those girls deserve all the kindness in the world, and I do hold them very highly. Is it odd? It's not as if they were beneath me, and those two never mistreated me either, unlike some other staff. Mother's handmaidens were ruthless. But with those two, we have a mutual respect for one another. More akin to friends than anything else. But, without a doubt, they are precious to me. And, well, conversing with them is quite the bit of fun. All the palace servants are quite a wild bunch from what I hear. I'm sure you must have heard plenty of rumors yourself. It's very entertaining, at least. But rumors are also quite useful at times. It spreads like a wildfire. Really? Well, then, seems like I have missed quite a bit since I've been gone. Very juicy tidbit. No need to catch up. But Taros, Dai, and Cyril, huh? So, that boy has finally returned. Ah? Oh, he is the son of one of the prominent houses in Citus, and little Lady Dia is his betrothed. She is from House Iron. You might have seen Taurus around. He's part of Aera's guard, though I'd say he's more of a babysitter. But he is also Vittoria's little brother. Speaking of, have you talked to her much? Well, before she left for Clarus, I suppose. Ah, well, do not be too bothered by it. I'm sure she is not ignoring you out of spite or anything like that. She's an extremely busy woman, and she tends to be rather, well, short and tunnel-visioned when it comes to anything other than her work and brother and Leo. I think I should actually probably arrange some time for all of us to meet, actually. That does remind me. I heard from Leo this morning that you've been having a few conversations here and there. Oh? Well, I'm not really surprised that he'd come up to you like that. He likes to be involved in everyone's business. Well, he is without a doubt the most mischievous brother that I have. Oh, certainly, Livius is a pain. He is a brat, but Leo, he's cunning, calculative. Livius doesn't care very much about much. He's carefree. Leo is far from it, despite his demeanor. He's rather positive, isn't he? It's like staring into the sun every time you speak to him. Overwhelming, to be sure. And
Well, he's honestly a little stressed ball of a person. But he's good to have in your corner. He listens. He offers practical advice and is well equipped to help you when you're in need. He's an interesting fellow. I think you'll get to know him better as time goes on. I also heard from him, though, that you and Anium speak. From time to time, anyway. Oh, yes. He's certainly a man of little words, even less than you, but he's quite surprisingly silly and fun sometimes, if you've noticed. It makes sense that Aera fell for the earnest goofball. Well, he's not the brightest of lights, but he is good at judging others. Perhaps he was also blessed by the gods, and was given a keen sense of nature. But I think he could just tell alone that you weren't malicious, really. Not anymore. Despite your outbursts and whining, like me, he mustn't think you're absolutely terrible. I'm glad, though. Very glad. Well, you're finally speaking to others. It's important to do so. Being all alone can be tiresome. Oh, by the way, has Livius... Yes. Well, I hope you do understand why that might be so. Why he hasn't spoken to you. I think he has a right to be angry with you. He's fiercely protective over Thienna, and will always feel angry over your treatment of her. I know it was not your intention, but even the truest and well-meaning of intentions do not always come across that way to everyone else. Not everyone can be so forgiving of the actions you took. He's well aware that you were forgiven by Thienna. And I think he knows that she forgave you long ago. But that does not mean he will. I talked to him afterward and gave him a big scolding. But even I have to understand him somewhat. If your lover was being threatened by someone else, nearly kidnapped, well, I suppose you do know what that feels like. Somewhat. My words were of little use, though. I know. But my brother's opinion is not a matter to worry about. When, or rather, if he forgives you, will simply be up to your own actions from here on out. And, well, however his heart feels, you cannot force forgiveness out of him. You cannot please everyone, after all. Still, though, you were very brave for apologizing. Not everyone can own up to what they have done, that they've hurt others out of their own selfishness. I'm sure Livia saw it as well. The sincerity and pain, your true colors, that is what truly matters. I hope it was a little relieving for you, too. I know in some ways it
must have been troublesome for your heart. And I know it is a difficult subject, but I think we should probably talk about it a little more. Explore more of those feelings. It helped the last conversation, did it not? And, well, I've been wondering about a few things regarding your thoughts about the whole ordeal. And I also wanted to speak my mind on how I felt. If that's okay to explore with you, that is. May I, then? Well, it brought me a lot of anger to see and learn of how you treated her. And if Vienna ever decides to speak to you about it, I'm sure she would say the same thing. You claimed her as if she was your own. She felt like an escape for you rather than a friend. Your obsessive letters and your outbursts often gave her troubles as well. It was a difficult relationship to maintain. It was like she was an object. A desire made simply out of desperation and not love. Not the way it should be. It is understandable. Anyone in a dark place who's been outcast and ostracized, they do things they wouldn't otherwise. But it doesn't justify your actions. Because of this, I thought you were like your brother. I made my judgment too quickly, I admit. And I apologize for succumbing to my anger. I should have maintained my composure those first few weeks. I hurt you when I should have been helping. I was awful. Truly. I regret it. I could have made this process so much easier, but I didn't. I was immature. I was demeaning, degrading, and I was just... I don't know who I was back there. I was just angry. I was just so angry. We were both rather, well, hurtful, weren't we? So, do you think of her as yours still? That is true. She's in a relationship with Livius now. But remember that she belongs to no one, not even Livius. She is her own person, with her own desires. You did have quite the obsession with her, though. It took over your life, didn't it? I saw the letters you sent to her. It seemed like you could think of nothing except for her. You're filled with so much longing and hope. But what did you actually want with her? Was it a pure and loving relationship with Diana? Or was it just someone to be there in your time of need? I see. Love, affection, and companionship are all wonderful things, but if you simply pursued Diana just for the sake of obtaining affection, any affection, well, it isn't fair for her, is it? It just seems like to me she would have been used by you as a coping strategy. The thought of being with Diana wasn't fueled by the friendship you both held, but by your malnourishment of a true and real connection. I just think that you took the friendship she gave you for granted. I'm not trying to lecture you. Well, I don't know. The want for a relationship isn't wrong. But when you choose to pursue a person simply for affection alone, well, I just don't think it's fair. Adept, I know this is uncomfortable, but you need to take this conversation seriously. If you don't understand why you're doing something, you won't be able to break through the cycle. I understand if you want to end the conversation here, but I do think it's important. We can continue another time. Are you sure? Okay. Well, did you ever think about how the relationship would be for Diana if you two had gotten together? How you would be able to treat her and provide for her? But a relationship doesn't fix everything, does it? Why did you think that? That simply having a lover would make everything okay? Oh, Adept. Another person can't complete you. They can't fix you. You're already whole. You are perfectly whole. Someone else's affections won't fix your heart forever. Vienna was never the solution to all your problems. I think you simply needed people around you to push yourself, to help yourself. She wasn't perfect, Adept. I just don't think you truly knew her. I really don't. You put her on a pedestal, and she has flaws, you know? Everyone has them. If she had disappointed you, then what? If she wasn't enough, if she didn't say everything you wanted to hear, what then? If she wasn't everything you thought she would be. Would you start all over? Seek out another person? Try to fix her to your liking? No. It would be the same thing all over again. And putting so much pressure onto someone else to fix your problems, that isn't good for anyone. I mean, look at what happened to you. You tortured yourself. You treated yourself horribly, as if you fell deeper and deeper into your fantasy. Then, when you realized that she didn't return your affections, you snapped. You acted out on your fantasy and crossed a boundary. Your love for someone shouldn't take over your life, Adept. And when you do find someone else to love, they shouldn't make up for everything you didn't have. Having another person by your side helps to advance your life, but it isn't everything. Perhaps this need was born out of the lack of what you had as a child. I'm sure Queen Miro did nothing to help you after your mother had passed. I didn't know that she... I'm sorry. No child should ever hear those words. You are not guilty for her death. You are not. Look at me. You deserve a space here on Morena. Miro lied to you for years on end. She neglected you and hurt your feelings over and over again. She took advantage of the grief you had. She'd give you love and then take it away and outcast you and ostracize you. Especially after your father died. It was all taken away from you. With your mother's death and your father's absence, you sought what you could get. What you were missing. That love, that feeling of belonging and comfort. What you were missing. You sought desperately from her and Vienna. I think I understand. You didn't want to be wrong. You wanted to blindside yourself, to stay in your fantasies, but you can't find peace in them. You can't, Adept. They're not real after all. And when you return to your reality, all you'll be left with is the ache of loneliness that you don't want to fix or work on because you can escape back to your daydreams of false hope. But you can never form a real connection with anyone if you continue down this path. And I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that you've had to cope through your hurt like this. It's unhealthy for you and everyone else. I'm sorry that you've been deprived of love and real care. That it's made you act out and do horrible things. I'm sorry that you don't believe you can be truly loved anymore. But you know, feeling embarrassed, ashamed by it, regretting what you did is growth. You were courageous apologizing to her. You were facing the reality
at least acknowledging that you did hurt Theana. It's a start. To understand why you did what you did. To understand what effect you had on others because of it. No, we can't fix things in a single conversation. But it's important that we did talk about it. And even if it wasn't good, I'm glad to have learned a little more about you. And perhaps when you're comfortable, we can talk more about your life in Reizoa. You know, you've become so much brighter in recent days. But sometimes I get worried. Because I can still see that you are pulling away from me. When I speak to you, sometimes it just feels like you're really far away. I know that look. I've made it plenty of times myself. It hasn't been that long, after all. Since the war. Since you've learned to live here. I'm sure it's a lot to process. And it will take a while to come to terms with all of it. And even after having, well, your life, albeit unhappy, ripped away from you, it's a big change. I understand. It's hard to deal with all the guilt. Acknowledging everything that you've lost. All the wrongs you may have done. I know it isn't easy. This entire situation hasn't been the best for anyone. You still don't trust me, right? I can see it in your body language. Sometimes you tense up before you say certain things. You look away. You have a few other cues. Though, I suppose that you trust me a little more now. I don't find anything wrong about it. I can't expect you to trust me or like me immediately or ever. You might hate me, and I'm okay with that. As long as you get better. I'm sorry. Again. I know I was entirely too harsh on you for the first weeks of your stay here, and I've hurt you, and I can't make up for that. But I can be better, and I've tried to be. And I hope that with time and enough open and free conversations, we'll be able to come to a better understanding. At least, I'm willing to try and get there with you. I hope you'll try and get there with me too. But, most of all, I just want you to try. I don't want you to feel hopeless. I know that life has handed you a terrible card, but that doesn't mean you can't change your future from here on out. I can see that there is a darkness that still plagues you. I might not truly understand the circumstances from which your pain come from. I can never know what it truly felt like. But I certainly know what it feels like when you think there's nothing left for you. When your perception of reality has shattered. When life torments you and you feel absolutely defeated. I know. I know all too well. Even if it's not the same sort of situation. I don't know if you've gone through the same sort of feelings as I have. But there were days where I truly wish that I could be gone from Arena. I wish that I didn't exist. That I could have never existed. I felt like I was a mistake. That everything I did amounted to nothing. And that everything I did was wrong. I wondered what purpose I even truly held. Everything I had worked for was nothing more than a hopeful lie. I thought perhaps if I was gone it would solve everything. That everything I did would be undone. No more pain. No more anguish. No more disappointing other people. No more disappointing myself. There were days where I wish the pain and the hollow parts of my heart could just disappear. That I could just disappear. I'm okay. It's still a bit of a fragile subject. I try to be so strong sometimes, but even this sort of thing, remembering the things that hurt me still make me shed a tear or two. I was busy. Even busier than this. Emotionally, I was grieving heavily. I was confused and anxious and guilty and conflicted. When I had finally become determined to get rid of my mother, I felt guilty beyond reason. I knew it was the right thing to do. And I still felt horrible. Part of it was my love for her. I loved my mother. I was so hopeful that she'd go back to the way she was. Both me and Livius were hopeful. But Livius was never as optimistic as I was, despite everything. Everything she did to me. I just wanted our families to be happy again.
But I had a duty to Pencos, and I couldn't wait any longer. Not after this. If it had only affected me, maybe I would have let it continue. Maybe I wouldn't have turned her in, but I had to protect our empire, to protect the people in it. She had gone too far. And after the deed was finally done, I felt so... I felt so angry at myself. Maybe I could have stopped her earlier. It took me so long to give up. And I had to take on all of her duties and share the work with Leo. I was glad he was there, but I felt like it was so much for both of us. I felt so tired staring at the piles of documents on my desk. I had to fix all her messes. But even then, it was far too late. Her schemes had helped drag us into a useless war, and I was far too young. Livius was too young. Leo was too young. You were far too young. Of course, I was used to doing a bit of work here and there, but nothing like this. I had essentially become regent while Leo was off on the battlefield. We hadn't had any conflict like this within the living lands in over 500 years. There was simply so much, all at once. I felt horrible, seeing the victims of the war fleeing across the border, seeing the fatigued faces of the army, hearing testimonies from everyone involved, seeing them myself. Warming cold bodies and trying to do anything I could. It truly felt like the world was crashing down before my feet, and I felt absolutely useless. All I wanted to do most nights was curl up on my bed and rot there till I was nothing more than bone. And while I made my mistakes, many of them, I felt like nothing I'd ever do was right. I felt like I'd always be alone. Like I should and deserve to be, atoning for everything I had done. Well, it wasn't really the right way to go about it. And I still make mistakes, even now, but they don't bother me as much. I don't put as much weight behind it anymore. Not to say that I'm negligent or anything like that, of course. I own up to it, even if it takes a little time to. But during the course of the war, I struggled very, very much. It sounds silly, but I was just so young. And you were just a boy. Not even old enough to inherit the crown. We were both forced to grow up a little too quickly, I think. I felt
like a hollow, empty husk most days. It started off slow and dragged me down till I was drowning. It certainly felt suffocating. I didn't have many choices. You know, I had always been fond of music and dancing, and I had a small music box in my room, and I would listen to it before bed most nights. It was the same tune my mother used to sing to me when I was little. Something like... something like that. Anyway, I slowly lost all feeling. I could no longer feel joy listening to my favorite tunes. I didn't like music anymore, and I hated dancing. I felt so tired. The gentle and serene feeling it used to fill my heart with was gone. I would sob my eyes out because I had become so numb, so unfeeling. They were my greatest joys, the things that kept me sane. They were gone. Despite how desperate I became for the call to eternal sleep, I couldn't do it. I was broken, but not quite. I still got up, though it was difficult. I ate food to keep my stomach content, and I read and signed every paper required of me. I kept going. I realized that in part it was I who kept myself there, in that dark, numb mindset. It wasn't my fault, of course. It's just the way I thought. It was the way I felt. The sadness felt comfortable. It felt good. And even without my mother there, unkind words were still thrown at me. But it was myself. I was the one insulting myself and tearing myself down. I needed to forgive myself. I needed to stop guilting myself over what I had done, how I had been complicit. I was always going to be ashamed, of course. But it gave me motivation to be better. To try and be better. Even if it was only one step at a time. After wallowing in my despair for so long, I didn't want to keep crying or being angry at myself or the world. It had tried to drag me down, but I wouldn't let it. I had already fought against that darkness for years on end. And I would keep fighting. But now, for good moments and good days, even if there weren't many. And, in part, I was trying to be strong for my family and for myself. I know that I was still their sister, and despite everything, they still loved me. For a while, I had thought that Livius had abandoned me, leaving myself to be cornered. But in truth, he loved me. He would visit me in the middle of the night, bring me gifts, and beg to take me away. And for some reason, I refused him. So, he loved me. He really did. And I feel as if I truly left, I don't know how he would feel. I can't imagine life without him. Even if we bicker, even if he's an annoying little brat. My heart hurts to even think of it. And, well, I did not fear the pain so much as I feared the regret I might feel when I was to take my final breaths. That I could do nothing to reverse my decision. That once I took that final step, I could not turn around. It is the final clarity that scares me to my bones. Knowing that I could do a little more, that it was not unfixable, that I was not unfixable. I was not a lost cause. Perhaps I would feel relief, perhaps I wouldn't. But I wanted to keep my head above water a little longer. To see what else I could do, to try again. And while I think for certain things, even if I made mistakes, it was better to try than to never do anything at all. Even if I had setbacks, I could keep trying again. You can always do something new and alter course. And perhaps it is that optimistic side of me that kept on going, that didn't let myself give up. There are infinite possibilities after all. And a single action could change the entire future. It's funny, really. When my friends and family spoke to me of how it wouldn't always be this way, I didn't believe them. I pushed them away. I couldn't imagine life without the constant fear and sadness. All my optimism had died out. But now I understand. And I'm not perfect, of course. There are still days when I am haunted by my past. It taunts me in the dark corners of my room and my mind. Or I cry my eyes out and I claw at my chest because I cannot breathe. But still, it just comes and goes now, instead of being a constant. I know now that there are still beautiful days and little things that bring me joy, and it's not all terrible. I just have to look for the good things, instead of wallowing in the bad. Like these flowers. These are little things that bring me joy. The sunset makes me happy. I've spent enough time healing myself that I can hear music again. It finally brings me joy. And I love to dance. It's only been a year or so, though, since the last call for eternal sleep. And I hope to increase that time. And, well, I also hope that you will heal. You might heal much differently from me, but still, I have so much hope. And that is why I reached my hand to you. I see infinite possibilities in you. I can see through your colors that you are still conflicted. And it will take time to gain your trust, to find your bearings. But I am willing and happy to talk and listen to you and your woes. I believe in you, even if you don't believe in yourself. You must understand that at the heart of it all, you are good inside, deep down. Through all the reds and blues, I believed you were worth saving. Not only me, but Leo, the church, the Iena. It is true. That is why you are here now. You might hate me for it, hate us for it, but you deserved another chance. Even if others don't believe so, even if you don't believe it yourself, but I didn't think you deserved to die. You were but a boy when the world came crashing down on you. You weren't even of age to take the crown for yourself yet. So your stepmother used you to take power for herself and her own child of blood. You were misguided, and so was I. You were a victim in this false war. Toxic and heinous things were whispered in your ear. And of course you needed to take accountability, but not so harsh as death. You may have been afraid, scared to act, but at the same time, when the walls were collapsing around you, while the gates were forced open, you stood your ground and stayed. While your brother and mother ran and hid, a part of that good I saw in you remained. So that is why I couldn't allow you to die for your stepmother's crimes. I know you didn't want to be here. I know you didn't want to be engaged to me. But none of us could allow it. So I'm sorry. I think you are truly a man with a good heart and passion. You are just misguided. That is why I believe that with more time, you will make a good king. You are someone who feels deeply connected to your people. When they suffer, you do too. I know you are still processing it all, accepting what has happened to you, to all of us. Take that time and understand it. I will be here, as will others who wish to help you in your kingdom. There were people around me, thankfully, who truly wished to help me, to allow me to bloom into who I am today. Despite the fears and what my mother had hammered into me, I reached out. And they did too. I took their hands, after years and years of refusing. I'm still broken, but I am healing, stronger than ever before, happier. By no means am I perfect, but I work every day to do at least one good thing. One good thing for others and for myself. It takes a lot of time and effort, but day by day it gets a little bit easier, and trust me, it really does. I truly just want to help you, not to debilitate you. You really mean a lot to me. You really do. I know our only bond is this engagement, but apart from that, as a person, separate from all our roles and titles and political bonds, I care for you as a person. As another living creature of Morena's blood. I know I hurt you. I know. I hurt you. I yelled at you and I belittled you and I made you angry and frustrated But it doesn't mean it isn't wrong and that I don't regret it. You know, if I truly wished to take power from you, I would have already. Why play the long and slow game if it's all in my hands? If I didn't wish the best for you and your kingdom, I would have joined hands with the Elder Council long ago. I could have not spoken a word to you and let you rot in that cell, but I did not wish that upon you. I too know what it feels like to be trapped in a dingy and damp cell just like you. I was there for far too long. But being in a cage was not meant for me. And it is not where you belong either. Hostility between our regions, between us, that is not what I aim for. And I'm sure it is not what you want either. I want peace between our lands, to focus on the real threat of this world. We have no more time to bicker between our countries. We must join hands and stop the undead from treading upon our lands and stopping whatever is happening in the Shroud. I truly just want to help you. Your kingdom, the innocent, many of us too. You know that we all have good and bad thoughts, and it is simply what we decide to take hold and drive us. You are trying to do the right thing in your twisted mind. You can acknowledge that now, so do the right thing and help rebuild your kingdom. Forgive yourself most of all. You can change. I know you can. If you just try, Adept, reach out and try. Please, don't push us away completely. Look forward instead of back. You are no longer living in your past. War is over and done, and we rebuild, as all the living do. It will never be pleasant. It is not easy. But don't give up. Do not be afraid. You can't quit just because you might fail. It might take months, years, but with the right people and help, the drive to be better, you'll become the king you want to be to your people. A king who fights among his people, who has courage to stand in the flooded fields alongside them. Don't turn your back anymore. Pride and ego does not give way to results. It is not action or true strength. Please, have a little hope in your heart. I will still reach out my hand to you. I will try for you. I know you might still have a deep rage in your heart,
But even so, if you wish to burn me, do it. I'll still be there, time and time again. If you want to break my heart, if you want to burn me, give me more scars, then do it. I will not give up on you. Even when I am charred by you, my hand will still be outstretched for you to try again. I will burn for you. I will. I promise. Take time to heal, to breathe, and I will be there as your ally. I care for you, even when I know it sounds crazy and stupid, but I do. I understand you might also have those fears and doubts. You might not be quite ready yet, but like I said, you have the potential to be a wonderful leader. And it will take time, as well as experience actually leading. You've been taking lessons to understand the history behind our regions, to understand the culture and economy and environment on a broader level. In addition, you've been making good connections with several people who will give you support and resources. Reading reports and summations also give you in-depth detail for what's happening, who's moving where and what's moving when, where the money is going and how it is being used. It is basic but necessary to make decisions. You need context, and slowly you've been building up this knowledge. And that, without a doubt, will help you to be a good king. Of course, being a morally righteous leader does not always make a good kingdom. You are part of a puzzle. An unstable country with a good person at the top will still fail. Those in the Elder Council want wealth and power for themselves while stepping on the backs of their suffering clans. But soon enough, perhaps they will realize it will only backfire. People are the backbone of all your power, and you must support them. Rebuild their villages, provide them food, ease of buying land, and much, much more. The people have faith in your connection to the gods, but that is not all it will take to gain the support of them. I believe that you will need more experience on the ground, to actually be amongst the people, to understand what they have suffered from after the war, to help relieve some of that suffering. That way, you are not just some faceless heir, or a useless one. So they know that you truly have remorse and wish to bring back normality to their lives. After all, they haven't known much else. All in all, this will help you to make decisions for future policies and laws. And, well, I will be heading to Clarus soon again. I will be there for a few months. Touring the kingdom. Attending to various issues as well, but I believe it would be a good time to invite you there. To come with me, of course. I hope that this trip will help you to see your country with full clarity, with your own eyes. And well, you need not make your decision now. I'll be leaving in 2 or 3 weeks' time. And well, I can tell you more about the trip if you'd like. But how about we talk about it over some lunch? My belly has started to groan and rumble, so I'd rather not have you be distracted by it. I'm sure you must be hungry as well, too. Well, you'd like to join me, of course. Right then. Let us go. So, what brings you here? Well, I thought you'd be off with your dearest Princess Pie. Did you really think it was a secret? I think everyone across the entirety of the kingdom knows by how loud you shout it every time she comes home from the tower. Ah, Raincheck again. Well, it has been a busy time for the tower ever since they discovered that artifact. What was it again? Right, that crystalline tear. Perhaps tomorrow, then? Send her my regards. We haven't had tea together for a long while. Perhaps I shall send her an invitation. No, I don't expect her to reply for another 3 weeks. Well, I can be patient. Me? Well, you know I can hardly sleep. Especially on nights like these. Travel brings me quite the unease. But right now I'm preparing packets of old documents. Just things to review, here and there. And since we'll be in the capital for a while, I thought I'd best prepare myself. Well, I need to know everything that is necessary. I cannot slack, and therefore I cannot sleep either. Why waste the precious time, I suppose? There are too many plans and too many procedures. Too much paperwork to file. Perhaps I shall sleep tomorrow on the way. I have made it a condition that we stay in the same carriage. Well, maybe if I do fall asleep, perhaps it will help if I am willing to put myself in such a vulnerable state in front of him. At least he'll know that I'm putting down my guard for him. Oh, he won't be tired. Most certainly he'll have a number of thoughts swirling around until we cross the border. Well, he should be fast asleep by now, but perhaps all the excitement is keeping him up. He did have quite the busy day, though. Well, he spent quite a bit of time meandering around the courtyards and in the training grounds. Well, according to the guards, he spent perhaps 3 or 4 hours just training his body, sword fighting techniques, even in his beast form. Oh, yes, he'll be certainly sore tomorrow. He's all ready for the trip, packed, prepared, and briefed on the happenings. Vaguely, anyhow. Though I'm not sure if he's quite ready for all that will happen. It will be his first time in over a year, finally stepping onto his home soil. The last time he was in Clarus was, well, when he was captured in the final battle. I do wonder how it felt for him. Of course, you've told me how it felt for you, but I don't think I can ever truly understand unless I was actually there. Oh, I know. He didn't go willingly at all, did he? Final stand. I can only imagine all the rage, all that fear. It must have fueled him while he was in his beast form. I cannot. Just watching your home be invaded. You kept up so much hope, despite all the lies. It must have been so difficult. But yes, we lost so many in that bloody throne room. Hours on end of blood spilled, wasn't it? He is strong and painfully stubborn. I think that if his mana didn't run out, he would have kept going as much as he could until he was brought down. But, well, it was terrifying hearing the reports. The way he, well, just shredded them. Maybe that is why I was so fearful and angry toward him. He was blinded, though. He was trying to protect himself. I think, well, I think back to those days, and I think about how things could have gone very differently, and how we could have lost you and Livius. And thankfully, all you two returned with was a few scars and broken bones. But what a mess it would have been if you were gone. If Livius were. I mean, Aera would be the next in line, and I doubt she'd be very willing to. I doubt that she'd be able to. Losing her brothers and potentially her husband as well. It would be an absolute nightmare. And Deanna? Livius is our lifeblood. They are bonded by an oath. The pain and how her blood would boil, I can hardly even try and speak of it. At least all is well now. He is well. He's better. Much better. Well, his face is much lovelier than when I first met him. He was all scowls. I think that perhaps, just maybe, I've gotten somewhere with him. But there's so much more to go through. He still holds his shields, even if they are lowered just a little bit. I just feel like a fool, though. You know, I am one brother. A silly fool. Well, you know your way around with charm. I know nothing of the sort. You know my mother would never stoop to your level. Smiling was not her forte, I suppose. The Targathons, I think, would hate you and your methods. Well, they do now, I'm sure. But not this one. Despite your strangeness, it is endearing. A little, anyway. Don't push it.
Well, in the past few months, I've truly tried to comfort, to understand, to see him. I don't know. Perhaps they've made a difference. He is hesitant, but willing to talk to me, to control his temper toward me, to listen, which I cannot thank him enough for. And he continues to surprise me by the day. I think him one thing and, well, he isn't. He's much more. I truly do think those walks have done wonders. They seem to calm him, allow him to reflect. I can only hope that this trip will be good for him. To gain hope and spark his interest in protecting the goodwill of his people. He's already there. Yes. I know. He feels quite strongly toward them. But the thought of it and correct action are very different. And I hope and I pray that he will find some joy there too. I am trying. I've been vulnerable with him. I've been as truthful as I can with him. And whether or not he believes me, that is up to him, but it is the best I can do. Yes, I suppose I should get a little rest at least. It is quite late now. And I can't do with much more of your yappering tonight. You should go back to your chambers as well. The sooner you sleep, the sooner you'll see your princess pie. Good night, Leo. Like I had said, we're only in our first few phases of recovery. It'll take more than a few months to completely rebuild, you know? You've got to be patient. Nothing happens instantly at the snap of my fingers, nor yours. Well, this is one of the more better off villages. The war did not take too much from it, and the blight had run through it months prior. Food is still more on the scarce side, though. Despite the extra rations provided, it has still been difficult. Some of the clans have happily distributed food to their people, but like I mentioned a while back, some were suspected of hoarding supplies. We've investigated and have taken measures now to return food to the people, but even that takes time. Of course, we've also dealt them punishment in accordance with the church's guidance. The food issues have been one of our main problems, but that is why it has been so integral to rebuild and create more educational institutions. It does seem like a separate issue, doesn't it? Well, all of the systems work with one another in some way, and by working together, it makes our food distribution issues much easier. Let me explain. Since education is compulsory across all kingdoms, it has managed to remove extra pressure from parents. During their time in school, obviously they're given education, a better grasp on knowledge and various topics, time to rest and play, to socialize. And they receive morning and afternoon meals, all in one place. Meaning, parents really only need to provide them dinner. And, well, maintaining a positive and good school environment involves multiple staff and different resources all across Marana. hence why it's been important to build even more facilities across Clarus. Better and improved establishments that allow students to be in much less overcrowded classrooms, easier access in more rural areas, which also means more places to distribute food from. A place of normality in this war-torn country. Of course, the educational systems haven't been our only focus. Victoria and Lange have been of great help as well. Health services are more widely available now. Plenty of people were injured and riddled by disease. And especially during the war and the months after, seeking out healers was difficult and expensive. There was a large lack of access, but that is no longer the case. Duke Grease as well, if you remember him. Do you remember him? Citus. It manufactures a large amount of textiles and clothing, and Citus has been working with many regions like Ladle to create care packages with lightweight clothes and socks and bandages and food and medicine. I think I'm going to have to ask Uncle to quiz you on the different exports again, though. But write that down in case you forget. Well, you'll need all this information in a year's time, when the Council of Estrella meets once more to discuss the new treaty. Well, of course you'd be there. If you're to be the new leader, we need your input as well. I will discuss with you later, though, the finer details of that meeting. Perhaps when we are in Reizoa. However, that is why you needed to see all of this. To truly understand. To be more grounded and knowledgeable of your people. And also to take notes. Well, I thought that this first stop would be rather important. I'm not sure you realize it by now, but children, they hold a dear place in my heart. They are the victims of the war, warped by violence and displaced by their families, sometimes abandoned. At the end of the war, many of the remaining orphanages were in extremely poor condition. Hence, we've been building more and renovating old ones. We want the children to be as comfortable as they can, as they grow and while they wait for their loved ones to come back. If they come back. Many families were displaced, especially when the borders to Clarus closed. Many family members were stuck outside of Clarus and inside. It was difficult. But, additionally, our team here made a important discovery. So we need to stop here for a while. Yes. Oh, and see, it has been gated and guarded to protect the children from danger. Yes, despite the lack of blight in the area, it is still needed. We never know. If it gets in, the result would be catastrophic, since they are so vulnerable. And there are other dangers that have, become more frequent as a result of the war. But, anyway, let us head in. I timed our arrival around the children's nap time, just so we could be a bit more discreet.
Well, Lady Nora, the keeper of this place, is likely busy in her office. I would have her greet us, but she enjoys being overly formal. You'll see later tonight, and it takes quite a while, and I'd rather not waste any more time. It is rather strange, though, since she is quite the rebellious spirit. Anyhow, I have notified her beforehand, so it is not a complete surprise that we are here. Also, the children at this place are a rather rowdy bunch, full of energy. There is one little girl, in particular, named Fleur. She is quite attached to me. Well, she's quite the sweet child. Her mother was lost in the war during a battle, and her father disappeared one night after a trip to the market. She was taken in by her neighbor and raised there for a while, but she couldn't afford to keep her there forever, so she was sent here. She has a few relatives Nora has managed to find, and they intend on taking her in soon. But we are making sure that they have the proper provisions. And once Fleur leaves, she'll be visited by staff once in a while, just to ensure that she is safe and happy. Well, yes, that is the normal procedure, I believe. At least one that we plan on rolling out. It is implemented very firmly here. Yes. I too hope she lives a good life. One that can be filled with joy again. But this story is quite similar to the rest. Many of their parents and guardians were killed in battle or lost. Many abandoned their own children since they could not afford to feed them. Though I'm glad many of them are able to flourish here. Some children, however, were not even lucky enough to be deferred into an orphanage. As of now, there are still many who live on the streets, and are dying on them too. We are doing our best to find them and to take them in. Though, compared to the amount of children, there are not enough buildings to house them in. Many are still in the process of construction and will take a few more months before we're able to give them a proper home. Oh, well, for the time being, at some school facilities, there is temporary housing there. It is not the best, but it is the best we can do, at least with the amount of time and budget we have. We're also having a difficult time finding caretakers, but the wage for the job has increased quite a bit, so we're hoping that will motivate some qualified individuals. Oh, Lady Nora is from the Leperide clan. Her husband had abandoned her because of her activity during the war. Well, no. She was not a traitor. She just used her home as a safe haven for families on the run away from battle. And for those who wish to escape to other parts of Morena. Clarus just simply wasn't safe anymore. It was also a home for those who were displaced. She even allowed a part of her home to become a makeshift hospital for Knights of all Kingdoms. She took on much work taking care of many abandoned children, so we felt she was rather qualified for such a large facility as this. She has practice handling finances and delegating tasks. She also has a kind and very pure heart, looking out for the living, no matter which side. You can meet the rest of the staff at a later time, learn what they witnessed, get to actually know them. It is fine. They won't hate you. They've gotten used to me, and you know how I am. They'll get used to your hopefully temporary haughty attitude as well. Ah. Right. Well, how do I... A team in Clarus had made a discovery. Now, I ask that you try and calm yourself. I think you understand what I'm talking about then. Don't make a loud commotion. Yes, she is alive. Just asleep. It is her nap time too. Anissa is well, I assure you. I know. I know. I'm sorry I withheld this information from you. I had to keep this quiet. And if you had known that she was at death's door, well, I don't think that added pressure would have been good for you. I wanted her to be in stable condition, so that at least you wouldn't need to crouch over her bed, not knowing if she would ever wake again or not. I know you must be angry with me, but she needed time to recover with no disturbances. And she has been here for nearly 2 months now. She was found wandering in the woods by an area afflicted with blight. She was practically skin and bone. She had matted hair and she was incoherent and, well, she hasn't completely recovered, but she is back on her feet. And she has been talking and, well, interacting with other children for at least the past 2 weeks. I'm not sure the exact details, but she fled through the tunnels under Rezoa. Miro had apparently sent her separately, and she had traveled on foot for months, and she got by thanks to the kindness of strangers, though she tried her best to evade people generally. We only found her because she had collapsed. It seems like she was wandering toward a town, trying to find food again. But she has gotten the appropriate care and is making friends here, as far as I understand. Many of them visited her while she was bedridden, making her cards and little flower bouquets. I know that saying sorry and telling you any of this doesn't make it better that I hid it from you. But I did what I believed was best. She will likely wake soon. I will leave you two to catch up. I apologize. Again. Huh? My prince. Adept. You sought me out? Did you have a good conversation with Anissa? I hope that it's brought you a little ease to see how she's recovered. I'm glad you two have finally reunited. I understand how you could come to that conclusion. Or rather ask why. Why I didn't use her against you, but I promise you, I would never do such a thing. I would never use Anissa against you. I may not have been the most moral of creatures all my life, but no. Of course not. I would not harm her. It might seem in my nature to. After all, if Queen Despina had taught me anything, it would be very easy to bring you to your knees, to have you beg for mercy, to have you completely under my thumb. With Anissa in the palm of my hand, I could have easily tortured you. But like I said, I am not my mother. I am not her pawn anymore. I might make mistakes here and there. They might be the wrong thing. But I know well enough not to do that, not to her. Besides, it is not how I want to attain peace. Anissa is just a child. I could not do that again. I could not harm another one. I wouldn't be able to bear it. She is so young. She has nothing to do with her mother's crimes. She was unfairly brought into this war, so no. Of course. I had no grudge toward her. It would be silly to. It would be awful of me, a waste of emotions. You can be wary of me as much as you'd like to, but trust that I would never put a child in harm's way. I mean it. I truly am not that evil. I am not that cruel. I could never shed a child's blood for my own goals, no. I want the best for you, for your sister, for everyone. I am not simply vying for power. Everyone has suffered so much. Not just Clarus, but Penkos, Atticus, the church, Morena. We've all fought for too long. The people are in need of desperate relief and hope, and I would not play with that for a mere crumb of power. They are grieving and suffering still. They are fatigued beyond understanding. I care. I care so much that I cannot stand it, nor use that grieving to my advantage. Clarus has been very damaged over the course of the war, and before this, we held such a long-standing peace, thanks to the work of people like Empress Elise and Queen Grenlay and King Sylvanus. It was not uncommon to see Vorso and Storia and Human living together in villages and cities across all our kingdoms. But then the war changed that. Families were separated and your borders closed, and, I bore witness to it quite closely. Perhaps you have not realized it yet, but the maids that attend to you, Annalise and Erica, well, they are of your kind and mine. They have lived in Penkos for many years, but still call Clarus their home. Their brother lived there. Yes. He was there with his family. His wife and children. As the war ramped up, his wife and children were able to make it across the border into O'Keegan. But he did not. He was caught in the war, stuck behind the borders of Clarus. And then he joined your army. He lived, thankfully, through all the terrible battles, although with wounds too deep to cure. Annalise's fiancé, however, was not so lucky. I had to console them for days and nights, weeks and months. There was so much grief and anger. Everyone has been affected by this war. I've seen it with my own eyes while on the ground here. I came here after the war, along with Vittoria. Disease ran rampant. There was a large lack of adequate facilities, and that led to so many civilian deaths. We tried our best with all the healers we could manage, but even then, there were so many horrors littered across the lands. War is too overglorified, oversimplified. No amount of words can truly document just how awful it is. It just simply lives in memories now. And those memories belong to you, and they belong to me, and they belong to everyone else in Morena. I wish to alleviate the pain of those memories and to give everyone a new goal, something to look forward to. Peace, safety, and joy. I, too, used to be blind to the needs of the common people, and that is why I wished for you to see it with your own eyes. You are in such a high position, you can never truly understand what they suffer. Even I cannot understand. But you can see it. You can learn of their troubles and pains and acknowledge it, understand what they go through, and do your duty to alleviate them. You know, my mother forced me into a blighted village. It was in Targathon. She had me stay there for days. I saw people die, their bodies cold and stricken with an affliction I could not fix. No matter how desperately I called their names, the light just faded from their eyes. You see, I have no affinity for the power of light. I cannot heal. I cannot do anything to get rid of it. I can warm. I can fix afflictions of too much magic. But I cannot get rid of blight. And I tried. I really tried. But it just turned cold and frozen in my arms. Women and men of all ages, the elderly, children. I was useless. Mother tried to make it into a lesson. These people were beneath me. They were useless creatures to trample beneath my feet. They were susceptible to an ounce of kindness, all in exchange for their pride. But that is not what I learned. The living are full of fears. The unknown both causes us to flee, but it also causes us to band together, to help one another. I did not want to use their grief and pain to my advantage, even if my mother made me. They were never below me. I bled just like them. I cried just like them. I felt cold and miserable. But we all tried to survive together. They gave what they could to each other, just like the way those villagers would help your sister. Of course, I know that helping your people, part of it is gaining their trust. You have an objective, an ulterior motive. But I hope that along the way, you will also help them out of the goodness of your heart. That you do it simply for the sake of your citizens. Despite how small your actions might be, how annoying and tough they might be, it helps. Little by little. They'll remember you trying to find ways to make their lives a little easier, trying to find ways to enrich it. It is not weak, and it is not shameful to help your fellow countrymen who need it the most, even if it's small little things. You need not fight and be heroic in battle. Sometimes you just need to stand with them, stand beside them. They'll see your sincerity, the kindness that laces your voice, and the fire and passion in your eyes. See, I will never turn my back on the living again. And I hope you don't either. These children's bright smiles are what I wish to protect, to keep them safe, and to allow them to live in a time of peace and prosperity again. I will tell you time and time again, show you again and again what my true intentions are. Toward your kingdom and you. I just hope you don't hate me too much. Because I don't hate you at all. I hope that one day you too reach out to me. I care, Adept. I have always cared. No matter how awful I've been. I care about you. I see good in you. And maybe that is just my silly, optimistic nature coming into play, but it's true. I care for you, Adept. I really do. Even if it seems like I shouldn't. Oh. Well. It seems like the evening bell is going off. The children will be getting ready to head to the dining hall soon, and I will be helping to serve the food, so I must leave the conversation here. There will be much more to talk about regarding your country in the weeks coming. I shall see you sometime later, then. Mm-hmm. Did you wish to come along? Well, yes. I'm sure we'd all be grateful. I will be passing out some milk and bread. Perhaps you can also serve their main meal? All you have to do is scoop some vegetable soup into their trays. I visited the kitchen earlier to see what it was. We will also sit with them and talk to them. This way you can also share a meal with your sister in her friends. I'm sure she would like that a lot. Well, let's hurry along then. The children can be rather ravenous. It is true. They won't settle down till their bellies are full and warm, and, well, during my last visit you should have seen them. Before bedtime, they also get a small treat and then more milk. Only then do they get tired. But even so, they want to stay up. Indeed, they are quite well fed here. We are trying,
Adept. Yes. Thank you for checking in on me. I was just about to come and find you. Indeed, I have finally finished up the last of the paperwork. Just making sure we have everything in order before we leave. Did you finish up talking to Kimball? Oh, he gives everyone a hard time. You know that. He doesn't care if you're an ancient godly saint or regular folk. Either way, if you're in his business, you will get an earful, or a clawful, depending. He is a rather feisty fellow. I think he likes you well enough now, though. Tough love, you know. Well, I think he must have had his own suspicions. You helped to confirm them. Despite the war, postal services had to remain in operation, so to have such sudden delays, damages, and post unaccounted for, well, it did seem rather strange, didn't it? But your promises have been made true, and the postal routes are secure now. Another ally made. No. He doesn't exactly enjoy opening up to people, but he better get used to it. He is to remain in contact, a friend to the crowns of Morena. I have worked too hard to restructure the operations of this place. It will be smoother, I hope. Besides, now that he has more allies in high places, his loyalty is now tied into the web. It's not exactly easy opening up routes with the Alanis, and contact will be more frequent from here on out, since they will handle a majority of route surveillance. But you managed to do it, and Kimball better be forever grateful for such an opportunity. To think you convinced the Caelius Alanis to listen to you. It's a good thing you know a bit about pride. You tapped right into his. It was clever. Really. You remembered Aera Redamnos. Funny how even I forgot for a moment. Lord Falco trying to push her onto Caelius after your father rejected her. It was an act of humiliation, and the Alanis are far too prideful to let the Falcos do such a thing without a grudge. Getting the upper hand on the Falcos with this deal really killed two birds with one stone. No pun intended. If the Alanis wanted to get back at Falco and spit in their faces, this would be it. No more relying on Falco for supplies and food. Kimball Malivora will take care of that for us. Once that traitorous Elder Council hears of it, well, the Ava's clan will be shaken up. I suppose their reaction could go a number of ways, but if their foundation becomes weak, they will crumble beneath the weight. It is just a matter of when. Of course, they could also attempt to strike back with even more heinous methods. But if the Avas and the Canidae falter, so do the rest. I imagine, really, though, the Avas are beyond any deals. It is the Canidae we must set our eyes upon. Well, they have their doubts about you, but they can hopefully be seen to reason. One of their own is on Pencos' side, after all, a queen-to-be. It would be useful to have such a friend, family, as an ally. They could switch sides. But even then, it is unforgivable what they have done. We could instead have them beg for mercy. They are reasonable. They understand the consequences they took on when they chose to follow along with the Avas. A deal will be struck, and I will make sure of it. They will accept their punishment. Yes, I am confident. Well, I've heard some interesting news that makes our next steps much clearer. There are rumblings of an inner discourse. Yes, it seems that Lord Rufus of the Canidae has had some major disagreements with Lord Gideon of Ava's about his methods as of recent. They are rather drastic, and they do no good to get the common folk on their side. People are starving, and Rufus seems to be on edge because of it. His son is apparently staunchly against blocking the roads and the burning of the farms. So, perhaps, the added pressure is getting to Rufus. Even if he refuses to bend, I imagine soon enough his son will. If Gideon manages to somehow steal power from you, I can only imagine it will crumble quickly, unbeloved and a tyrant. Besides, if Falco so easily swindled and betrayed your stepmother without a second thought, who's to say he won't just stomp the other clans into the ground? Will he even care for his allies once he has the royal seal in hand? So, we poison the well. Draw up paranoia. Make them stumble. Perhaps draw him out for a private hearing. Rufus is stubborn, but not as delusional as Gideon is. Better yet, Rufus's son, Rowan. He is still young and tender. His ears will be more willing to listen than his father, and he might just be able to influence Rufus to finally turn against Gideon. Yes, Rowan is Rufus's greatest weakness. We'll need to use that. Gods, no. You think that I am that diabolical? I will indeed use his son as a playing piece, but I would not hold him against his will in exchange for Rufus's loyalty. That isn't loyalty, is it? just fear. Maybe I am that diabolical. So, I shall establish contact with him. Through a trusted messenger, of course. He is... well... he goes by Penumbra when on missions. You can imagine by his name how he is. Even Leo has no understanding of how he manages it. Well, I could not tell you that, could I? Not that I don't trust you. It is just that I do not know that information. But his calling card is a raven's feather, so if you ever see it, know that he's been nearby. But we will continue this discussion later. I have a few things to take care of, and so do you. I'll tell you more on the way, and we'll have a bit more concrete work to do once we actually arrive in Reizoa. But, Adept, I must admit, you've done very well, too. Truly advanced the Elder Council's downfall. Even better than I had even imagined. I hope that you are also proud of yourself. You've done a lot of good for this place. This alliance was not only important for our own goals, but also for the people of this city. The most common routes outward are protected, and commerce will become even more fruitful than before. I look forward to what else you can do. Now then, I suppose we must say our final goodbyes and be on our way. I will have a talk with Kimball myself. Just thanks and reminders for him. Well, I am very grateful for his cooperation and loyalty. Along with that, we have gotten a few servicemen from them to join us on our journey. A gift, but also a way to promote his own family. His nephew will travel with us. Yes. He is a trusted individual. I've met with him many times, and he will be representing his family at later meetings in Reizoa too. Well, go and ready Anissa. I'll meet you two at the carriage. Yes, do take care, Kimball. And remember to... Yes, I will shut up. See you sometime soon. We will take good care of Kane. Promise. We shall be off now. Ready the barrier. Yes. I suppose I did not explain this before to you, did I, Anissa? Well, my dear, since this is quite the length to travel, we have prepared a barrier to surround the entourage, to keep everyone safe. It is a mix of both light and dark magic. Oh, yes, an illusion to keep sound from seeping out, and to prevent our presence from being known. You are quite the curious one, aren't you? Anissa, well, surely you've heard of the academies of Singuis and Vinmoke, yes? Well, Adept, perhaps it would be advisable to have her get some schooling. Not immediately, but in the near future. It is just a suggestion, but I'm sure that such a bright child will easily get in. Wouldn't that be exciting? Yeah, but as I was saying, the barrier is just a precaution. It is a long journey, and it is much safer this way. Rest assured that your brother and I would do everything in our power to keep you safe. Well, of course. You may as well be the most important person here. Wouldn't you agree, Adept? Now, Anissa, it is quite early in the morning. Why don't you catch up on some sleep? Well, I did catch that yawn earlier. Carriage rides always made me sleepy when I was young, too. I will wake you for meal times. Well, Adept, move over here so that she may lay out. Otherwise, she might smack her head against the door. There. Rest your eyes at the very least. It is a long journey.
That's great, thanks, Cheryl. Just when you go back to where you need to go back to.
And I think she's asleep. Very quick. Anissa is a lovely girl, isn't she? Apologies if I overstepped my bounds there. I know you are rather touchy when it comes to Anissa. I just think it would do her some good to allow her to study all she wants. She was very curious about Kimball's library, and often read throughout the month there. You should ask her about it. At least, after things are a little more settled. Of course, she need not live on the grounds of Inmoker Singwish. She could certainly have a governess of some sort, just like how my uncle traveled to teach you. But that is up to you and Anissa, obviously. I simply wanted to throw it out there. So as to... sorry. You go. What? I've never heard any such gratitude from you before. It is unneeded. I've done nothing to deserve such grace from you, but I am glad to know. I only want the best for both you and Anissa. It is my duty and my honor to. You are both in my care and my protection. I know you are able to take care of yourself. You are more than capable, but there are still some things I must protect the both of you from first. That has always been my goal. No matter how flawed I've been. Adept, I must talk to you about our plans for Rezoa. Yes. As you know, the southern solstice approaches within a few days. It has been years since any large celebration has been thrown. Rezoa has mostly cleaned up, and I believe your people are ready and safe to continue the tradition. We have secured the city from any undead, and there are still plenty of soldiers patrolling to ensure the safety of your citizens. We will soon remove them, but it is still necessary while the Elder Council is still at large. I assume that you are more than familiar with the customs. It will be a calming sight to see that a prince is still alive to honor them. Rise with your people as the sun ascends from the horizon, lead the second harvest, and throw a great feast. We have slowly been planning the event with the church, and Atlas will be there as a representative to lead the lighting of the 10 fires in the evening. Those are our main events. A few details need to be ironed out, but for the most part, your duty lies in properly leading the events. You are just as much a political leader as you are a spiritual one. You just need to stand strong and unify your people with the sun at your back. You too have risen from the depths of despair and will lead your people toward a world full of light. I believe in you. Actually, I have a question about Southern Solstice. Though we do celebrate it in Pencos, our traditions are obviously a little different from yours. For one thing, we do not, have the tossing of the tigers tradition. When I first heard of it as a child, I imagined full-grown tigers being thrown up in the air, not tiger lily flowers. So, how exactly did the tradition get started? Why? What does it symbolize exactly? Oh, well, of course. I've heard of the 10 Years' War. Oh, it does sound rather familiar. Moro. Ah! She freed many Vorso, didn't she, during that war? A commander, yes? I think it's coming back to me now. I remember learning about her during my studies. A blacksmith, captain of the guard, and a devout believer in the Church of Morena. A member of the Vale. So they are thrown in her honor. Is that so? Sorry. I did not wake her, did I? I didn't realize it would be from such a silly little thing. So she was known for throwing her opponents like a ball. Good gods, how strong was she? You think? Well, from what I've heard, you were pretty strong too. Oh, you need not demonstrate that strength to me. I have heard plenty of stories. But that does make more sense to me now. Do tiger lilies symbolize anything apart from Mo Tigri herself? It is a beautiful flower, and I suppose with an even more beautiful meaning to it. Passion, protection, and guidance from the spirits. That is lovely. I will have to throw some flowers myself. I've never done it. But you've done it plenty of times. It must be fun, yes? You must have missed it all. Not just the solstice, but your home. I know that growing up was difficult for you, but did you have any good memories there? Well, of course. I'm sure Anissa has always been your hope and joy. And if she was the only one to truly care for you, then... But what about your mother? I know she was a positive influence in your life too, right? I'm sorry to hear of her passing. Even so, despite all that time, the death of a loved one cuts deep. I can only imagine how much it hurt. I see. I suppose home wasn't quite home for a long while. It must have felt incredibly lonely, at least till you had Anissa. I wish someone could have been there for you. But now there's no one left who can harm you like that. Theron and Miro are gone. They no longer inhabit the palace. It is safe. You are safe from them. You can start anew and find people who will love and care for you. The way it should have always been. Have hope, Adept. Even if it feels incredibly daunting. Remember that you have yourself, and that you are more than capable of carrying yourself across harsh waters. You just have to trust yourself. Still, do not get consumed in just your own being and your thoughts. Remember that there are many people that would be willing to hold your hand, to help you wade through. I promise, I will be there for you when you need me. But at this point, I am also willing to let you go, somewhat. When the remaining Elder Council is vanquished and is reformed, well, then, my worries, Pencos's worries, will be relieved. I will do all I can till then, so please, place a little faith in me. Oh, speaking of faith, I nearly forgot. I, had this made. Rather, I made it. It is not the neatest, and I am not the best at crafts, but yes, it is for the both of you. Braided cord with a fjord lotus, one of the chosen flowers, meaning purity, commitment, optimism, resilience, and rebirth. An element for each of the gods of the new realm. I had studied some of your traditions during my travels here, and the braided cord I know is a traditional craft for the people of Clarus, and I visited a local church and had it blessed. For both your safety and happiness. It is a small and silly gift from me. A symbol of gratitude for your continued tolerance and patience. If you would have it, I would be most happy. But if not, then Oh? Yes, I would. If you would have it, your wrist, then. There. I suppose you're right. I was and had always been rather skeptical, so it sounds out of character. The church had always seemed to me as a place of foolishness. But I suppose in my recent days, I have had my faith somewhat renewed. It is a place of solace and forgiveness and love. If my younger self could look at me now, she'd be calling me a half-wit. And, well, I had a few kind chats with the people there and had these items blessed. And hopefully my intentions will give powers to my prayers. Thank you for accepting it. It is quite the long journey, and perhaps you should sleep too. You need your rest. Even if you slept plenty last night. It would be best if you had a nap now. There's much to do once we arrive in Reizoa, so sleep. I must stay awake. Part of the barrier demands my power, and I cannot command it if I am asleep. So I will draft my letters to Penumbra in the meantime. Close your eyes, and I will wake you when it is time. The daylight fell into darkness, and Adept, Anissa, and I were welcomed into the city's walls. It was a quiet arrival, as most were asleep within their homes. Our carriage made its final stop outside of the grand entrance. The palace, once dark after the tragedy of war, was now illuminated by candlelight of a low orange hue. Servants lined the steps, ushering in their rightful prince and princess. It seemed that the sight of his former home perturbed him in some way. He spent a long time staring at its stone walls before passing the threshold. These walls, too, disturbed me, as they reminded me of my harsh past here. Despite being rather weary from the steady supply of magic that had streamed out from me during the day, sleep still did not grace me. Anissa was to stay in her former room, but she refused, instead snoring away on a couch in the office that Adept and I occupied. Both Adept and I worked tirelessly, outlining plans and discussing what sites to survey to the early morning hours. It was only then I could sleep, and the same was for Adept. Letters were exchanged, policies revised, and many, many people were met. Anissa spent her days slowly wandering the halls with the servant, finding more courage to relive her worst memories. Adept spent little time in the palace, opting to survey the sites for the Southern Solstice celebrations. I was cooped up inside the office, starting up plans for negotiations and thoroughly examining the budgets. Then, the longest day in the realm arrived, a celebration to honor the sun, her warmth and grace. Adept, Anissa, and I gathered in the central garden of Sylvania. A large crowd of Glarns stood in the tall grass, awaiting the dawn, preparing for the rising of the sun. Everything is prepared. Yes, I have made sure. It is nearly time now. Are you ready? Just like we practiced, and there will be no issues. Have confidence, my prince. This is the first act of many. Go. Indeed, Anissa. What a wondrous moment. It is a sight to behold. Let us kneel, little one. You did a splendid job. Don't you think so too, Anissa? See? All those people, your people, were so happy to see you continue the traditions. A leader rises once again from the ashes. You had nothing to fear at all. Come. It is time for the tiger throwing. I've always wanted to do this. It is beautiful. I'm glad to be here. Celebrating with the both of you. There's so much progress to be made. What? Protect your prince and princess! Soldiers! Mages at the ready! The area should have been made secure. Damn it! On a day like this. Cannot be. You and Anissa cannot stay here. There are too many people, too much chaos, not enough guards. Damn it! Run! I am the most powerful mage here. Do this one last thing for me. Take her and run. They are aiming for you. To safety. If you do not listen to me, I will curse you for the rest of your life. The barrier around you two will last for long as I live and as I will it. Run! Now! Kane! There are 5 archers hidden amongst the tree line. My mages will take care of them. You must lead the guard. Secure the perimeter. Prevent the people from trampling one another. The prince and princess are due north. Ensure that they get to safety. One of your swords, if you will. I will take care of it. The few near the prayer site. I will prevent any more pointless deaths. No. You are loyal to the future king of Clarus. Those are his orders. Go. Pound the walls as much as you wish. You cannot escape. You are alone here. The prince is nowhere to be seen, and you have failed your vile attempts. Scum of Avas. You dare threaten the life of your rightful prince. I have come as vengeance. Kill me, and this sorrowful dream ends. It was already crumbling, and now you have only damned the Avas clan. Death is becoming of both of us. Go ahead. Do your worst. The world shall see it. As the last act of selfishness, I chose to die. To die for Clarus. To die for Adept and Anissa. Atonement for all I had done. For the blood of my friend. For the deaths that followed in my wake. For the cruelty that made up my very being. Perhaps, by the time it was all over, the people would be brought to safety. I would weaken the traitors at the very least, leave them incapacitated. Likely, I would succumb to my wounds. I could feel the bones in my arms shatter as I was flung against my own walls. The barrier would only last so long as I lived, and I hoped that by now, Adept and Anissa had gone far away to safety. I hoped that he would be a kind, fair, and smart king. I hoped that he could live a life he was proud of. I hope I had kept my promises in the end. No. The... No. 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 I don't want. Don't make me. No. No. Is you here? Should I Thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought for a moment you were someone else. I know it's you. It was just a dream that felt too real. I am a bit more calm now. No, you need not send for a healer. This isn't a new thing. Just that one was a little worse than normal. Oh, wait. Oh, where? We are back at the palace? I did not think I'd even make... I haven't really slept properly in any of the rooms, so... It seems so unfamiliar, or, well, a little... strangely familiar. I don't know, it just gave me a bit of a panic. Last I remember, we were in Sylvania when the attacks occurred. What are these? Well, yes. My head wasn't banged up that much, right? I can tell that they're flowers. Adept. But why do you have them? For me? Oh, no. Don't be silly. I don't care if they're not pristine. A few broken stems means nothing at all. I suppose you must have thrown them. I hope I did not panic you too much when you saw or heard me. Were you on your way to visit me? I see. I didn't even notice the flowers over there, so... These will certainly brighten up the room. And these flowers are my favorite. You remembered. Oh, then I suppose you were spot on. They do cheer me up. I feel better already. Thank you, Adept. Truly. That's kind of you. You're very kind. Well, I suppose my body is rather sore. I seem to have been cut up badly. Though I suppose those healers must have done some good work to get me this healthy so quick. But it looks as if they'll be leaving some scars behind. Even magic can't erase them. How silly. But otherwise, I think I'm okay. I could have been worse off. Dead and buried. Wait. Adept. What happened? The aftermath. The people. What happened? No. No. I'm all right. I think I'm still in a bit of shock is all. Tell me, I'll be fine. I'll be okay. From what I can remember, It's really all a blur. After the arrow grazed my arm, I sent you away with Anissa. I sought out the location of the archers, and I sent mages after them. I had to get the situation under control. I simply couldn't fathom that crazed clan would do something as reckless as this. Have they truly become so desperate as to risk everything? I had been distracted. If only I was more focused, if I had been more realistic. For a moment, my senses were blurred by the celebration. If I had, perhaps I would have seen it coming. The malice. I could have sensed it. But I don't know. Perhaps for a moment, those soldiers, too, found happiness in the celebrations they once had before the war. Perhaps it wasn't all spite. Not till the arrows were already in the air. Perhaps that is why I could not sense them. But afterward, I ran toward the assassins in a foolish attempt to cut them down myself. I needed you safe, secure. That's why I did not ask you to help me. It didn't matter what happened to me. If anything, my loss would garner you more than enough support from my family, the people around you. I thought perhaps the lessons in the past few months were enough. Enough, and without me, you'd be better off. Less burdened by me, by your anger, by my misdeeds. It was a quick decision I made. I felt it was reasonable at the time. You and Anissa and the security of the people were my top priority. If I managed to trap them, keep them under my spell a little longer, then it would spare time to redirect the flow of people, kill any of the remaining traitors to the crown, so I used a spell. One I was taught by my mother. It kept people inside, people who hated you. But it trapped you as well. But you'd hope, at the very least, when you'd cast that sort of spell, that they had already been weakened. If I had used the knights, the mages, anyone could have been mistaken as an enemy. In such a large crowd, it would have been disastrous. I kept it contained. They attacked, and I did my best to fend them off for a time. I had resolved I would die. I think my whole body was slammed into my own barrier, and that's when I began to lose consciousness. My hair was matted with blood and sweat, and I was cornered. I began to see spots in my vision. I closed my eyes, and that was that. I thought my time had come. I thought I had... or was going to die. That my wounds were far too grave to save. No, I couldn't have saved myself if I'd wanted to. I could close my wounds, perhaps, but even the pain of that would make me pass out and nearly kill me. I know, I know. I'm stupid. I just thought you'd be... Never mind. Anyway, that's really all I can remember. So, how many casualties? Military and civilian. It is lower than I would have expected. How many of them are fatalities? I hate to lose any soldier, but that is... What word could I even use? Good? Relieved that it was not more? Even hearing the death of one makes my blood run cold. I'm sorry. Just waking up to this is hard. I would assume that any civilian casualties would be from trampling or crush. Injuries can be healed, at least. Very well. I would like to see the names of the injured and the deceased later. It would be good to make a visit to them or their families when I am better. You have? You and niece? That is good. Excellent, really. I will still visit on my own. Or at least write some letters for now. Perhaps when my hands ache a little less, though. No, I think I'm fine for now. I'll have my wounds tended to again after this conversation. What else? Well, what other actions have you taken in the days since? Oh. Has the number already contacted you then? I see. Always quick on his feet, it seems. You are too. Gathering intelligence and holding a little council of your own. So, what of the Elder Council's territory after the attack? Any changes? I knew it would have had to been without the candidate's authorization. It's certainly not a surprise there. You've told me before that they're largely supporters of tradition. To commit an act of violence on such a day is blasphemous. To kill the royal family is blasphemous in itself, but of course Falco wouldn't care to even ask. To discuss the possibility of violence against you, Anissa, or myself. They're both in too deep now. They're traitors to the crown whether or not they wanted you dead. The end is all the same. But at least it seems like morale in the territories they've claimed control over are crumbling even further. Food was already in short stock. And with your persuasion, Kimball had withdrew the Elder Council's largest means of food and supplies. It's really only a matter of time now. Grief and anger run deep, and it's time to turn it around. Perhaps we... Yes, exactly what I had in mind. Liberation. A life under Falco, the Elder Council. It's no life at all. It has been months since Falco promised for a better life, a better ruler, yet it just becomes worse and worse. Attack from the inside and out. Have you perhaps then already spoken to Rowan? And what does he think? Will he join us? Well, he certainly has more principles than his father does. But it must have broken his little heart to betray his father. Indeed. It is all for the best in the end. I'm sure Rufus only needs a final push from Rowan to rebel. So it won't be a betrayal for long, I suppose. Then, the minute Rufus rebels, we make an attack, and it'll be over. They knew what would happen if they didn't succeed. Punishment will come swiftly. Also, were all the assassins subdued? Did any escape? You captured one? And the rest? I see. Well, a threat against the life of the crown is a death sentence in itself. But... wait. You, as in... personally? Are you the one that came back for me? Adept, I don't understand. Did you... really? Did you save me? Why would you... Where are you going? You didn't answer my... Oh. I see. Business. Huh. I suppose it must be important if you're leaving in this quick of a rush to take care of it. Very well. Will you come back tonight? To answer me then? Okay. Well, I suppose I shall see you later then. Adept? Thank you. My goodness, is that who I think that is? Anissa, you've come to visit. Oh, no, I'm just a little sore is all. You are completely unharmed, yes? Not a scratch on you? Good. I'm sure you must be shaken still. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that such a tragedy had to occur on such an auspicious day. If I could have foreseen it, I would have done anything to prevent it. I'm well, I promise. You do not need to worry about me. The healers did a fine job. I'm just left with a bit of ache. I need but a week, and I'll be back on my feet and good as new. Anissa. Niece, what's wrong? Oh, come here. Don't fret. There. Shh. I know it must have been scary. After all you've been through. I know. It's okay. You are safe, and so is your brother. Yes. So am I. And that's all that matters, right? You're all right. Now, I cannot promise it will stay peaceful forever. That would be a lie. And I want to speak frankly with you. Life cannot be the same as it was before. Even then, I'm sure you could tell that the peace of Clarus was fragile. You're older and can certainly see the world with much more clarity now. Ever since the war, we've all been struggling to pick up the pieces. Your brother is currently fighting for his rightful place on the throne. Yes, he's been fighting for it his whole life. But now, the only thing that stands between him and the throne is the Elder Council. I don't know. Some people just want to have as much control and power and wealth as much as possible. But they have two plans to get to this goal of theirs. Regardless, it won't be happening either way, but they wish to make either a distant relative of yours the next ruler, or to rule themselves as a small council. But I wager that Lord Falco of Avis would rather rule himself. And because of this, there may be more instances that are scary. Lord Falco wishes to harm you and your brother, but we won't let it happen. After the Elder Council is defeated and gone, you will be safe. There still might be moments of uncertainty, but we cannot let them faze us. You have been so strong throughout this entire process, and at an incredibly young age, too. You know, I must apologize to you. Though I may be older than you, I have made many regrettable mistakes. I always think that I'm doing the right thing, but then it's really not. This has been weighing on my mind for a little bit now. See, when we first discovered you had disappeared from Reizoa, we sent search parties after you. Not to harm you, of course, but it was important you were safe. By that time, your brother, Adept, had already been captured. At the beginning, I wasn't very nice, because I was angry at him for the part he had played. I should have been calmer, since all I really wanted to do was help. And I knew that, yes, your mother played a large part in why everything turned out the way it did. Adept was very angry too. He was probably just confused and scared, just in the way that you must have been. At some point, he seemed okay. I didn't know if he was. But he calmed down. He got less angry, less tense, less distant. At the same time, we had finally found you and moved you into Burrowhearth. You were so much smaller, so frail. It seemed like even a cool breeze could break you. I knew you were incredibly important to Adept, and if he knew you were dying or on the brink of death, well, he'd just splinter all over again. So I waited till you were well to tell him. I lied to him and to you, and for that I am so very sorry. It is understandable why you would think I am cruel or even worse, but... Huh? It's hard to explain, Anissa. I obviously know what I did was wrong now, but back then I didn't want to hurt him or you, so I told a lie. Why? Let me tell you a story to explain why I did what I did. I once had a friend. She kept me company for a while. We were close at the time. She got into an accident, a terrible one, due to my mother. And my mother made me tell her father the bad news, that while she was under my care, I had failed him. I had failed her, and that she got hurt by me. He got so angry, and I felt very guilty. It was all my fault, and I couldn't do a thing to calm him. So, perhaps that's why I lied. It was a selfish thing. I just didn't want to tell him until you were better. I would have told him if you had died, yes. If nothing else worked, I'd be at the end of my rope by then. I'd have to tell him, wouldn't I? And it would have still been all the same. He still would have felt horrible. Silly, wasn't I? I was. I really was trying my best. I still feel awful for it. Perhaps it would have been better to know that you were alive but dying. At that time, I just followed my instinct. Yes, it was very wrong of me. And I'm sorry. Once again, Anissa. I just wanted to tell you the truth of it since it was weighing on my mind. But thank you. Not many people are as kind as you, little one. Thank you for listening to me. Actually, Anissa, I have a question. Well, how do you feel about all this? Coming back to Reizoa and Adept regaining his titles? I know it's a big question, but I really want to know how you feel. Well, that is expected. It must have been quite strange coming back after so long. Scary, even. You didn't want to leave the study for a long while. I know that the halls may bring back some bad memories, even if it's all been cleaned up. But I hope that you feel a little more relaxed now. I know that maid of yours has been quite helpful, hasn't she? It is good to have someone like that by your side. Speaking of which, I know you didn't have much company. Friends, I suppose, while you were living here. I do have an acquaintance your age. She's also Vorso. And she might be good company. She's currently away at school for dance, but she's supposed to be coming back to Clarus soon. It could make things feel a little more normal, having a friend around. Well, hopefully a friend. Yes, it will be different than when you were living with your mother. I'm, quite sorry that much of your family is gone. I know that you were very fond of your brother as well as your mother. I can understand that. It is a strange feeling, isn't it? My own mother wasn't very kind to me, but I still loved her all the same. It was certainly a twisted sort of love, but it couldn't be helped, I suppose. The heart is a fickle little thing. It acts in the strangest ways sometimes. You know, your hair is a bit of a mess. Turn around. I'll do it for you. You know, when I was little, when life was calmer, my mother would tie my hair into 2 simple braids. She used to weave little flowers from the garden into my hair. She said it made me look like a little fairy. And now you look like a little fairy, too. Oh? I had no idea that Adept could do that sort of thing. I suppose I'm learning all sorts of new and surprising things about him nowadays. Looks like I'll be adding braiding to the list. I guess he was rather good at plaiting the dough for bread at the orphanage. He's a good man. I suppose he always has been. How do you feel, now that he is to be a king? Don't feel pressured to answer. It's been chaotic after all. It's probably difficult to devise an answer to such a vague question. Oh? Well, that is good. I do look forward to him being king. He has come a long way since our reunion, I suppose. I knew your brother long ago, long before the war. And I've somehow always had some faith in him. The impression he left upon me was quite strong. think he's always been kind. Perhaps it is just that the time here, mostly alone, ridiculed by servants and by others that should have been supporting him, caused him to put that kindness behind a wall. He went astray. There were times where I felt disillusioned by him, and yet I still hoped that the kind and brilliant Adept that I knew was still there. To be honest, Anissa, I think it could have been completely extinguished had you not been there for him. Well, of course, Adept always speaks so fondly of you. Well, yes, you are related by blood, but it is much more than that. Adept was related to Theron, but he didn't like him very much, did he? I think you can understand what I mean. It is good that you have such a good bond. I don't know. I like your brother. I believe in him. I know he will be a good king, a good person. I just don't think that your brother really feels the same about me. Oh. I had nearly forgotten that detail entirely. No, Anissa, I'm afraid I will not become queen. Yes, we are indeed engaged, but that was a matter of gaining support and safety for your brother. Once the Elder Council is gone and the Council of Estrella has met, it is likely I will return home to Pencos. Of course, I would love it if you could visit me from time to time. I quite enjoy your company, after all. No, it's not like I already made up my mind to up and leave. I just think that your brother would rather me leave is all. I wasn't very kind to him in the beginning, and I don't think I can ever make up for it. He might hate me. Now, why wouldn't it make sense? You're right. I suppose he wouldn't have saved me if he really did. What? I can hardly imagine it. I think I'll ask him more about it later tonight. But why don't we talk more about you? Tell me about the past few days. What have you been doing? Oh. You're finally back. Was everything, did whatever business you have go well? Good. I feel a little better than before. The healers visited me and gave me a look over. It seems like my muscles will be weak for a little while, and I may have overdone the magic, so they'll be looking to give me some supplements to restore my energy. They said I was, lucky. It, won't be long before I'm up all night again working away. I can help lessen the burden. Oh, don't lie to my face, Adept. I know it's not easy to do it all alone, even if you're good at it. You look worse for wear. It's, been a hard time, hasn't it? But from everything I've heard, you've been excellent. A prime example of a leader in trying times. I knew you could do it. Of course. Thank you also for coming back. I wasn't sure if you were really, or I don't know, busy. Do you have anything else to do tonight? Well, if you don't mind, could you stay a little while? I'd like to talk for a bit. There's a lot I'd like to know. I'm fine. My mind is sharp as a tack now, and I feel like we have a lot of things we need to say to each other. I can see it, and in your eyes. You're very tense. Come here. Let's talk. Tell me what's on your mind. I feel like you've been gritting your teeth while speaking to me all day. What exactly? I've told you already. I needed to spare time to control the situation. I didn't want anyone else to get hurt. I had to do it, Adept. I've already explained it all, haven't I? What more is there to say about it? I thought it was the best choice. The truth? I thought perhaps you'd be better off without me. I'm sure that you'd rather me not be around. I know you're still incredibly angry at me. What I've done to you is unforgivable. I betrayed your trust and made a mockery of you. I've chained you to me, when you never wanted any part in this. And every time I tried to step forward, I always set us back. I'm cursed. But I am. I ruin everything and everyone around me. I was so guilty, Adept. I thought that as long as you and Anissa were safe, it would be okay. My life doesn't matter. You could throw it away and nothing would change. It is of no consequence. All I've ever done is cause strife and suffering, and you know better than anyone how I treated you. So when I told you to go, when I ran away, I was so sure that you'd be happy that I died. That I would be better off dead. Is that the truth you wanted to hear? And that is why I am so utterly confused by this reaction. Why are you so angry at me? Why did I wake up at all? Why did you save me, Adept? Why? Anissa told me that after you got her to safety, you stayed a moment. But yet you shifted and saved me. Why? I just don't understand it. You're always so red whenever you talk to me, so please. I'm exhausted. Just please. Tell me what's going on. Why did you come to save me, Adept? You didn't come back to save me? Then why did you run back at all? You ran back to fight with me? To be with me? Really? That was your forgiveness. Running back to me. I've always carried an insurmountable burden and guilt with me. I tried to always do my very best for everyone around me. But it never seemed enough. I always made horrific mistakes. Even when I wasn't the one who made them. They became mine. I thought you would never forgive me. I felt as if I was a stain upon this very earth. That perhaps if I saw myself this way, then of course you would too. I really should have spoken to you more, but I just chose to shove more work in between us. It wasn't you. Then it wasn't just me that was putting distance between us. I suppose it must have been rattling, having a change of heart, after how determined you had seemed to be. No, of course not. I don't blame you at all for it. It only felt natural that you would, despite me, distance yourself. I never hated you. I just felt frustrated at myself. Thank you for coming back to me. I am glad that we can finally have heart-to-heart, communicate truly with one another. There hasn't been much time or space since we set off. I suppose to just talk like this. It is rather late, so, no, I'm not asking you to leave. I just don't want to. Do you want to stay? You do? I want you to stay. Truth be told, I am a little, spooked here. all alone at night. I, I haven't really adjusted at all in this place. It doesn't give me many good memories. I did put off sleeping till I couldn't take it anymore. Even then, I've never even slept on one of the beds. Not well aware of it, so... Though I often have a hard time sleeping anyway. I often have the most terrible of dreams, and this morning wasn't the first time this occurred. I've woken up in a fright many times before. Nightmares about my past, I suppose. So... then... do you mind staying a little late into the night with me? No, I doubt you'll need to be doing this every single night. Just tonight. For now, would be good. I do enjoy your company whenever we are amicable. No, I don't mind if you're this close. In fact, it's nice. You're usually an arm's length away from me at all times. Our fingertips could touch if we just shifted a bit. You're warm. It is good to know that this is all real, not some strange dream I've dreamt up. It's always felt like life was a nightmare. I'm sure you felt the same. I, suppose I, haven't asked you very much about that at all. Remember way back when we first met again? I had always wondered if you had remembered me at all. I wouldn't be surprised if you forgot. Maybe we were both disillusioned by one another. You were like the sun to me in those few weeks. A moment of rest. A friend. It made me happy when you shared meals with me or brought me little treats. But when you were gone, life remained the same as it always was. A nightmare. It felt empty and cold, like a constant storm had swept over. Yes. Most of my misery was due to my mother, as was yours, due to your stepmother. My mother had become very cruel when she changed. Where to even begin? There are key few moments that really stand out before I had met you and far afterwards. After she returned home from Tarkathon, after a mourning period for Empress Aera, she was never the same again. I was about, well, Anissa's age. She took it upon herself to raise me the right way, she would often say. She gave me many tests to see if I was fit for my role, whatever that even meant. Weakness was something she tried to stamp out of me. Attachment to the mortal realms. I had a friend once, a maid's daughter and my playmate. I had become too fond, too caring. So, Mother had her taken, tortured, tied up. She gave her a choice. To either kill me and live, or to die. My mother brought me into a small room where she was held. It was awful. It stunk of blood and whatever else. I was surprised she hadn't died of infection. Mother told me to hurt her, kill her, but I just couldn't. There was no way. I ran to her and untied her bonds, and that's when she stabbed me. Right here. In my side. I knocked the knife away when she tried again, but she jumped on top of me and she began squeezing at my neck so desperately. I didn't want to fight back. I just didn't understand. So right before I likely would have died, Mother had ridden of her for me. She ridiculed me, called me weak, and made me clean it all up. I needed to let go of the things I loved. They'd only make me weaker. I needed to be cruel, so I did. To stop Mother from hurting the people I cared about. Even after that, she still wasn't satisfied and wanted to make my life a living nightmare. She tortured me for days, burned me, then had me healed. Never stopped. Then later, when I was older, she proposed that I get engaged to Theron. Yes. Likely the beginning of their plans. She took me. Here. It was my first time in Rizoa. She sat me down in a room with him, I think his, and then just left. We shouldn't have been alone. It wasn't right. And then he attacked me. Said he didn't care for the consequences, since I was to be his anyway. I kept fighting back, and he dug his claws into my neck. And then I dug my fingers into his, and he let go. I ran away and hid myself in a closet and just cried. I know you are not Theron. In some ways, I got angered by you, simply because you're related at the beginning. But we are not our family members. We are not a reflection of them. You are kind and gentle. I'm surprised I can be kind sometimes. That I am not what you tried to raise me to be. Your stepmother, she wasn't very kind to you either, was she? I only heard a few things and gathered some reports, but I never got to hear very much. Would you like to tell me if you are comfortable with it? You can tell me anything at all. Right. I suppose that makes sense. She must have been jealous. She wanted her own son on the throne at all cost. And she was angered by your mother and father's relationship. I remember how loving they were to one another when she visited with you. I heard rumors long ago about the circumstances of her death. Do you think it was... I'm so... sorry. It must have been horrible to live under your stepmother knowing that. You were so strong, Adept. She killed your pets. She is beyond cruel. How could she? I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Of course, she wouldn't want to put the blame entirely onto herself. What a heinous woman. Unfit to be queen, unfit to be a mother. It's no wonder she'd rather throw the world in chaos if she could have her way. It must have been so confusing to grow up with her. Spying on you, lying to everyone around you. And yourself. Never allowing you a moment of peace or clarity, neglecting you. I never want you to ever feel that way again. No. I never want you to be hurt again. Of course not. I know that the journey here has been hard for both of us. But we are no longer who we used to be, and we can change the future for the better. We have changed a lot, haven't we? I was angry. So angry. Another person I looked up to changed. And then I just kept making mistake after mistake, and I just felt so disgusted with myself. I even went to the church, desperate, praying, asking what was wrong with me and what to do with myself. I wasn't who I wanted to be. I felt like I wasn't changing fast enough. Mother's lessons and words were etched into my skin, and I felt like I couldn't get rid of her influence. I was afraid I was becoming her, that her plans had worked in the end. Even if I couldn't get your forgiveness, I still wanted to be good, whether or not you accepted it as truth. I just needed to change for myself, no matter how many mistakes, no matter how long it took. Of course, I still felt guilty. I still wanted you to forgive me. Though I suppose throwing away my life wasn't such a good choice either. True. We were both angry little brats. Both angry at ourselves and everyone around us. See, I knew those walks I recommended were a good thing. I'm glad that they gave you time to think. For the both of us, after reflecting upon our frustrations and anger, we've learned so many new things about each other and ourselves. But all I really know is that I don't want to hurt you anymore. If I do hurt you, don't go easy on me. We'll talk it out. Make it right. Because it is safe to talk to me. I'll listen. And I hope you'll listen to me too. We are both incredibly flawed yet priceless people. Your scars are part of you. They shouldn't consume you whole. They just remain on the surface of the skin. And though they pulse and scream with unbearable heat, we cannot let them hurt us as much as it did when we first received them. No need to carry those burdens and pains any longer. We should grow beyond the confines of what those people tried to raise us to be. You aren't your mistakes. You aren't foolish or pathetic in the slightest. You are so much more than what people have told you. What I told you. You have been a wonderful leader, a good brother and partner. You really are beautiful, Adept, inside and out. Really. Yes. Every single flaw, every single scar. I never even noticed it, really. Though I suppose it is just there. I suppose now I will have more scars than you. I know, not a good thing. But how did you get that one on your forehead? Really? Oh, Adept. You really trained so hard a chunk of wood just broke off and hit you. It really must have hurt to leave such deep damage. Adept, just remember that the scars inside and out don't mean a thing. They are you, and you shouldn't be ashamed of them. They contain all the things we've hated, all our history, all our pain. It's all you. And I love them all. I love this one on your hand. I love this one on your shoulder. And I love this one on your forehead. I love all of them. All your scars. All of you. I love you. Oh, I'm sorry. It must be shocking. It's not. It wouldn't make me uncomfortable in the slightest. You, Adept. I have so many scars you could possibly. Adept. Do you really? I love you too, Adept. I was just thinking of you. Dreaming, rather. I just woke up. Were you guarding the door again? You're terrible at lying. You should probably learn to. Or rather, just don't lie. But also, you're shifted. Makes it a little obvious, doesn't it? No. No need to leave. Come here. It's all right. I'm better today. Physically and mentally. I promise. I know you must be somewhat disappointed. And you've been very kind and patient with me since, well, the day I confessed. And I am glad you can understand my circumstance, and that I am, well, still suffering from memories of the past. I want to be close, but I also don't want to rush into anything yet. I know. I don't need to apologize for that kind of thing. And I think that in time, I'll feel more comfortable to opening up. I do feel safe with you, obviously. Besides, this is new for both of us. And if you're happy with kisses every now and then and hugs, I'd be happy to. But please, do stay with me this morning. Yes, it is more than okay. I want you here. You can hear my heartbeat, can't you? It's a little faster, but that's only natural. I'm happy that you're here. I'm not scared. You're so warm and fluffy. I could lay my head down and fall back asleep. Maybe we should do this more often. Well, we've never been so close. Well, you've been shifted. You know, you're very beautiful up close. I feel like I could stare at you forever. It's just the first word that came to mind. Adept. I never got a good look at you before. Well, I only ever looked at you from afar. Whenever you shifted, you did so to stomp around the gardens before taking a nap in the trees. I never really dared to come close simply because you are, well, so angry. I'd rather you take out your anger on the stones and dirt than me. Of course, the anger was understandable, but equally frightening. Oh, I know you wouldn't hurt me now. Of course not. I like you when you're in those purple robes of yours, and I like you when you're a fluffy little thing like this. Even though you're taking up all of the bed. I like every version of you, Adept. Oh, hush. There is no good or bad version of you. You are you. And as I've told you for over a month now, what you do now is what matters. You're good at heart. I've always known that about you. Like you guarding my door. You needn't do such a thing as much as I appreciate it. You should go and sleep in your own bed. The ground surely can't be comfortable, right? I am practically healed now. I can defend myself, for the most part anyway. I've cast my magic on the room, and besides, it took quite a few people to strike me down. I can handle myself. I know, not funny. But I promise I am more than all right. What I really want is for you to get some sleep. Some good and well-rested sleep. I know you're concerned, but this lack of rest only leaves you more vulnerable. There have been extensive studies upon this by the tower. Lack of sleep equals lack of reaction time. Besides, the room you put me in connects to yours anyhow, doesn't it? You can get to me in a few seconds if need be. The guards are on heightened alert. The mages have been hard at work safeguarding the palace. I'm safe. So sleep, Adept. That will make me feel better. Okay? But again, it is very admirable that you are so dedicated to it. And indeed, you should be wary. We should all be. But too much and we leave ourselves more open to danger than we'd think. Speaking of sleep and all, would you like to hear about my dream? It did sort of involve you. It was a strange one. A bit bizarre, as all dreams are. Though I suppose my memory of it is already starting to fade. Well, it seemed to be an entirely different world. It was hard to describe. Like the land was more gray and beige. Buildings soared into the sky, but unlike our keeps and castles, they were simple. It made me think of these books I read recently. Well, somewhat recently anyway, at Morai's library. Tales of Lord Avon. His explanation of Morena's expansion of the world. Time and space are infinite, and it is likely that with Morena's birth, this land may not be the only one. Anyway, it seemed like I was watching a play in this strange new reality. A play of a love story. Between us, but not quite. I was a songstress or an actress of some sort, and you seemed to be my admirer. A patron, perhaps. You watched me from afar and helped me sustain myself. But within my identity as a songstress, it seemed that I too was an entirely different person off the stage. It was odd. And our relationship was very different to what we have now. But it certainly looked like you. It felt like you, anyhow. You seem to be appearing in my dreams quite often nowadays. Though, if I may admit something, I've been having dreams of you for a very long time now. No, nothing too strange, Adept. Most often it seemed to be a projection of my feelings towards you. Wanting to be close, maintaining a friendship. A wanting, in general. Sometimes I feared the worst and I dreamt of losing you, that I failed you. But for the past few weeks, whenever I've dreamt of you, they've all been pleasant. Have you had dreams of me before? Then perhaps we're more similar than we thought. But I suppose that sort of thing is natural, isn't it? When you think about someone enough, talk to someone enough, they'll appear in your dreams. But I'm rather glad that some of those dreams have become a reality now. I had hoped, but never fathomed we'd become close as we are now. Though I do worry a little. Well, about us. I know that our relationship has shifted into something deeper. It sounds silly to ask, but you're sure you're okay with us? That you're okay with me? For a while I antagonized you, after all. It would be strange if I didn't feel guilty for all that. Yes, of course. These feelings are new and strange, but real. Love is vulnerable. It has always been viewed as a weakness by me. But I held out my heart for you to take that night. And now you can crush it at any time. I am at my very weakest now, and yet I feel so strongly for us. So yes, it is very true, and it is very real. Then I am glad that my words can instill such confidence in you. Now then, as much as I'd like to cuddle up with you in bed all day long, I believe we are quite busy after breakfast. Let us go eat and start our day. Oh, don't look at me like that. Ah, fine. You are strangely adorable, even in this form. 5 more minutes. The last appointment for the day. Done. Oh, I believe you did very well. During the meeting, I wrote down the points of interest you mentioned for further infrastructure development. Toward agriculture, as well as a proposed total budget. As you expect, a good majority will be funded toward transportation, improved water infrastructure, and land development. Several bridges were destroyed during the war and will need to be repaired. I foresee that it will be a topic that will be brought up during the council meeting. A bridge in the Halflands was destroyed during the very first stages of war, and one in the south that connects Atticus to Clarus was heavily damaged. Indeed, it's expected that the council will ask Clarus to fund the repair of those as reparations. But you're very right. More farmland distributed among farmers, more farmland productivity, better water holding facilities, cleaner water, healthier people, better roads and bridges for trade. As I have discussed with my brother Leo, the kingdoms will likely be buying off more produce and other various food products from Clarus, as a way to give your kingdom better chances economically. Penkos has had a particularly difficult year with food production, and will require extra resources when the time comes. Our food stores will last us another 2 years, but the winters have only been hitting harder. Of course, a good majority of our stock has gone to Clarus as aid, so this will be a particularly good opportunity for all of us. More food, the better you can feed the urban population. And this will all snowball into other industries, won't it? I love it when you're like this. So invested and hardworking. It's a good look on you. Are you done with that draft? May I take a look? It could be a little more eloquent, but you're direct with your first statements. That is necessary to present you as someone strong. Yet it is very clear that you are understanding of your allies, yet not quite bending. It's good. I think you'll need one more pass before being finalized for the council meeting. I know. It's been months in the making. And you've done an incredible job in the lead up to all of this. I know it's been absolutely grueling, and you've had a very large learning curve to deal with. But you've done incredibly well. They will respect you. I promise. We've all gathered to plan the future of Morena together, not to ridicule you. Well, most will not ridicule you. There will always be people who view you in a bad light, those that do not know you, or that are blinded by their own biases. Yes, so you've caught on. My twin will also be there. Part of the delegation from Penkos. I did not want him to be there, but I figure it is a good test for you. I can rein him in if necessary, but as you know, not everyone will be amicable. Leaders will change, and so too will opinions. It is important to show Livius that you will hold your ground, and that you are of a sound mind and of just moral convictions. That you have progressed far beyond the muddled mind you once had as a youth. Livius will be tough. He will be angry and bitter. He lost good people as a result of the war. And so did you. I know. The point of all of this is that we have all lost. That we cannot stay stuck in the past, and that we must learn from our mistakes. That is the point of learning history and why it was integral to your education. And really, more than anything, it was your insults toward his wife, Vienna. The danger your obsession put her in. And I must agree with him. I know you were bitter yourself, and when we get angry we say awful things. Trust me. I know very well. And while she has forgiven you, bless her kind and tender heart, Livius will forever remember the callous words that came out of your mouth at the very beginning of the war. He will remember the supposed plans to abduct her. I know. You had very little hand in that. Your mother played into your obsession. She made promises to save her. They weren't real, just a threat to create more hate between us. But the notion to abduct her was there. It was spread among your countrymen. Livius believes that you could have killed her. Well, during the first year of the war, the first year of their marriage, he spent most of it ensuring that Vienna wouldn't die. By her bedside, by lab tables in the tower, covered in the blood she'd cough up for days and nights on end. I had never seen him so desperate before. She had only become stable right before he had to leave for the battlefront. So obviously, hearing such an absurd statement from your mother only made him more enraged. So, Livius believes that you would have killed her just to hold her once. But knowing you as you are now, I doubt that very heavily. You too know the desperation one might have to keep a loved one alive. It is undoubtedly a sour part of your past, and you have repented, and Vienna forgives you. She knows what you meant by your intentions. She knows you weren't in your right mind. So do not bury yourself in blame. Even if you can't help yourself, know that nothing good comes from wallowing in it. You've gotten Vienna's forgiveness. Why waste her forgiveness on self-hatred? There's nothing more to do than to move on. I know there will be a lot of stress that will come upon us soon, and there will always be highs and lows, won't there? This is an opportunity for you to demonstrate your abilities, your propensity toward politics, toward peacemaking, toward bettering Clarus. Speaking of such peace, I've recently received correspondence from Rowan, but he must have written it in the middle of the night. It was a bit of a mess to decipher. Or the poor pup just needs better handwriting. I'm just not quite sure which one it is. Regardless, everything has been set in place. Rufus is fully on board. According to Rowan, it seems that Falco was an absolute wreck ever since he failed the attempt on your life. Casting out everyone from his chambers, lashing out at anyone, except for, well, you guessed it, Rufus. They are for better or for worse friends. Rufus doesn't want to see his demise, but as a true friend should do, he acknowledges that this has gone too far. Best case scenario, Rufus convinces Falco to stand down and to accept his punishment. Worst case, Falco tries to take everyone with him in a last stand. Somewhere in between, Rufus will have to subdue Falco himself to end it. So, what would you like to do? His people are weak, so if needed, we could combine our forces with the Canadas to force the Avis to back down. But it is preferable that we do not encroach upon his land too quickly or too aggressively. He's volatile, and we don't know what he'll do. He already tried to kill you once. I'm sure he'd poison the entirety of his clan if he felt it necessary, which we must avoid. Your people are already beyond fatigued by death and destruction. Any more, and if caused by your hand, well, it will not be easy to rule. Your approval has been positive. The small improvements made, as well as the quick actions you took during Southern Solstice, bolstered your likability for sure. Right. So, we'll give Rufus an additional 30 days to convince Falco to stand down. If he is unable to, well, he knows what he needs to do. Mobilize his army from within, and the Clarus military will infiltrate as needed. Very well. I do hope this ends soon, and without too much conflict. That what remains of the Elder Council will finally be finished once and for all. Well, certainly. It is important that the main clans be represented. As much as the Avas have failed Clarus, their people will still require representation. Neglecting them will gain no loyalty. But surely by now, their trust in, well, Falco Avas' family. And they will be looking for a fresh face to look to. Perhaps one with more merit this time around. But it is a lot to think about, and there is still time before the meeting with the Council of Estrella. Anyhow, I will take my leave now. I will go have the instructions delivered to Rowan, and I have a bit of business to attend to. I will not be too long. I do have a request for you, though. Please meet me later in the atrium, won't you? A little past noon. See you soon. Don't miss me too much. Adept! I'm glad I caught you here. I finished up my work a little earlier. Yes. All we can do now is wait for Rowan to reply. Anyway, could you close your eyes? Wait. Perhaps not. I nearly forgot. Just turn around, and I will lead you backwards. So you can keep your eyes open. Well, it's a surprise. I can't just tell you what's happening. Just a short walk more to over there, my dear. Careful not to trip. I'm going as slow as I can. Yes, it would have been easier if I blindfolded you, but I'd rather not. It's nicer this way, right? It's a very lovely day. The sky is blue as ever, and it's quite lovely and warm. The Clarin weather is really nice. I appreciate the warmth that Pencos doesn't often have. We're finally here. Wait, one moment. I've got to do something very quickly. No turning around. Promise? It'll just be a second anyhow. So be a good boy for me and wait. All right. Ready? Turn around. Surprise! Happy birthday. What? Did you not remember your own birthday was today? Oh, goodness. I know it's been a long time since you were able to celebrate one last. So, I wanted to do this for you. Yes, your garden has been restored. I know how special this place was to you in your days of solitude. When I learned it had been practically destroyed, it was one of the first projects I had set out to do. I figured that on days where you're not so busy being a king, you could come here and relax a little. It'll also provide a bit of extra fresh food for the kitchen. So I figured it was a good project to invest in. You've been so busy dealing with the different provinces and issues at hand, you'd hardly roam the place at all. So it was perfect. You deserve the happiest of days, Adept. Do not think you deserve less. This is hardly anything. Just a small celebration from me. Well, come on. Make a wish and blow out your candles. We wouldn't want to eat wax now, would we? What did you wish for? Aw, but I won't null the wish. That's a child's tale. Very well. Keep it a secret. Now, I know it is not much, but I figured this would be nice. Yes, this is the business I had to attend to. After I sent off a letter to Rowan, I got right to work, getting this together. This cake was made by me. Now, granted, it's nothing special. I've only had a limited amount of time baking and experimenting. While I reconciled with my sister, we both bonded over learning how to bake and cook. So I sifted through a few recipes from Clarus, and I learned how to make a simple peach cake. It may not be the best, since I'm not exactly a baker, but it's better the fresher it is, and it should still be somewhat warm and bubbly. Well, of course, I used my magic. It's what I made you wait for. And a little whipped cream on top, and it's all set. I want to see you eat it first. Go ahead. Well, how is it? Oh, good. I was worried I'd made a rubbish cake. Really should be more confident in myself, but good. I'm glad. It's suitable. Now I can eat my own slice. It is quite delicious. I should look into more recipes. I do love a good fruity cake. Perhaps one with blueberries. Now, we can just enjoy our afternoon here. Our schedules are cleared up till tomorrow. And tonight, we have just a small dinner to attend. A continuation of the celebration. Anissa planned most of it. She was rather excited to dip into planning social events. I think she'll be a real star of society when she gets old enough. The place looks nice, though. I tried to keep whatever I could intact, but obviously improved on some aspects here and there. Are you happy? Well, I think the expression on your face has told me enough. It's not very often I see a smile grace your face. You really should do it more often. You've got the cutest little creases by your eyes when you do. You're just adorable. Adept, do you, want to lay down? Right here. I don't mind if you do. Really? Well, come on, then. Is it comfortable? I'm comfortable, too. Your head isn't too heavy upon my lap. This is nice. I know that the celebration isn't much. Well, I can tell that you'd be uncomfortable with something large. At least at the moment, while things are so tense, so I opted for something small and intimate. You've worked very hard, after all. You deserved at least a little something. Not just for the past couple months or so. From the very beginning. I've always seen potential in you. I could tell that you always tried your very best for the things that you loved, even if you went about it in the wrong way. Your heart has always been there, even when tainted by lies or whatever else. Even when you were face to face with my very worst self, you did your very best to not let your anger completely get out of control. Well, Adept, you know you could have killed me and escaped that night. Yes, I know. Despite it being a secret, I realized it after the attack. You can nullify magic, can't you? That's why my barrier was shattered. The collar, the threats for myself, they were all worthless. And yet you didn't hurt me. And I know that took a lot of self-control. I was absolutely awful. Embarrassing to think about it now. But look at us. Happy and faring so much better than we were before. I just wish we could have gotten here sooner. Hopefully, many of your larger troubles shall be gone soon. Then you can focus on your future. It is a bright one. We'll figure it out together, won't we? Once the meeting with the Council of Estrella is all over and done with, you can officially be crowned king with their approval. It will solidify your ties and allyship with the rest of the nations. The power will fully return to your hands, and then you can do what you think is best. You will not be tied down any longer. And I think that you will be a most wonderful king. I promise I will do everything in my power to help you through it to the end. Adept, if you made 1,000 wishes, I would grant them all. Speaking of, I know you already made a wish, but since that one is a secret, are there any other wishes I could grant for you? Oh? Is that all? Well, that's easy enough. I did say every now and then, didn't I? You're being very unexpectedly bashful, aren't you? You taste sweet. You don't want anything else? Oh, another wish. Well, what is it? You're silly. But you know it's already come true. I'm yours. For as long as you want me. Anything else? Last chance. Another kiss. Well, I don't mind spoiling you with a few more. It is your special day after all. Happy birthday, Adept. Adept, are you still awake? May I come in? It's rather late. I thought you would be asleep by now. Well, I suppose I was having a hard time sleeping as well. And I went for a walk. I saw the lights and, well, I wanted to see you. Tomorrow's a big day. I'm sure you're quite nervous, aren't you? Why don't I brew you some tea? That might calm you a little. Well, at least it's something I find that helps me. A warm drink can soothe the nerves. At least that's what an apothecary once told me. Well, I had quite the difficulty sleeping, so I sought out some help. They had given me an elixir, but warned that it could give me rather odd dreams, or that dependency on the tincture could lessen the effect of it later on, possibly worsening my sleep. So, they gave me advice on more natural ways to induce sleepiness. Things such as tea, even warm water would do. Breathing techniques, sort of like the ones I taught you a while ago. They don't always work, but it's something to certainly try. Here's your tea. Enjoy. I just remembered another piece of advice they gave me. Well, I figure it works pretty well. Being near someone you trust, someone you love. I've had pretty good sleep for a while now. And I think you've slept pretty well too, haven't you? I tried to fall asleep without you, but it was difficult. Yes, I could have tried some tea, but I wanted to check in on you. You can put those papers down, you know. You've been working non-stop. I know it's tomorrow, but you need to have a clear mind before the meeting. It won't do if you're all groggy. I figure this is something you'll be doing all your life, won't you? Very well. Drink your tea if you're going to continue working for a bit. Perhaps it'll help you when you finally settle into bed. What are you worried about now? You've had plenty of time to prepare, and the council is there to support you. It is there to hear your pleas, your concerns. I am sure there will be some tensions in regards to your readiness. But I think that you have shown that you can handle the weight of the crown upon your head. You've managed to outmaneuver one of the most intelligent men within your kingdom. That battle is over now. Your people are being fed and being treated as they should have been. Perhaps there will be issues later on, but you have done very well thus far. A truly incredible job. Yes? So? Others did help you, indeed. But that doesn't discredit the effort and thought you've put in. The opinions of the people have largely swung in your favor. There are some people who doubt, but they always will, won't they? No one really ever knows how any leader will do during their rule. My brother, Leo, for example, he seems quite ready. He's the very image of imperial power, charming, intelligent, sharp. Yet, he could crumble at any moment. We all have our weaknesses, don't we? Yours may have been pride, but his, it was family. He risked a lot to protect Aera and Livius, and he works himself to the bone, much like you. He never likes to show the fatigue, of course, but it chips away at him for sure. My father, another example, a seemingly great emperor in his prime. Yet, he had a weakness that led him to be nothing more than a hollow husk of a man. We do not know what the future holds for any of us. But I know that you will do your very best for your people. I believe in you, as does your sister. If you can believe in yourself, that's all you need to do to convince them. Do you feel a little more at ease? Good. Now, can we go to bed? I don't want you all groggy at the meeting. You have nothing to worry about. Go in with the confidence you normally have. If you need to take a break, simply raise your hand and I will step in to handle it. Ready, Adept? Good. My lords and lady, I am Princess Seia of Pencos. I have come here to present Prince Adept of Clarus. Thank you for having me here once again.
No need for such formality.
Leo, it is good to see you.
Seia, you are well. Thank goodness. I heard of your attack. I'm sorry I could not see you sooner.
Livius, come now. You're gonna crush me if you hug me for much longer. But it is fine. You must thank Prince Adept here for my good health.
Ah, yes. Adept. Thank you for helping to save my sister. But that is the only thanks you will get from me.
Livius, please, do not be like this. Not at the council.
Let's settle down.
Indeed. It's far too early to be fighting each other already. Let's sit, Prince Adept.
If we're all settled now, are we ready to begin the meeting? I am very honored to meet with you all. I do not often leave the church grounds, but I deemed it necessary to help establish peace amongst our kingdoms after such a long war. Now I believe those representing Clarus should have their says first.
Thank you for your presence here and allowing us to speak. It is imperative that we find ways to satisfy all parties involved and to move forward with peace in mind. I believe that Prince Adept would like to say a few words before we continue onto the issues at hand.
I accept your apology on behalf of Pencos. It's good to acknowledge your wrongdoings, and I'm happy to hear that you'll cooperate fully. Your remorse is clear.
Your dealings with my daughter were unsightly, but the winds whispered of your madness, and so I shall not blame you fully. You were dealt a poor hand, dear child. Make the right choices. Do not allow yourself to be led astray anymore.
Really? That's all? Forgiven just like that?
Livius, please.
I was on the battlefield too. I remember the bloodshed, the cries of soldiers from the medical tents, the uselessness of it all. I cannot forget it, and I will not forgive him either.
I know the numbers very well, of how many we lost and how many were hurt. But it is not his fault alone.
I know you have a very personal stake in this, and you needn't forgive him. But do not let anger cloud your judgment either. I know very well how it twists you into someone you can't even recognize anymore. Even Princess Seia holds no contempt for him. You may want to toss him into the gorge to rot or to hang him as originally planned, but what does that do for any of us? Will it fix what has been done? Or will it give you just temporary relief?
Fine. I am angry. I don't think that will stop anytime soon. But this meeting isn't about me. I will hold my tongue for both your sakes. And for the sake of my wife.
Excellent. I'm glad that we can all come to reason here. It'd be rather unproductive meeting if we all sought violence against each other, wouldn't it?
Prince Adept, what does Clarus want out of this? Or rather, what do you want out of this meeting?
That is reasonable. We will remove soldiers from occupied towns. Additionally, we had no intention of absorbing Clarus, even if someone here threatened to.
Apologies for that. I would also suggest, however, that we continue some support to deal with the increased blight that has occurred, as well as continued support of our agriculture to restore our farmland and supplies. Additionally, to have the Elder Council properly punished by the Church.
Indeed, we would be glad to. And in regards to the Elder Council, we did know quite well of their involvement with the war. Their regrettable acts after as well. We thank you for wrapping up business with the Elder Council. Trust they will pay for their crimes.
They were a nuisance indeed. We can have our island back now that the Elder Council is gone. Is there anything else you wish for?
I am sure you all expected this request from him. I think it is logical that he shall continue to be the next king. But we would appreciate your support, so that his rule will be unquestioned. I know it is a tough task after everything that has happened.
Oh, you are but a boy after all. You will have a great responsibility upon your shoulders. Are you ready for such a challenge?
You say you are, but how can you prove it? What have you done to prove yourself as a leader? You are quite the coward, as I remember, after all.
As Prince Adept says, he took his studies very seriously. Our uncle noted quite often how diligent he was. And indeed, he was stubborn at the beginning. But the safety of his people far outweighed his hard-headedness. He's done much for the country already, especially along the coastline where it was hit the hardest. His actions, especially during the recent assassination attempt. I was unconscious for days. He took up all the work, found the assassins, and firmly established new rules. He's been working on creating connections across all kingdoms, and is certainly more than capable. I believe in him. I've seen how much he has transformed over the past year. He has been a positive force, not only for himself and Clarus, but for myself as well.
Enough! I trust your judgment. I will take your word for it. If all this is true, if he has proven himself competent, then so be it. I do not trust you, Adept. However, I will put hope into your words. If there is any possibility of reconciliation between us, then let this be the first step. Do not fail your people, my sister, or me.
Now, as reigning Queen of Atticus, we have a few demands. We ask for the return of Witchroot Island to our control. Secondly, there was major damage to the Village of Honor, and ask for your cooperation to repair it. We also ask for a reduced price on the import of metals from Honos for the next 5 years.
I would say that's quite reasonable of an ask, wouldn't you say, Adept? Perhaps it is best if you cap the price of imports, so that it never rises above a ridiculous amount. Less ways for retaliation, not that you would, but for your future offspring. I must also ask, since it was the Queen Regent declared war on your behalf, I do think that needs to be addressed. How do you believe that should be remedied?
Yes. Here. This is a document that outlines how a declaration of war cannot be declared unilaterally, as she has done. Additionally, a new council shall no longer be composed of just the original clans, as the scope was simply too small. With sufficient evidence and with sufficient support from the Council, can war be declared against another entity. The Queen or the King, or whomever, cannot simply decide to wage war.
You are well prepared. That is good. I expect many of my own council shall be happy to hear the news. Indeed. Many of my council members have also who faced rather dire situations thanks to the Elder Council. They'll be just delighted. Now, shall we move on to Penkos's grievances?
We ask to rebuild all bridges destroyed, and we ask to lower import fees for metals too.
Although I represent Clarus at the moment, once agriculture is restored to its former state, Penkos has invested a lot of time and money to keep the Clarns fed. As such, Penkos will begin importing higher amounts of produce from Clarus, which, in turn, will be beneficial for both nations. Additionally, Penkos asks for continued allyship between our countries through frequent visits and events. What do you think, Prince Adept? Very good. I will look forward to an invitation for the next year. Although it is good that we can all agree upon these terms, how can we uphold it, since this one was so easily broken? Indeed, it has been centuries since the Eight Seal Treaty was made and was broken. How were they able to uphold the treaty beforehand? Surely it wasn't all trust.
You are right, Princess. It wasn't merely trust. It was a pact made through magic, but through a physical item. A physical seal used to pass the most important of laws and orders. It seems the seal was tainted.
Tainted? Tainted by what, exactly?
Well, it is rather surprising, I suppose. But it's the same magic that taints the Land of Lamentation. Which is why I wanted to join this meeting in particular, as it correlates to the increased number of undead we're seeing.
That is a rather startling development. How could that even be? Regardless, this pact cannot be tied to a physical object any longer. Perhaps a blood pact that holds not only ourselves but our bloodlines at stake. Livius, you know about that sort of thing, don't you?
Indeed. I researched much about blood contracts when attempting to aid Princess Seia. Even if the mind has been tainted, that does not change the blood inside.
So then, the safest option is for a blood contract, binding us to peace and allyship. Otherwise, should we fail to uphold this treaty, perhaps the most grave of punishments shall be put upon us.
Judgment before the gods is, I assume, what you speak of. Well, it is an excellent idea. The punishment must fit the crime after all. I shall organize a draft of terms and prepare a private ceremony. Please look forward to your invitations.
Well, I shall see you soon, little ones.
Take care, sister. I expect we'll see you home soon.
Finish up business quickly, won't you? We miss you at home. And you better keep your word, Adept. Your life depends on it.
Oh, don't go threatening him. Go already. I'll see you again soon. Take a big breath, Adept. You've done it. It's all gone well. I pray that this alliance will be everlasting. How are you feeling? See? Better than you thought it would go, huh? I'm proud of you. You've done so well. As soon as the agreements are written up and stamped in blood, preparations for your coronation can be done. King Adept Morvodo. It is an exciting thing, isn't it? In the meantime, you would be de facto ruler, at least till it is officiated by the church. What are your plans now? Yes. I suppose there is still much cleanup to be done. The villages in the Ava's clan were in such a devastating state. They would need ample support. Me? Well, I suppose this is a good time to discuss it. My plans will be dependent on you. Once the Council of Estrella has met and agreed upon the terms, our engagement would come to an end. By your choice. This engagement, it was to help you, to lend you support, as well as protection. I never intended to force you into a marriage not of your choosing, even if I childishly threatened one. I am not abandoning you. I'm simply giving you the option. This was not the most natural way of forming a bond between the both of us. But my love for you is real. The way you managed to make me feel. It is like a swelling of warmth in my heart. It is a strange but real feeling. But I don't want to hinder you. Though I have helped you through this process, it was forced upon you. You have indeed become a great and wonderful person, but you've also had very little time to be on your own, to be your own wonderful person, away from me. I don't want to hinder your growth. I want you to be able to breathe, to rule on your own, to have clarity without my influence. It was a temporary agreement, and it has served its purpose, don't you think? Well, there are two main options you could obviously take, and this is your choice. Do not feel pressured to take any particular one. Well, the first, you could continue the engagement. Everything would go on as normal and I would be on your side. The second option, you could break the engagement. You would be free to court and choose a queen to your liking. So, what are your thoughts, Adept? Two. I see. I will respect your choice and pack my things in a timely manner and depart. What exactly does that mean for us? Is it over? Indeed. As I said, you can court anyone you'd like. Huh? Whatever do you need my permission for? Like I said, you are your own person now. Oh. Well then, it seems you have learned from your mistakes. Yes, you have my permission to court me. You're absolutely insufferable sometimes. I thought for a moment you really intended to leave me behind. Well then, I suppose I will have to leave soon. But whenever you are ready, I will come back to you. I promise. Whenever you need me, I'll come running back to you. How strange. It has been so long since I've been here. More beautiful than I remembered. Why, if it isn't Lord Kimball, and a very good evening to you. I've never seen you in such great spirits. Indeed, it's quite a wonderful evening, isn't it? Yes, a great celebration to mark such a significant event. I was glad to be invited. My brothers and sisters, too, are in attendance, but they've been called away somewhere. I suppose you will have to meet them later. I have been well. Busy, as usual, but nothing I can't handle. You? Truly. That is a great honor. The Melavora clan are great warriors, so it is not surprising after your assistance that you were granted such an opportunity. Oh, no. You give me too much credit, but thank you. Oh? A dance? Well, why not? Huh? Ah! Adept. I mean, King. Adept. Apologies, Lord Kimball. I suppose I must be pulled away for a private audience. Excuse me. Greetings, King Adept. It's good to see you again. The castle looks quite marvelous. It seems like Anissa has had a good time decorating. She told me all about it in the letter she sent me. A small walk? Well, I don't certainly mind. It's been far too long. You look good. Perhaps you seem more glowing now. You think it's because of your new title? How does it feel to finally be king? Well, you suit the title. But where's your crown? Shouldn't you have it on your head? Perhaps something should be done about that then. A crown shouldn't be so heavy it hurts your head. That needs to be attended to. But very well. You look kingly even without a king's crown. It's been so long since I've seen your face, since I've been able to touch you like this. I missed you, Adept. Yes, I do dare. I hope you do not find my familiarity insulting. And I'll call you by your name as much as I want to. Adept, Adept, Adept. Did you miss me? Indeed, those letters could never be enough. I've been waiting every day for an invitation. Yes, I've been very patient for you. I hope you've enjoyed your time away, that it was the right choice. No, I don't regret it. As long as it helps you, I don't care. I'd wait an eternity to be with you again. As long as you kept me in your heart, that's all that mattered. And as long as you've been a good boy and never strayed from the path, then all is well. Huh? Are we finally here? Well, this is the garden, isn't it? You've clearly been quite hard at work, haven't you? It's beautiful. You planted these for me. My favorite flower, hyacinths. Well then, it seems like you've missed me quite a bit indeed. The distance was difficult to bear. Every day I just wish to crawl in your arms and sleep. But I do hope you've enjoyed the time alone. A little room to breathe now that I'm not smothering you. You've really grown into a fine king, Adept. After everything you've been through, I am so proud of you. I know you need not my approval, but I thought to just let you know. Now then, did you call me here for just a quick chat, or was there something else? Well, I had been waiting for an invitation for over a year now. Has something changed? Oh? No, I don't believe I've seen that one. Did I miss a letter? Did one get lost? Well, if you've just sent it, of course I haven't read it, silly. What was in the contents of the letter? No. You haven't. Adept. I'm glad to hear of your intentions. Rather proper of you. My thoughts? Well, I would say after such a long time of courting, I accept your very welcomed proposal. Yes. I would love nothing more than to be by your side again. If you would truly have me as your queen. I wholeheartedly look forward to our future. To our family. It's so strange how such a turn of events could become something so wonderful. Now then, I think it's high time we shared our first dance. An official one together. You haven't practiced? Tisk tisk. Looks like we'll have to have many dances then. Let us go. And Adept, one more thing. I love you. Good morning. How long have you been awake for? You wake up far too early. No, I slept sound as a rock. I hope I wasn't the one who woke you up. Good. Speaking of, did you dream of much last night? Oh. Really? Of course you'd have that sort of dream. Well, it's very easy to fulfill. Oh, yeah, of course. We can easily make that happen. Maybe in a little while. We'll see. Oh. You know, you always ask this question, and I almost never have dreams. But, yes. I had a dream. For the first time in a long time, I think. It's not that exciting. It was less of a dream and more of a memory, I think. Well, it was when we were children. It's a little bit fuzzy though, so I'm not really sure if it was real or not. I had badly cut up my knees, and I was unable to leave my room for a while. And you came up to me as an animal. You hopped up to my window from God knows where. You had a bundle strapped over your back, and when you shook it off, well, little cakes and biscuits rolled out from it. We shared a few, but it seemed like I got rather annoyed. Well, there were crumbs all over my bed. Well, in the dream, you shared stories of Clarus with me. Something about a bird stuck in a tree and a river that you fell into. You felt like a friend. Something I hadn't had for a long time. The daylight became hazy and, well, we fell asleep together. Perhaps it was from all the sugar that we ate. And then in the dream I was suddenly awoken by another child, but I didn't get to see their face. And then I woke up next to you. I think we might have shared a moment like this. Did we? Ah, so you do remember. It's strange, really. It just seems so foggy to me. Oh, I know now. It was just after that garden party. I had made a fool of myself. I was already so weak and tired, and my legs gave out, and I spilled punch all over your mother. It was obviously not the fall. I said that I tripped and fell, but it was one of my mother's punishments for making a fool of myself. But, well, your mother did not fault me for it. She was a wonderful woman. She truly had a heart of gold. I think she tried to reassure me that it was all right. Maybe she could also see how small I was, and that maybe that's why I fell over. I hope that someday I can be as good of a mother and wife as she was. Well, I hope that I have done well thus far in at least one category. You too have been a very loving husband. I think we've done rather well for ourselves in that regard. Indeed. Very well. I love you. I really couldn't have asked for anyone better to intertwine my fate with. Indeed, we were both brats. Now you are a most glorious ruler. What a transformation. But let's not bring work into this. This is our time in bed together. Not as a king or a queen, just a husband and a wife. And this wife would quite like to spend a bit more time with you in bed. My husband. I do not want to leave your embrace. Not yet. So, hold me a little closer for the time being, won't you? Darling. I'm going to come in now. Oh. Again? You work too hard. Look at you, all tuckered out. How precious. Perhaps I should wake them? It is a bit drafty in here, and if they sleep like that, they might have a bad ache in the morning. Darling. Darling. Wake up. It's me, dear. I'm back from Pencos. Oh, I don't know. When I came in, you were already drooling all over your work. Oh, well, I'm sure they'll dry up in the morning. Well, I would have left you there, but I think it would be rather bad for your health to sleep like that. I do hope you haven't been sleeping at your desk while I've been gone. Let's go to bed. More work? You can certainly spare a night, can't you? There are only a few more hours till daybreak. You'd be willing to spare them for me, wouldn't you? I've been away for weeks now, after all. I missed you. Fine. At least sit with me for a little while if you're going to be so stubborn. Perhaps I'll entice you to get a few more hours of sleep. Good. I'll scoot closer. Yes, I've missed your warmth very much. You know, you have been working very hard lately. And as much as the kingdom appreciates it, I'm sure they'd also want their king healthy and well. Oh, look at those dark circles. I can tell you've been missing quite a bit of sleep. See? That's why you should come to bed. Oh, you needn't push yourself too much. You are doing absolutely wonderful. The kingdom has been flourishing. You've been doing so well. I know you like to keep yourself busy, my dear, I know. But you are allowed to relax. And feel at ease, too. And I am back now. I'm happy to help you. You know you always have my support if you need it. Oh, don't you worry about me. I am well and strong regardless. Yes, yes. Vittoria checked up on me and I'm doing very well, she says. We are both well. I am fully capable of helping you, so please, do not worry or feel burdened. I am here for you. Oh, please. Taking a break does not make you weak. Everyone needs a break once in a while. I mean, look at you. You're beyond exhausted. And you fell asleep on your work. Clearly you need it. Come here. Why don't you lay down a little while? Just for a little. Isn't this nice? Well, I'd hope I'd feel comfortable. Otherwise, I wouldn't have invited you to rest your head here. Now, why don't we just take a few breaths? Just like always. 1, 2, 3. Hold. Out. 5, 6, 7, 8. Again. Better? Good. Relaxed. You deserve it. You work so hard. Unbelievably so. You are doing wonderfully as you are. Shh. Just breathe, my darling. Do not worry about a single thing. No. You don't even need to think about what you'll have to do tomorrow. Just think about how it feels to lie here, listening to the rain and my voice. Just let all that fatigue and stress fade away. I'm here to take it away. I'm here to help you, to share those burdens. Yes, I am quite hardy myself. You did not marry me thinking I'd be weak. Of course, we can do anything and everything together. I love you. I always will. You mean so much to me, and I simply worry over you. Well, I always have. But regardless of my worry, remember that you must tell me what's going on in that brain of yours. I want to know so I can help. So we can figure it out together. Working all alone can be beyond stressful. It is okay to take my hand, all right? Since I'm back now for a while, we can figure out everything together. I can share the workload. I wish not to see you tired or exhausted, no matter how cute it is to see your sleeping face. No, I still haven't gotten bored of it yet. Have you gotten bored of my sleeping face? Well, good. I hope you haven't. Oh, please. At least I don't drool all over the place. Now, do you think you'd be willing to come to bed with me? For a little bit of rest? Fine. A little more time here, then. While we are here, may I play with your hair for a little? Well, I thought I'd ask. You're a bit fussy about it after all. Why don't we try a bit more deep breathing while you're at it? You might fall asleep. Well, I'd be okay with it, of course. So just close your eyes and breathe in and out. And let all that stress fade away. Oh. Come in. I was only resting my eyes. I'm a little bit tired. But really, I was getting bored. I was told not to strain anything, so I can't even read. And you know me. I'd like to get right back into work. I've been through worse, and yet I feel like perhaps for once I should take care of myself. Are you all done with your meetings for the day? Good. Stay with me for a while, won't you, my darling? They are sleeping. Quiet little things. And you can speak normally. You won't wake them. Oh, don't worry, Adept. The nurse told me that they'll be asleep for most hours for the next few days, and then they will open up their little eyes and the chaos will begin. Anissa would have been the same, wouldn't she? Though our little ones may wake up earlier, considering how they also have my blood in them. They're perfect. So perfect. All I ever imagined. No, I'm quite all right. I'll be confined here for a while, until I am fully recovered. I cannot do anything, really, till I'm cleared to leave this room. Childbirth, between Vorso and humans, can be difficult. Not to mention 3 children all at once. Well, it is a wonder I did not die. But I'm recovering well. I can assure you. I am drinking plenty of that awful bitter medicine. It should speed up the healing process, supposedly. It was a difficult labor, but it's so worth it. All this pain and bleeding when I see them next to me. I love them. I love you. So, have you settled on any names? I'd like to know before they awaken. The sooner I start, well, calling them by each of their names, the better. It is difficult. It's hard enough giving a name to one child, but 3? There are truly too many names. I know that they must have unique names, not ones already used by your family. Well, in my family, I suppose we can be named similar things. Like Empress Aera. Though it is not spelled the same, it sounds quite similar to my sister's. Aera with an A instead of an E. So, it's close. I know. We've had months to think about this. I had an idea. There are a few names I like from this one story. It was one my uncle used to tell me. Yes, my Uncle Ides, the one that taught you. He was a teacher for many of us in my family, hence why I recommended him to you. He was incredibly smart even at a young age, becoming a mage at, well, age of 15. Back then, when we were all little, he would tell me one of his favorite stories, an ancient one, supposedly, dating back all the way to when Morena walked this earth among us. It was the story of perseverance and bravery, a tale of 3 brothers, like our own here. They were all born under the same moon, and they lived quite a quiet childhood within their village, although eventually not without strife. The village they had lived in were forced into a tribute system to a greater tribe. Metals, crops, and people were the main tributes. But the greater tribe had begun demanding more and more of them, so much that the village could hardly survive. Eventually, the brothers too were robbed of their own mother and sisters. And in order to avenge them, they rose up in rebellion. No longer accepting the current circumstances, the envoy that had lived in town fled in fear, and rebellion rose up all along the coast. The brothers were proclaimed as kings, heroes, gaining independence and loyalty. The tribute system was dismantled, and peace was carried out. Supposedly during these rebellions, one of the brothers may have happened upon Morena herself, but the accounts are quite brief on this particular interaction. My uncle is named after one of them, the one who might have encountered the goddess. But the brothers were named Dion, Necht, and Ides. You're right. I call my uncle Ides because when I was little, I didn't know how to say it correctly. And no matter how much he tried to correct me, I suppose Ides was just stuck in my head. But now I do. So, what do you think of the names? Do you think they would suit our little ones? Well, we do have 3 handsome princes. I think names that hark back to brave kings would do quite well for them. I am glad we agree. Then it is settled. I will make sure to call our child through the correct pronunciation. May they be brave and courageous as those kings one day. May they be bestowed the blessings of Marina herself. I think these are names that will give them a great fortune. But now, perhaps, I really will rest my eyes. I am growing a little weary. You have nothing else to do today, right? So stay. Stay with me and the children. I love you, Adept. I love our family.